do that.
No, no,
I've done that anywhere.
They call that a deep tease.
Before we get to the markets, Brian, we do have some news about you. There's a big announcement. You're joining Kelly Evans as the co-anchor of Power Lunch beginning a week from today. Very exciting.
Yes, it's very exciting for everybody but Kelly. January 2nd.
That?
Yes. Kelly's awesome. The show team is great, and look forward to it.
I know there have been different iterations of Power Lunch, but this is a big triumphant return at a time where, look, any show that's on during the market hours these days is an exciting show.
I will both commute in the morning and at night during daylight, which is a win.
And you have a big commute. You live very far away.
I do sometimes live in the city, but so I look forward to it. Tune in. But by the way, we have today.
We
do, and we have tomorrow.
Brian, so lucky me.
It is lucky.
And it looks like we are starting for lower open today. It's been a good ride overall for the year. I don't think anybody came into the year expecting the S&P 500 to be up 26.5%. And here's the other one stat for you: 57 times the S&P has closed at record highs this year.
50 is that an RBI? It's like an RBI, random and interesting. We could use that.
That's a Brian Sullivan trademark.
That is, yeah.
Segment.
We could use it. May or may not.
It's not so random. It's pretty relevant.
57 times. All right. So we have Tom Lee coming up in a couple of minutes, and here's the question: with last year's gains and this year's gains, what does it mean for next year? What does it mean for 2025? Does it bode well for 2025, or are the gains that we're taking now in the 57 record highs that Sarah just referenced, are they stealing? Not stealing. What's the right term? Pulling gains from next year. I think that's, dare I say, the only question that we have to answer today.
Well, earnings expectations for the coming year have been stable. Growth expectations have also been revised higher or stable. We just got jobless claims. Again, nothing to worry about on the initial jobless claims. They went down to 219. We're still at sort of historically low levels, signaling Americans are keeping their jobs.
Can I channel my inner Sarah Eisen?
Please.
Because I want to talk about currencies.
Oh, okay.
And I want to talk about bond yields.
Yes.
Because the one thing I would say, and the market literally was not even open yet, and I'm already ruining Boxing Day / Hanukkah, is that we look at the 10-year yield. And the 10-year yield, bond market, stock market, they're both open today. The 10-year yield is moving back up. We were below 4% a couple of months ago.
I know.
We're at 4 look at that, 6.4 on the 10-year.
This is year to date.
Year to date, but look at that pop off the base in early September, and I just wonder.
What happened in September, by the way? Fed started cutting rates.
So the one thing I think you and I agree on greatly,
yes,
is that I both think we agree that 0.5 point cut in September was weird.
It was weird. Not only that, I think the 25 basis point cut that they did last week was weird as well, given all of the direction and the data is pointing to an economy that is resilient and inflation that is a little bit sticky on the path from 3 to 2%.
I'm not sure. And when I started doing this job, they still use typewriters. Okay. So I'm not sure in that time, I've heard a Fed chair speak up the economy.
Right.
At the same time,
as cutting rates.
As if cutting rates by 25, a quarter point, I get it. Not the 0.5 point bazooka. So talking about the economy and doing the 0.5 point cut in September, and the bond market, you know what the bond market has said? We don't necessarily, I think, believe you, Fed and Jay Powell, and we think inflation is going to remain sticky.
No, market's fighting the Fed, and I think a lot of people are going to find it odd that as the Fed is finally cutting interest rates, their mortgage rates are going up, and their credit card rates are going up. Because that's the market rate, and that is the effect of what you just showed, the 10-year yield rising since September. It's now higher on the year.
It's an important point you're making, and I think a lot of people, and I think, of course, everybody should watch CNBC all day long, every day.
Obviously.
But for those who don't, but by the way, I get it, you might be wondering,
I don't.
Why are we paying 9.5% on a used car loan? Why are we paying 26% on a credit card debt? Why is my mortgage still at 6.5% or maybe 7%, depending on my credit rating? And I think it goes to your point, which is that the Federal Reserve can say what it wants, but as the political pundit Bill Carville once said, he wants to come back as the bond market, take revenge, and I think the bond vigilantes are back.
Well, look, we're at the highest level, near the highest level on the 10-year since 2022. It's probably not what the Fed expected or wanted to see as it began lowering interest rates. Now, how would they respond to the move up in yields? Well, a lot of it can be explained by the fact that the economy has done better than expected. That's a continual theme from the entire year, that inflation has remained a little bit sticky, and the outlook for next year on rate cuts has been trimmed by a lot. The Fed itself went from expecting 3 months ago 4 cuts next year to now expecting 2 cuts
Amazing the
next year.
change that they can have in just
The
2 to 3 months.
The data's changed and the facts changed.
It's really amazing.
And so the Fed funds
It's like we
futures
had
are now
something that
pricing in
happened
too.
between then.
We had an election.
No, I was talking about Christmas actually.
That too.
There was
But
that.
there was a lot. There was
Yesterday.
the outlook has improved a lot, and you're right. I mean, the election has been a game changer in terms of outlook for the economy, for deregulation, for lower
Debt issuance,
taxes,
potentially.
debt issuance, but also government efficiency and cuts. We'll see if that really results in
Are you
something
talking
the
about
market can hang on
DOGE,
to.
the Department of Government Efficiency? That Musk and Ramaswamy are.
I am.
Well, let's see if they can. Because I think Congress might have something to say. I know you're originally from Cincinnati.
I am. Yes.
So my parents live outside of Washington D.C. Now it used to be way outside of D.C. It used to be in the.
You're from everywhere. Every time I anchor with you, I learn a new place that you're from.
Well, I like to move around. I do like to move around. So I went to high school out west of D.C. Used to be in what they call the Shenandoah Valley, beautiful part of the country. Now it's a D.C. suburb. D.C. has just grown. 6 of the 10 richest counties in America are all within the D.C.
Interesting,
halo.
because a lot of people are shorting DC real estate on Doge and on this new mantra
I'd be
from the
careful.
Trump
I'd be careful.
administration.
So what about the U.S. dollar? Interest rates on the move. That's your world. You
Dollar.
wrote a book on currencies.
Yes, thank you for saying that.
You're welcome.
It's still on Amazon. The dollar currencies after the crash. Shameless plug. The dollar has been a
Sales
story
just spiked.
because the dollar is strong. Dollar's strong against. Look what happened, and that's really an election story because it hadn't been doing much of anything all year, and then just started taking off. This is on President-elect Trump's plans. It makes the U.S. the destination of capital. People are excited about the U.S. growth prospects. Tariffs are considered also dollar positive. Hurts our trading partners like a Mexico or a Canada if he does go through.
Mr. DJ, somebody replay. Mr. DJ, won't you turn the music up? I'm the girl on the dance floor wanting some more. Mr. DJ, won't you turn the music up? Mr. DJ, somebody replay. Mr. DJ, won't you turn the music up? I'm the girl on the dance floor wanting some more. Mr. DJ, won't you turn the music up? It goes 1 by 1, even 2 by 2. Everybody in the floor, let me show you how we do. Let's go, keep it low, then you bring it up slow. Run it up 1 time, run it back once more. Run, 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 everybody move, run, let me see you move, and knock it to the groove, done, shake it to the moon becomes the sun, everybody in the club give me a run, if you ready to move, say yeah, one time for your mind, say yeah, but I'm ready for it, come let me show you, you want to groove, I'ma show you how to move, come through, Mr. DJ, somebody replay, Mr. DJ, won't you turn the music up, I'm the girl, when they dance, I wanting some more, Mr. DJ, won't you turn the music up, Mr. DJ, somebody replay. Mr. DJ, won't you turn the music up? I'm the girl on the dance floor wanting some more. Mr. DJ, won't you turn the music up? Hey, Mister, please, Mr. DJ, tell me if you hear me. Turn the music up. Hey, Mister, please, Mr. DJ, tell me if you hear me. Turn the music up. It goes 1 by 1, even 2 by 2. Everybody in the club when we rockin' when through. Let the bass from the speakers run through your sneakers. Move both the feet and run to the beat. Run, 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 run. Everybody move, run. Let me see you move. And knock it to the groove. Done. Shake it till the moon becomes the sun. Everybody in the club give me a run. If you ready to move, say yeah. One time for your mind, say yeah. Well, I'm ready for it. Come let me show you. You want to groove, I'ma show you how to move. Mr. DJ, somebody replay. Mr. DJ, won't you turn the music up? I'm the girl when the dance floor wanting some more. Mr. DJ, won't you turn the music up? Come, Mr. DJ, somebody replay. Mr. DJ, won't you turn the music up? I'm the girl when the dance floor wanting some more. Mr. DJ, won't you turn the music up?
You guys hear the music, right? Just a brief reminder, the market probably won't be down today, so just wait for it. Put some music on.
Baby, can't you see I'm calling? A guy like you should wear a warning. It's dangerous. I'm falling. There's no escape. I can't wait. I need it. Baby, get me in. It's dangerous. I'm falling. Too high, can't come down. You set my head spinning round and round. With a taste of your lips, I'm on my mind. Your tongue second, slipping away. Taste of a poison paradise. I'm addicted to you. Don't you know that you're toxic? And I love what you do. Don't you know that you're toxic? Let's get away to give you love. I took a sip from my devil's cup. Slowly, it's taking over me. Too high, can't come down. See the end's all around. With a taste of your lips, I'm on a ride. No toxic, I'm slipping away. Taste of a poison paradise. I'm addicted to you. Don't you know that you're toxic? And I love what you do. Don't you know that you're toxic? Don't you know that you're toxic? Taste of your lips, I'm on a ride. No toxic, I'm slipping away. Taste of a poison paradise. I'm addicted to you. Don't you know that you're toxic? Taste of your lips, I'm on a ride. No toxic, I'm slipping toxic. Taste of a poison paradise. I'm addicted to you. Don't you know that you're toxic? Intoxicate me now. You love me now. I'm ready now. Intoxicate me now. You love me now. I'm ready now.
This hypnotic, this robotic, pull the plug and push to start it, pick a step, disregard it, push my button, push to start it. This hypnotic, this robotic, pull the plug and push to start it, pick a step, disregard it, push my button, push to start it, 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 push my button, push to start it. This hypnotic, this robotic, pull the plug and push to start it. button, push to start it. It's hypnotic, it's robotic, pull the plug and push to start it, pick a step, disregard it, push my button, push to start it. It's hypnotic, it's robotic, pull the plug and push to start it, pick a step, disregard it, push my button, push to start 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 it, 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 push to start it.
Hey, start entering your QQQ close call for a $10 gift card for iTunes. I'll say 5:30. Let's go. Where is it going? I'll say we close at 5:30, 188.
Push my button, push to start it. Push my button, push to start it.
I thought you were looking for some Voodoo Ray. Voodoo Ray. Voodoo Ray. Voodoo Ray. getting my playlist ready for New Year's. No, there's nothing really to talk about today. Today's kind of just like a pause day. But if you have been involved with the QQQ trade over the last 3 days, congratulations. Right? Or if you were with us at the close on Friday or whatever day that was, Monday, I don't know what day today is. Thursday? Tuesday. When was the last time we were here? Oh, right. Tuesday. For next year, remember, 95% of the time, the day, Christmas Eve. Now, I'm going to factor in a little asterisk if you're taking notes for your own trading journals and almanacs. If the market sells off prior to Christmas Eve, the Christmas Eve rally's pretty much guaranteed. So yesterday, or whatever day that was, the idea was to, if you weren't long the cues coming in, you bought the open, sold the close. It's not going to be like that today, but it's going to be generally the same. So today, I think we're going to wait. Maybe they'll give us a cheaper price. The QQQ already printed where it's going to go right here. So it's slipped up. We're probably going to make a run for that print because that's what the matrix does every once in a while. And if you don't remember, but 10 days ago, the market printed a price and then it went there. And people thought it was impossible because it was like 9 points away on the downside. And that was the moment where you might have realized, hey, maybe the market is rigged. If you don't remember that. Remember that print? And then it went there. Sorry. And then there was another one. Oh, you can't really see it now because the stock we went there, but there was an out of money print. There it is. We had this out of money print way out of the money, and I was like, hey, the matrix just told us where we're going to go. And we went there and we double bottomed off that spot and then had a beautiful rally. But you're not going to get a more easy day to trade than Tuesday. Buy the open, sell the close. Buy the open, sell the close rarely happens. Can I tell you something? You don't want it to happen too often because generally there's not much going on. I don't mind. You know, that was the kind of day for it. Holiday shortened day. Buy the open, sell the close. Normally it's sell the open, buy the dip, sell the rally, and all that happens usually by 12 o'clock, and then you decide what you want to do for the rest of the day. So if you're not hip to my stocks yet, I'm going to also be on the New York Stock Exchange floor on January 15th, talking about the space, rockets, robots trade, and quantum stocks that I broke before they all started moving. And now they're all still in play. So if you're still in RR, remember the Andy Dufresne on RR, we got to 231. So the stock actually got to where we thought it could get to. And here's the other print right there. So that's 259. If it stays above 231 again and gets to 259, then who knows what this one could do. But the PRZO, if you see it at 188 again, buy it because now it's 5 times it's hit that one price. And 5 for 5, it's made you a decent trade. On the way up, 188. On the way down, here was that little pause the other day. So you got quantum, you got drone stocks, which the drones have been pretty good. The mob got over 4 PRZOs with that. UAVS, there's drones. So it's going to be kind of a boring day, I'm assuming, but we could review a little bit about what we learned about price action and manipulation of price. Reddit Mafia, right? The Reddit trade. Remember when it broke out of the Andy Dufresne and I said, all right, this one's going to 120 because $80 stocks go to 120. And when they go through the 120, they go to 180. So here you are at 180. Same exact reason I told you never sell Palantir. Once it got through the 30s, 50 was inevitable, but once you get into the 50s, more often than not, your stock goes to 80. So, and here we are. So I'm going to just assume the market's going to go up, and hopefully I can get a decent price on some Qs at some point this morning. But if you are just joining us for the first time, and where you been, tickers on the bottom are the stocks that I'm generally trading on a daily basis or reported earnings. And up here, this is my scan. That's just scanning breadth of the market, get an idea of buy programs and sell programs and just new names that come along during the day. Well, I don't know if it's going to give you too much of a chance to buy the dip because the dip has already been bought. So if you're buying the Qs out of the gate, so far so good. That kind of was the plan. Everything else is secondary today. For me, it was just the market. But you see what you're looking at here? This is Lunar. Stock hit the price that we were looking for. This was my yearly target, actually, $17.14. I figured I'd get back to the levels from last year. But now you're seeing some sellers up there, which is all right. Stocks just went from $11 to $17 in 3 days. Consolidation up here. Break through the 1720. We should be good. Oh, well, it's the Qs. If you guys remember the plan from yesterday or whatever day that was, if the market happens to be down when you wake up on Thursday, buy it. All right. So far, so good, right? It was down when you woke up this morning and you bought it. And now we're going higher, right? So you could do what you should do is you could take your profit now and shut the computer. It's going to be a long day. So going back to some of these stocks, I think they're going to continue into next year. The drones, the AI, the quantum stocks, they're all good trading stocks. And even more exciting was when they start to crash, there'll be shorts. And there goes Lunar. So anybody, if you guys aren't following along, when a stock dips, right? That's called the fade, right? We all know that Lunar is being accumulated by hedge funds, right? You know why? Because I know one hedge fund that's accumulating it, right? So what do they do at the open? They dip it, right? They're trying to shake people out. That's why they call it the dip and rip, right? And the dip and rip also has another name. You're probably familiar with it. The faux show bro, right? So the stocks will break new lows and then come back above those prior high candles and then break VWAP, and then they tend to go back higher. That's why the faux show bro is a great trade, because think of it as trying to shake people out that want to own it. They believe, and then they have some tight stop on it in the morning, and suddenly they're selling a stock that they think's going to 30 because it's pulling back 50 cents, and then they all come racing back to buy it. Or don't even think of it that way. Just think of it as the algorithms trying to do that. Or just think of it this way. If a stock goes down and doesn't break the orange line on the dip, then it's still in an uptrend. And when it breaks back above the blue line, buy it, right? So right there, that's a trade, right? Look at all my stocks, right? They're all dipping and ripping. Want to know why? Because they're all in their accumulation. So as a day trader, right, your job is to pick 3 or 4 stocks each morning. Earnings season is a lot easier to focus on a few different names if you don't have my watch list, because earnings season, you're going to focus on companies that report earnings specifically, right? So, but let's say you're watching Lunar. We already talked about it, how it was 17 and change in the aftermarket. Stocks tend to go back to where they were pre-market to say hello. So then you get the chart pattern that you like. What you're looking at here is prior day VWAP. It falls, holds pretty much, doesn't go anywhere below the orange line. Back above the VWAP, that's where you buy it. So you're a buyer at 16.75. Stock goes up 50 cents. You could be well on your way to leaving, because day traders, all we're just trying to do is make a day's pay and go away. Full disclosure, I still own the stock and I'm buying more. I believe in all of these stocks until they tell me that I'm wrong. So none of these companies make any money. Some of them might not even make drones. Most of them don't have anything to do with quantum computing, and none of them will probably ever make money ever in our lifetime. And that's not what it's about. It's about people want to own these stocks right now, and they're paying whatever the price is. And the best way to think of it is what it is. Just like Palantir, when people were debating me that it's a worthless company built on hype at $27. And I said, well, that hype will probably take the stock to $80 one day. And here we are. So don't ever factor valuation into anything that you're doing as a day trader. It means nothing at all. And even as an investor, it really doesn't mean too much anymore. But what it means is that Lunar is consolidating at above VWAP right now, right? Right. So you had your pop, you had your pullback, you're holding VWAP, right? You're long the Qs already, right? So now you got Lunar, the Qs, and you'll start to see how every day is the same day over and over again. Did I wake up? You'll start to notice that it's the same day every day. The market tries to go down and it doesn't. Then it breaks over the VWAP and you should start buying. Just like all the stocks on the bottom ticker. All of these are being accumulated, right? So Rigatoni, right? RGTI brought you the stock at 92 cents when nobody was talking about quantum stocks. Stock was 92 cents about a month and a half ago. It's at $11 now. Chances are it's going to go to zero eventually one day, but not today, right? These stocks are still being accumulated. So dipping, they break pre-market lows, they come right back. That's your first sign the trap has been set. It's a trap. So you're a buyer down here using that bottom tick as your out. If you're wrong, they're going to break here. If you're right, they're going to break VWAP and start ripping again. That's why the dip and rip, or the faux show bro, is the trade on every stock for the rest of your life. Here, like Qubits right now. Ready? So now it's going green. Buy it, right? You don't want to wait for me to buy something. Buy it, right? So here it is. Dip, pullbacks to the pre-market lows. They shake people out. Dip it, rip it. It's every stock, every day, over and over again. SOUN, Qs, Lunar, Qubits. Pick your one, pick your stock. Did anybody think the market was going to be down today? We never go down, people. Ever. Right? You're in the Qs now, right? You got your Lunar, right? Don't wait for me. You got your Qubits, right? There you go. Blue line, orange line. Now you can even sell some if you bought it, right? Don't wait for me. You know where Lunar's going? $130 a share. Can't go to 130 without breaking 1680. Here it goes. New all-time highs. Here we go. And you see how this Qubits went from the blue line to the orange line? You know why? Because the market's rigged to price, and we have the rigging. We have the formula of what the stocks do each day. And if you just follow the blue line and the orange line on a few names that you like, you too could be a profitable trader. And then laugh in the face of your friend who's actually still in school trying to get an MBA because they're pointless and meaningless. Because math only matters when they're calculating price formulations on market mechanics. That's how the market works. That's why 5 gets you 750, 750 gets you 10. And that's why Reddit's at 180 and Palantir went to 80. It's not about price and, sorry, I meant to say fundamentals. It's about price. So when PayPal breaks 94.50, where's it going to go? 120. That's why Carvana went to 250. Everything you're looking at right now has already been pre-programmed to what it was going to do about a week and a half ago. So you just got to sit here and wait and buy the shit out of qubits when it goes green. My kid's got 3,000 shares right now, up 22 cents. Look at them. First trade of the new year. Rigatoni, qubits, winners. There you go. Now he's a profitable trader. Now go back to sleep. Now take some of that money and buy some Lunar. Don't wait for me. Don't wait for me. I gave you the names 3 months ago. Every one of my stocks just got bought on the dip. Every one of them. Q's, Lunar, Sound, Qubits, Rigatoni, Joby, Arcat. And should I go on and on and on? You should know these names by now, people. You like the Vuzi, right? Brought to you at 180. Remember? The guy said to buy it at 250, and I said, wait a day. Right? Lunar, new highs, people. What did I say? Remember about 2 months ago when I said, hey, I don't know how you feel about this stock, but if you ever see it breaking $16.85, buy it. You know why? Because that was the 18-month high. You know what stocks do when they break 18-month highs? They go higher because we're in a bull market that never ends, and it never will. Lunar, 1750. Let's go. Don't wait for me. Rigatoni, Qubits, Lunar, Qs. You start to see how it's the same day every day, people. The greatest market ever. Live the Bill Murray dream. It's the same day over and over again. Live the dream. All right, we just cashed out. All right, day's over. Nice trade. It's $1,000 on the Qubits trade right there, my boy. 3,000 shares, right? Started buying at VWAP, added to it, just cashed out. How you doing today, right? It's $1,000. You don't even know what the hell Qubits is. Exactly. Who gives a shit? Nobody cares about any of these stocks and what they do. They know the word quantum's involved, and that's it. It's a feeding frenzy, people. Don't talk about Bullfrog until it's $5. So anyway, if your stock's name rhymes with quantum, I think that's going to be next. So Blantum stocks are going to go. Those are going to be hot. Flantum stocks are going to be next. And then Crontum. You guys don't know about Crontum, do you? Yeah, they're from the South. Crontum stocks. You don't get that joke, do you? Right? So look at these stocks, right? They all opened up red. Ooh, the story's over, right? Yeah, okay, sure, it's over. Right, quantum, it's over. Right, so if you've bought Qubits, opened at 1672, goes green at 1709, stocks at 1840. Qubits opens at 792, goes green 795, goes to 830, 823. What do you want to do next? What do you want to do next? Lunar, right? Opens up. Oh, starts to tank. Oh, Kenny, this one's not going to work. Isn't it? Isn't it? All of my stocks are the greatest stocks. Look at Rigatoni now. Ooh, Kenny was pulling back 9 cents at the open. Oh, I thought the story was over. Yeah, it's over. Yeah, it's over. You just got to dip and rip. That's why the faux show bro is the greatest trade you'll ever find. You want to know again why it works so well? Let me explain one more time. These stocks are being accumulated because everybody wants them. So the powers that be, that's they, we call them they, right? They try to shake out your stock, right? So they program the algorithms around volume weighted average price. They know they have to accumulate it. So they put some stop hunter program on and they say, let's go search for the low of the day where people put stops on. And that was pre-market lows. So the stock searches for it. They break the pre-market lows, but then it comes right back. Oh, but I thought it was going to go lower, but then it comes right back. You see? Then it comes right back. That's the fake out, shakeout. And when you see that, especially on all my stocks that are being accumulated, right? You see the fake out, shakeout, and then there comes the VWAP break. So the better you get at this, because it's the same trade every day for the rest of your life on every stock. So when you see them shaking them out and you know this stock is hot as hot could be, right? And then you get a 1 minute multi-day VWAP reversal on a stock that you already established that everybody wants to own and you're not buying it and you're sitting here looking at me. Don't look at me. Buy it. Every one of these trades now just gave you not just a day's pay, a week's pay. Think about it. My kid works at Wegmans, right? What's he making? $12 an hour taking carts from the parking lot and bringing them inside. He just made more money than he's going to make in Wegmans now all winter in one morning. You could do it, people. It's the same day every day. And the best part about it being the same day, it's the same stocks every day over and over again. Look at this market rip, people. Every one of them. Rigatoni. Look at even PayPal's coming along for the ride finally. Here come the chip stocks. Here come the drones and back to the quantum. And then what's going to happen inevitably, right? The Qs. Oh, wait, did you think the Qs aren't going to go green today? Did you actually start entering that into your brain? Why? You think the market's going to be down today? We don't go down. If you're not in this Qubits trade with me, come on, people. Qubits. 795 entry. Lunar, new highs. We're never going down ever again in our lifetime. Every one of these stocks is about to triple and then quadruple after that. You think Lunar's going to stop at 1770? Why? It's going to $130. Can't get there without breaking 1680 this morning. Come on, people. Enjoy the bull market. The dip and rip. The dip and the rip. The dip and the rip. Faux show bro on all of my names. If you're not in Lunar by now, after me talking about this trade almost every day, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. We came in with a plan this morning, right? Hey, remember that plan we talked about Tuesday? If by any chance any of the stocks that we like are red on Thursday, buy them and look at them all. Look at them all go. Look. You didn't sell it all at one price now, did you? Now you can start selling some more qubits at $850. So now you got a $2,000 trade right here. SOUN, new highs. Lunar, new highs. If the Qs don't go to 530, 150 today, who gives a shit at this point, right? 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 Because you bought qubits and Qbert and rigatoni. Look at this thing go. Look at it. Stock was $10.90. $10.90 12 minutes ago. You need long-term investing in your life? Why? Stocks are ripping 12%, 15%, 30% in an hour. That's why I don't need to own stocks. Think I give a shit about where PayPal is going to be a year from now? Could give a shit. Crush everything. Now cash out and close the computer. You put a stop on the qubits at 850 now. Don't sell anymore unless it gets to 9. Don't ever sell any more Lunar. You understand where Lunar's going? You think I'm joking, right? $130 a share, then $250. Can't go there without breaking 1750. Every good move on the upside starts with a shake and a bake and a wake and a bake and a faux and a show and a bro. The market goes down before it goes up. It regenerizes itself, if that's a word. Think of it as the dip. The dip is it's getting some more fuel and then lifting off, right? And here you are. So now cash out, call it a day. Qubits, I don't know what to do with it, but selling some at 825 now feels like a really dumb trade, right? Right? You buy 3,000 shares at 795. You start selling it at 8.25. Now you feel like a loser, right? The only business where you make 10% in 5 minutes and you're a loser. Yeah, but those Qs are going down, Kenny. Are they? Are they? So? Oh, but you said they were going to go up. Did I? Did I? I said a lot of things. Yeah. I also said buy all these Qubit stocks and rigatonis. Anybody give a shit about where the Qs are right now? Oh. Where do you think the money's coming from to buy the Qubits and the rigatonis and all these other stocks? From the Qs right now. If you're not in this Qubits trade or the rigatoni right now, come here for a second. Come here. Closer to the screen. Come here. Come here for a second. Come here. Come here. All right. Day's over now. All right. 887. What are you doing here on, you know what Qubits is? That's 8 7/8. Sell some. See? Even my dog just made it 300 grand on this trade. Let's go. Right? So now you raise your stop to 850. You don't sell any more Qubits until 8.99, and then 9.25, and then $40. Is it really going to go to 40, Mr. Kenny? Yeah, today. It's going to go to 40. I don't know. Maybe it does the way it's ripping right now. So, but you sold some at 1/4. You sold some at 1/2. You sold some at 75. You sold some at 82. You got 400 measly shares. You have $3,000 left. And now you're just hoping it goes to $40. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. Doesn't matter at this point. Oh, 20-second delay. Right? You're going to complain about stuff, or you're going to buy stocks in a bull market? You guys heard it's a bull market still, right? Just because we sold off on Wednesday, right, didn't mean that the bull market was over, especially in these stocks, right? Look at it. The Qs are going down. Whoa, crazy. They're down a whopping 2 points. You just absolutely lit the fucking whole world on fire with these quantum stocks this morning. You care? You care about where the Qs are right now? No, you don't. You absolutely don't. You cared where Lunar was and Sound and Rigatoni and Qubits. That's what you cared about. We don't make money on speculation. We make money when stocks break VWAP when we buy them and they rip people's heads off. And now we're going to get stopped out of the rest of this Qubits. And I'm going to bash your head open with this goddamn microphone. And there she blows. I'm done. That's it. They came for me. I'm sorry. They just got me. They got me and my son and my nephew. We're all out of the Qubits trade now. What can we tell you? See, and it was a terrible sell. Just sold it at 851 and 849. See? It's awful. Yeah, it's real awful. My nephew. My goal now is to keep my nephew out of college. If this kid can make $300, $400 a day, let alone $1,000 in a morning, I got to go to a school for what? Pay 180 grand? Do what? You could be in debt for the rest of your life? Here, I'll show you how to make money. It's 9:54. My nephew just made more money than most people are going to make all day. See that Qubits trade? That's a stinker right there. God damn it. See? They put it, do you think that was a coincidence, people? What just happened right there with me and my nephew putting the stop at 850, right? Look where it went, right to our stop. They said, oh, thanks for announcing where you want to sell your last 400 shares. Bang, they get us. And next thing you know, they're leaving without us now. That's why I hate using stops in a bull market. Nobody needs to use stops. We never go down except to the price where they tell people where you want to get out. Stupid stops. Bull market. Anyway. But we did get stopped out of the Lunar on the way down, so that wasn't too bad either. So Lunar, we're done with the day trade. Still own the stock. Not selling it. Stock's going to 120, 190, then 300. By the way, Lunar, they do nothing at all. You know, if you read about this company, they have these contracts with NASA. They're fake contracts. The company does nothing. They make zero money. They do nothing in space exploration, but the stock's name is Lunar, and people think it's cool. That's why the stock's going up. Don't have any illusions or delusions about some sort of space exploration company that we're getting in on the ground floor. That's bullshit. That's what they want you to believe. So when this stock turns around and breaks back under $11, whenever that day comes, you dump it. But hopefully it goes to 130 first. You see that Qubits trade, right? Look at that. It went right to the stop that I had. Gets me out. And now I'm going to go just refill my coffee and headbutt my son. Come here. I told you not to use stops. God damn it. You know why? You know why I'm so frantic? You know why I sound so angry each morning? Because this shit is easy, right? This shit is easy. And I feel the pain and anguish of everybody that's had a hard time with this, right? I feel the pain and the suffering of the people that were misled by charlatans and snake oil salesmen and MBAs and analysts getting me out of my research in motion before it exploded. Analysts talking to me about how Adobe's a one-trick pony and Apple is going to crush them and got me out of my stock. Analysts that convinced me that I don't know what I'm doing on a stock. They call it worthless. They say Spotify's going out of business because the business model doesn't work. And I sell the stock and watch it go up 900 fucking points after I get out. Nobody knows shit about what they're talking about. That's why I'm angry. And I'm angry that I should have had a 40 grand morning today. And I'm futzing around with 400 share lots of Qubits. You guys should be crushing every morning. My list of stocks are on fire every day. I mean, even the shitty ones are moving. Shitty bang bang. PRZO is back to 225. Mob's over 4. What? I give you Voozy Voo at 190. Stock's at 464. Yeah, because, you know, if your stock doesn't double in 2 weeks after you buy it, you're a loser. And that's just the beginning. First, your stock doubles, then it really starts to get going. Oh, my God. They really got me on that Qubits trade, man. Shit. But this is why you don't sell your entire position at one price. Even this, the Lunar. Ooh, Kenny. Ooh, it pulled back 40 cents. It's over. Is it? You understand, people? I gave you a list of stocks that no one even heard about 3 months ago. And now everybody wants to own every single one of these stocks, right? I don't care that they were $3 or $6 or 38 cents 6 weeks ago. Now they're all $8, $12, and $30 and $40 stocks that everybody still wants. Guess what? They're going higher. When they crash, they crash. That's why we keep raising our strike prices if you are swinging some of these with me. Inevitably, one of these stocks is going to crash and burn. Yeah, even this dog shit stock, VERI, right? Seriously, people, I was sitting here looking through some old watch list that I used to trade. There's hundreds and hundreds and if not thousands of stocks that we've traded, right? The volume dries up, and inevitably they die and they go away. They're all waking up. It's like they're just picking one. And I said this a couple of weeks ago. We're in the market, right? We're in the market where blockbuster stock is going to start trading again, and people are going to talk about it. We're in the ninth circle of hell of trading right now. It's what this is. And it's fantastic. It's where you want to be. The ninth circle of hell of trading. This is it. The greatest market ever. Every dog shit stock is getting its day. Every one of them. I mean, think about if you own Tiger. Remember Tiger Woods, right? Come on. Right? You held Tiger Woods, right? Oh, I hate Chinese stocks. Oh, right? You hate them. Oh, 3 years goes by. Goo. Oh, man, I can't believe I'm still in this piece of shit. Oh, 3 years go by. 4 years go by. Oh, will I ever get my money back out of this stock? I don't know. And then it breaks out of the Andy Dufresne, and in 2 days, it makes back what you were wasting 4 years of your life in. It's amazing. It's the greatest market ever. That's why you keep looking for stocks that are coming out of these Andy Dufresnes, and you're going to keep getting paid. Like Lunar. What are you, out of your minds? What are you, out of your freaking minds? Look at this chart. Where's the stock going? That's right. It's going to 136. I don't know. I can't really tell if this guy's being serious or not. I've only been talking about this trade for now, I don't know, since we bought it coming out of that. So since August 19th, when we really started taking this trade serious. You think I'm serious now? You think I'm serious now that we got through the Kardashian bottom? You think I'm serious now that we're in these upper candles where I said it was going to go? $17.14? Huh? And where's it going to go now? Ooh. Oh, I just bought it and it went down 30 cents. What do I do? Guys, I'm in a Lunar, and you got to buy more, right? That's right. The January calls are balling. Let me show you what we're doing here with the Lunar, and I'm going to show you how to trade it without having to have too much exposure. It's pretty damn simple. It's called a freaking call spread. Let's go. You want to own the stock, something cheap? Here you go. We're out to March because we want to be involved, right? Do you know that the further you go out, sometimes you find cheaper options than the closer ones? You probably didn't know that either, right? Yeah, I know a little bit more about everything than anybody else. Oh, by the way, if you don't remember, if you don't realize, I know more about trading than anybody. Just in case you forgot. So you see why the stock's going to explode? You see the $24 calls for March? You can't buy any more options. Oh, wait, let me make sure they didn't create new ones yet. So you can't get above 25. So let's say you're some sort of maniac, right? You're a delusional psychopath like I used to be, shorting stocks just because they went up a lot, right? That's every premise to every bear. Oh, this thing went from $11 to $18. Oh, I got to short it. You're an idiot, right? That doesn't work. Shorting stocks just because they went up, that's because you're pissed off. Shorting stocks because they went up a lot, make them go up even more. Trust me, I'm a loser shorter, right? That's why I'm on the other side of all these trades now, because this is what I used to get my ass kicked on. Stocks like Lunar, shorting them and getting crushed, right? Now the double and the triple are just the beginning. So if you're a psychopathic, crazy lunatic, pun intended, if you're psychotic enough to be shorting a stock that's breaking out, probably going to the hundreds, If you're a lunatic, if that's your dementia, right, you still might want to hedge yourself, right? So what they do is they go out to the long dated, they'll go out to the option further out of the money, and they say, all right, I'm going to short the stock, but just in case it goes parabolic, I'm going to buy the out of the money call just in case. You can't even get in protection above 25 right now. So when this stock starts ripping, the shorts are going to have no way to protect themselves, and it's going to start tacking on 20-point days in your face. Woo! And when this stock has a 20-point day and you're going, oh my God, I can't believe this stock was 18 cents just 3 days ago. Yes. It was just $2 the other day, and now it's at 18. You know what? It's going to 36, and you'll be saying the same thing. Oh, I can't believe it was 18. Now it's at 36. And then when it's at $83, oh, wow, I can't believe the stock was $18 just the other day. Now it's at 86. That's how it works. Get mad, people. Get mad. Anger is your energy. Stay focused. We have the best trades on earth. All of our names. So now your job has to be, you have to separate yourself from a swing trader, day trader, investor, and just a degenerate loser. Who are you today? Well, you're a combination of all that. You have some lunar in another account with your call spread and your calls. But as a day trader, let's say you just found out about this stock. Hey, man, this is pretty exciting. I never made money as a day trader before. Great. Now you understand the dip and the rip, right? And here, you see that setup here? You see how it looks eerily the same? You see it? It's the same trade, but at a different level, right? So here's the fake out, shake out, breakout. So then the day traders go, ooh, look at me. I'm a great day trader. I just faux show bro, and I'm going to get paid. Then they put a stop at 1750, like me and my nephew. We get stopped out at 1750. But then look what it does. It faux show bros again. So because you missed it here and here and here, and oh my God, the trade's over. No, it just redid the trade at a different level. So nobody gives a shit that the stock was $16. Now it's faux show broing at 17.18. Buy it. Fake out, shake out, VWAP breakout. Stock's going to 90. Can't go to 90 without breaking 18. And that's just one trade, people. This is what I do. I put you in front of trades that are rocking. Anybody still in RR? You should be. You should be. Why wouldn't you be in RR? We're in the stock from where? $1.25. It's at $2.50 now. Right? Where's it going? $40. And if you just said, why would it go to $40? Why wouldn't it? Stop asking the wrong questions here. It just got to the price where I said it would get to, right? Because the market's rigged. There it is. $2.59. There it is. We said it this morning. It broke one ass crack. Now it has to go search for its old friend, right? There it is. Gave this one to you a couple of weeks ago with a 260 price target. There it is. Now if it breaks above 260, maybe not today because it's already up 30%, but tomorrow or the next day when it breaks 260, let's say you'd like to see it consolidate for maybe a day or two, if they even do that. Or here's another part of the story, people. Maybe it's over. You just had a 96-cent stock go to the price where you thought it was going to go to. Maybe that's it. Maybe it hits the 260 and now goes nowhere forever. So what do you do here? You sell 70% of it because now you've got your win, and you hold the last 30%, and you give yourself a big, fat, massive stop of 195 on the rest. So now you don't care. And that's how you stay in the business. Sell, hold what you got. This is what we call the fuck you lot. I don't give a shit about it, right? Either it breaks back down and I get stopped out at 195, or I hold this piece of shit stock that I never heard of until 2 days ago forever, right? day trading becomes the swing trade, becomes the investment. It's the way to do it. Right? How's that PRZO? How's that Lunar? Right? Lunar started out with that trade back 3 months ago. Oh, man. Remember when it sold off and Cousin Richie got blown up on the stock because he didn't want to sell it at the open? Uh-huh. Remember when it went to 11 3 different times and has come roaring back? You know what that's called? Self-qualifying. If the stock continues to do things that are bullish, you have to stay bullish. I still am not sure if this company is legitimate. Go look at their website. It looks like I made the website, and I don't know how to build websites. It's a picture of a piece of a spaceship. And they may or may not have contracts with NASA. Listen, man, I come from the world of boiler rooms. You know how many fake press releases we had? They would release news on stocks that didn't even exist. I was there. I've seen it happen. I'm sure it happens still. Guys with lab coats would come into our firm talking about products that didn't do anything. Oh my God. Ooh, a retractable syringe for dentists, and then it could be thrown in the garbage, and it doesn't have to be Yeah. Bill Madden shoes too. Yeah. It's all a joke, my friends. Don't ever take any of this shit seriously. You take it serious now, but you always got in the back of your mind that this company is not real and the stock is going to zero. And that's why we're in call spreads. Because even if the stock goes to zero now, it's not taking us down with it. Right? So back to that spread, right? Lunar. We're buying $12 calls the other day for $2. $7.60 now, right? We're in these at 2, 3, and 4 was the most we paid. And then we started selling 25s for 2, which was the dumb idea. I sold some 25s for $1.11. But I won't be too unhappy if it goes to 25 by March. But the thing is, it's going to be 25 by Monday. And then you're going to be sitting in this call spread for 85 days, not even making any money. That's why call spreads stink. Just buy stocks. Buy in the money calls, trade them, crush it, and then get the hell out. And then if you want to swing them, right? We started buying Lunar $8 calls, right? Now we're up to 12s. If this stock stays above 1750 for the next couple of days, you know what we're going to do with those 12s? We're going to get out of them and raise it up to like the 15s or the 16s. So that you're buying the upper strikes with the profits from the lower strikes. And inevitably, when the stock goes to zero, you're only exposed to what you bought the upper strikes for with the profits from the lower strikes. Have I lost most of the room right now? Because maybe I'm talking a different language. I know call spreads, rolling them into different option contracts. If you'll be here tomorrow, I'll talk more about that too. And make sure you're here for the next 2 or 3 days. This is your first day here. Yes, this is the way I talk. We make money. We could all sing Kumbaya later, right? You're in battle mode here. Think of me. Think of it. I'm the lead trader, and you're all my minions, right? You follow me. I'm telling you what to do. Stay focused, right? We could all be friends later. Oh, you're so off-putting. It's all day. It's every day. It's every minute you're ever in here. It's a class. It's a class, and it's in session every minute you're here, right? By the way, look at this stupid very stock, right? Oh, I can't even lose if I wanted to, right? Remember we bought this as a goof the other day? Now, who's laughing now? Stock's up 40%. Notice I haven't mentioned buying Qs yet, right? Really hasn't been a reason to buy Qs. I've been distracted by winning trades also. So you got the, then again, there, you got the dip and the rip and the Qs. What am I talking about? And here's another fun part. We're in the ninth circle of hell of trading right now. What does that even mean, right? It means that every dog shit, worthless piece of garbage stock is ripping. And one of the first lessons I ever learned, I'm talking about circa 1996. I've been doing this so long. Guy said to me, he's like, the only time shitty stocks like this rally like they do is that there's a down move in the market coming. It's called the dash for trash. The thing about the market now is we've been dashing for trash for quite some time, and the market doesn't care. But I think we're getting there. We're trading stocks because of the names of the companies, right? There's no other reason. The name of the company, if they mention the word AI or quantum or space, rockets, and robots, right? We're in a different realm right now. This is as irrational exuberance as you could possibly be, right? But it's fantastic. That's the market right now. So you stay irrationally exuberant until I tell you not to. Because I was born into irrational exuberance. I lived through it. It's fantastic. Whatever they write about it in the storybooks, it's fantastic. Irrational exuberance is the way. Because irrational exuberance is also called what? Momentum. Momentum is what pays. Price, momentum. And then VWAP. VWAP's just a handy-dandy tool to remind you that, oh, this is where you need to buy because this is where momentum kicks in, right? Like Lunar. VWAP, break. VWAP, break. Saying about NVIDIA pulling back 4 points today. You stay where the hot names are, right? I gave you all these names when no one even was talking about them. You want them again? You ready? Get your list out. Rigatoni, new highs. You got to be kidding me. Here's another one. Joby, Archer, Xena, Wolf, Clove, Rigatoni, Qbert, Qubits, Quantum. And for my next trick, I'm going to resurrect this piece of garbage, Sedge, one day. There you go. Threw a curveball in there for you. This one, Sedge. If this thing ever gets going above 1675, oh, they'll be screaming for their mothers. The shorts will be. Look at this piece of garbage. Oh, baby. If this ever comes out of the Andy Dufresne for real, oh, they're going to pay with their lives. It is a lot more fun being bullish. Trust me. I'm a new bull. Well, then again, I'm never really a bull. That's what keeps me focused. I think that's kind of why I'm angry also, because, man, I have lost so much money shorting stocks. It's not even freaking funny. It's no longer funny. It used to be kind of funny. Hey, remember when I used to short the market and get crushed? That's not funny. It's not funny at all. But what I have learned from getting my ass kicked is I'm not going to do that anymore, right? You want stocks to go up thousands and thousands and thousands of percent? I'm in. Let's go. Rigatoni to 40. Luna to 190, right? Come on. You want to run them there? I'm with you. No reason to fight it. No reason to fight the qubits. No reason to sell. I mean, if you don't understand, that was my last trade. As soon as I said, all right, let's put a stop on it, where does it go? It went right to the goddamn price. I mean, you guys witnessed it, right? That's the rigging right there. I don't know why that happens, but it does to me personally. I'm like, all right, cool. All right, we're going to let this one breathe. All right, let's put a stop at 851. Okay. Oh, 851? Okay, great. Let's go get his last 400 shares. Thank you. And then leave without him. It's amazing. Look at this thing go. You're sitting there at paper trading thinking you're good? Dave, get the hell out of here, Dave. It's over. It's over, Dave. It's over. You should have been putting some of these trades on in your own account, crushing the world, funding your own account. You don't need me. I'm holding you back, man. Just take out a loan, put your life savings in Lunar, and call me in 3 months, and we'll start doing some crazy shit together. Let's go. You guys are in the Friday calls on the stock right now, right? You didn't wait for me to buy the 1750 calls, did you? Stop it. By the way, I didn't think this day would be any good today. I got to tell you, but every one of these trades now is a triple and a quadruple. I'm talking about the options now. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about that for a second, right? So let's say you don't know what stock to do. You don't know what you're doing. You just got here. You're all freaked out because every stock that I just mentioned just rallied up 14 or 15%. That ain't nothing. I'm gonna give you the most in-depth, most amazing tutorial on how to trade options. You ready? You ready? At the money, weekly options. Boom. Class dismissed. Unless you're swing trading it or doing call spreads or you want to be an investor, then all you're doing is day trading the options, right? If you're only day trading options, what are you doing? You're going at the money, closest to expiration, because you want the option price to reflect what the stock is doing currently at the time that you're buying it, because you're a day trader. So with that in mind, you're not doing a March call spread to participate in this Lunar trade. You're buying tomorrow's 1750s on the break. Well, really 17s with a better choice, but there, you see how it is the same exact chart? Because it goes with the stock. So you've been buying, here's the dip, there's the rip. You've been buying for 50 cents. They're at $1.50 now, $1.80. It's 300% right here. And that's just one trade. Every single one of these stocks did the exact same thing. And every option now is up 300 to 400 to 500%. And that's just getting started. Right? We're ripping still. The rigatonis, right? 1250s were 40 cents. They're $1.80. Should I go on? The Lunar, the Cubits, the rigatonis, the Lunar new highs. The Lunar new highs. We've been talking about the stock for the entire day and yesterday and Friday, and it got bought on news, and you're still waiting to buy it? Don't be putting call spreads on. You don't want to cap your gain. The stock's going to 130. You don't want to cap it. You want to own it and run it to 130. You don't want to have to get called out at $24 a share. You're not putting on call spreads as a day trader. That's just for fun. And by the way, did you think the Qs were still going to not go up today? Did you really think the market's going to be down at some point? Really? People, the Lunar trade, the options are still relatively cheap. How do I know that? Because I know, right? Because the stock, that's why these stocks are so good. They were left for dead. So because they were dead for so long, some of the option prices still reflect the stock that the option prices are not anticipating 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 700% moves. That's why they're freaking cheap. That's why we went out and bought in the money options. And if you bought the 17s today, damn, son, welcome to trading. Does anybody think the Qs are not going green now? Right? Oh wait, did you forget about the Qs? Oh what? Oh wait, did you forget that we're inevitably going to be up on the Qs too today? Okay, so maybe you don't believe yet. But yeah, look, when you ash crack and break VWAP, there you go. There's your Q profitable trades, right? Now you got the shorts on the run. You already got the foe on the show. You just haven't really broed because the money's going into the rigatonis today and all that stuff. But you're not going to forget about the Qs, are you? Right? I won't be ignored, Dan. So now you take some of that money from the rigatonis and the Qubits and the Lunars, and you buy some options on the Qs right now. You still got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours, right? What time is it? It's only 10:30. So what are you buying? Let's see. I don't know how much you want to put on it. Let's take the $800 we made on the Qubits and buy $400 worth of QQQ calls, right? I don't know. Sound like a plan? Yeah, sounds like a plan to me. Because if it goes wrong, who cares? Because you're taking profits from the money you made. From the people that live there. You see the big size on the offer on 14? These are buyers at 14. You think the stock's not going to 100? You know, it was like a year ago when I talked about Lunar. If it ever breaks $10.35, buy it. You know why? Because that was the Kardashian top at the time. So then the Lunar trade, we only had a couple more prices after that because you came out of the Andy Dufresne. We started hitting all those vital prices, right? So now that you're in the upper range, right? The next price is, well, we got past the first one. We got past the 8. No, we didn't get to 1837. Oh, no, we got 1837, right? So now we're in that candle. Hang on a second. We've cleared every hurdle that there was to clear. So now we're in the double top candles, right? So 1969 today. I don't know, maybe. Looks like it's going to 1869 today. It's only $1. It's only 80 cents away from here. And what's going to happen at 1869? Sorry, 1969. Sorry, 1969. What's going to happen when it breaks through 1969, right? You think it's going to hit 1969 and just stop going up like a miracle? No. It's going to break 1869, 1969. It's going to get into this realm right there, which gets us to 2150. And then when it breaks 2150, all hell's going to, that's when it really gets started. At 2150, that's when it really gets started to 29. And if this stock breaks $29, it goes to $32, and then there ain't no stopping it. Because at $32, right? If this thing happens to go to $32, the next stop is 5150. Van Halen, baby. How about that very trade? Over $3 now. Wow! You know what? If every day was this as good as this, my nephew really won't be going to school. Too bad I had to send my son to school, right? He should have just dropped out and just hung with me for the last 6 months. Probably would have saved me out of that UVXY debacle. So my son would have probably reminded me not to go super leveraged on a trade like that. So anyway, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I do for a living. I know more about the market than anybody on earth because I've been sitting here in front of screens since inception. I am the original day trader. Google my name, Kenny Glick, day trading. I was on 2020, 60 Minutes, Nightline, ridiculing me. I got made fun of by Ted Koppel. They said, we don't know what we're doing. We're just a bunch of degenerate gamblers that just looks for the hot name at the time. Yeah, it's exactly what we do. And it works awesomely. 30 years later, Ted Koppel owes me an apology. I love when they make it sound like the market's not a gamble because you did some work and you use the word EBITDA in a sentence. EBITDA. Well, the EBITDA. Uh-huh. Yeah, the EBITDA, because that makes a lot of fucking sense to stocks like Rigatoni and Qbert and Lunar. There is no E, B, or I. It's just ta, tits and ass all the way to 1,000. Let's go. EBITDA. These companies don't make any money, nor will they ever make any money, and nobody cares. When they start caring about the money that they're making, that's when you sell the stock, because then you got Pfizer. You don't want your stock to be valued on fundamentals, because then it doesn't go anywhere, because then they have clear definition of what it should be worth, right? Is what money has, how much money they make divided by the earnings per blah, 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 blah. You don't want that shit. You want stocks that make no money, built on hype and freaking dreams, like Lunar. How about those Qs now? Oh, which ones do we buy? Yes, all of them. All of the Qs. Whichever one. So if you bought the Qs just now, what do you think we just bought? I don't know. We finally started talking about the Qs. What are you going to buy? At the money, calls. Here comes Sedge, right? It's one after another. The market's like a popularity contest. Ooh, pick me, pick me. First, they go with the popular kids, with the quantum stocks, the AI, the chips, right? And inevitably, ooh, pick me, pick me. All right, you nerd in the back, come on, join the team. There's the solar stocks, right? Right? And then you got the kids wearing the helmets who come off the small bus. Those are the weed stocks. No, leave those kids alone. They're fucking retarded. Oh my God, did he just say the R word? Yeah, I did. And small bus. You offended? You offended by my Sedge trade? I told you it was just a matter of time. My stocks are being accumulated, people. Right here. 1450 VWAP break. Gets you paid. How about those Qs now? How about those Qs now? Only down 60 cents. See what happens. 74 cups of coffee, man. I took my albuterol today. It's like a steroid. Gets me all jacked up. I think I left about 2.6 million on the table today. I came in with a plan. I was gonna buy 100 calls on the Lunar, and what did I do? I didn't buy any. I bought the stock, traded it like a schmuck. I come in with a lot of plans in the morning, man. Fucking $19 on Lunar. Cousin Rich is crying somewhere. Oh man, remember that day when it went from 15 to 11? Oh, I got my ass kicked. Did you? And by the way, everything about any one of these names now, I don't care if any of these stocks go to zero. We're sitting on profits on every single one of them now, right? If the Lunar trade turns into a freaking dud, which you can't now, obviously, if you're in $12 calls, But more importantly, let's say you bought the Sedge, right? Because I mentioned, hey, here's one that's not up yet. Let's buy it because it's ass cracking and VWAP breaking. That was at $14.48. Now it's at $15. That's a day trade and a profitable trade. I mean, this is the greatest trading market on earth. Look at SOUN, right? How many times do they try to crack you out of this name? And then it comes roaring back because all it's doing is pulling back to key levels, pre-market levels, holds it, breaks back above the multi-day. 1 minute, you buy it. Don't wait. This might go down in history as the #1 day of the year. I didn't think you would have this kind of a day. If Lunar gets to $20 today, I don't know what to tell you. That was my target for like next year. We're already here. I'm going to raise my target on Lunar. 600 a share now. Why not, right? By the way, if you bought the Sedge, I'm proud of you. That means you're paying attention. Maybe you didn't know what rigatoni was. Now you know. RGTI, rigatoni, qubits, QBTS. So if you don't know, my name's Kenny Glick, and 6 months ago I was talking about quantum stocks, and I was saying these stocks have been left for dead for some reason. Nobody cares about them, but they're kind of part of the AI. What's what was I talking about? What's the word I used? Not atmosphere. The AI, something as a bigger part of this. What was the word I used? Environment? No. Ecosystem? Ecosystem. That's the word I used. Hey, oh, look at you. You're right on there with me. Part of the same ecosystem. And I was wondering why these stocks were left for dead. And then suddenly Jen, she says, hey, that Qbert is waking up. And I was like, oh, it certainly is. Realm is a good word too. And it all started with this Qbert, right? And then Qbert into qubits. Then I was like, hey, I remember a couple of ones. How about rigatoni? And then I brought you the SIDU. I don't even know what this one is. Don't forget about RR. Yar. RR at $1. Because knowing how the market works is why we bought all of these stocks, because we know that they all run together. We used to call it basket trading back in the early 90s or late 90s. Basket trading. I think Kramer used to say pin action. Still same kind of thing. One thing leads to another, just like rum, right? Trump stock starts to wake up, you go get the rum. Here come the Qs. Here come the Qs. Here come the Qs. By the way, the 1750s that you bought for 50 cents now are at $1.75. Sick. All right, you guys are along the Qs, right? That's all we got left now. So what are we going? 531.50 and then 1,000 today. Qs, 1,000. But Kenny, that would mean they have to go up 100% from here. I don't think the market's ever doubled in a day. Well, it's going to do it today. So you better get in. By the way, if you think the Qs are going to 1,000 today, come here for a second. Well, actually, you come to my house because, I want some of what you're smoking. 530s. Anybody get the 529s? Yeah. Everybody in here has some of this lunar trade, right? It's just not just day one for the lunar trade. We've been in the name for now it's going to be like 3 months, right? Remember this all started with the 8-10 call spread? Remember the lunar trade into the earnings that we had? Remember? I know two people that remember. The Wizard remembers. Cousin Richie remembers when the stock opened up at 15. We were all patting ourselves on the back and it dropped 4 points right out of the open. Remember that? We were horrified. And then 3 days later, it came back and I was like, wow, that's impressive. Because usually when you have a blow off top earnings report, you have a hard time coming back. And then the stock even announced an offering and it was bought, people. It was bought. They've thrown more negative stuff at this lunar than most stocks, and it fights back every time. You know what that tells me? The stock's going to 130. And don't you be selling it, right? Now you can't sell it, right? You can't sell any more of this stock unless it gets to $20 today, because it's going to be $22.50 tomorrow, and then 30 on Friday morning, next Friday morning, and then 130 come Arbor Day. I don't even know when Arbor Day is, but it'll be there. $130. So we're talking about the minimum option trade today was 300%. And that's just buying at the money weekly options. So the only one left now is the QQQ. By the way, Vuzi's a $5 stock now. Are you serious? Are you serious right now? I mean, if your stock's not up 100% in the last 3 weeks, you got a loser. It's insane. You understand? Lunar's now up 100% in 5 days. It was $11 the other day. Come on. Oh, doing an offering. The company doesn't do anything. I love companies that don't do anything, that go up every day. My favorite stock. And they dipped it and ripped it today. You know a stock is good when they dip it and rip it. You got 2 faux show bros in 1 day on the stock. Right? So now if you're in it and you're just a day trader, I give you permission to lock this trade up right there. See that? See that triple top broke, came back, then it broke it, came back and tested it. That's the most important area of the entire day. So now if you want to put a stop on to lock up this trade, you do it right this second at 1885 and you say, Kenny, thank you. I wish I had met you last week. But you know what? You met me just in time. You bought the stock today. Maybe this is your first trade. And maybe you put 3,000 shares on and you just paid for the next 2 years of being with us in one morning. Not to mention the Qubits and the Rigatoni and the Qbert. And hopefully the Q trade works. Don't forget about Sedge. You made a little bit there, right? You still got the PRZO, right? You got the mob. Huh? And now if you want to sell the rest of this Lunar right here at 1885, be my guest. And there goes my cousin. Take care. All right, he's out. Now, if it pivots off 1885 and goes up 13 points, then you know for sure the world revolves around me, personally. I'd like to see it pull back a nice dollar so then we can start buying some more March options. And then there comes a point to the day, guy in the back, I'm talking to you. There comes a point where all these trades have happened, right? The loser trader starts trying to pick spots and you get grinded up and chopped up in the middle of the day because you feel left out. You got to be in them when it's the optimum time to be in them, which is near the open, on dips, faux show bro. In this case, even if you waited a nice, beautiful half an hour into the day, it gave you this wonderful setup under the VWAP, breaks the prior low, comes right back. That's the faux show bro. And look at the second move was better than the first because all the people that said finally, know why? Because the longs who finally bought it at 1780, they got stopped out, all pissed off, And then they're like, oh no, I got to buy this thing back. But more importantly, the shorters, morons that they are. I know I speak from the heart. Oh, this is it. This stock doesn't even do anything. I'm going to short it. Oh. And then it goes right back above where they shorted it. And then they have to readjust their entire life going, oh, I think I just made a very bad mistake. And they start covering right here. And then they start covering here near highs. And then it starts ripping. And now they're covering. And look how it stopped me out right there, because that's where stops go. You see how each time I put a stop on, it goes and gets my shares? Not a coincidence, because other people are doing exactly the same thing I'm doing. And the computers see us. Right? As soon as you let go of the button that you said, I will sell 200 shares at 1885, the powers that be, otherwise known as Citadel, who sell our orders so they could see all of these orders, and they're working in microseconds with the high-frequency computers. They see everything. That's why VWAP is the only way to go, because the computers are using VWAP to do their trading. So should you. And never sell, apparently. See? Every time you sell, it just goes higher. That's why you got to have a call spread on your other account that you're not touching. Look at this. Look at this. Just sold the day trade, right? And now it's at the high of the day. It's unbelievable, but it's not unbelievable because that's how it works. Look, all the way to $20 now. Unbelievable. That's why I'm never selling this freaking stock. That's why I'm in a 12.24 call spread, and now I bought $20 calls. Here's what's going to happen, and you'll probably see this tomorrow. Suddenly, the options chains are going to go to 36. They're going to add 12 more strikes to this thing because the market makers are going, oh, man, we got to start putting some more contracts out there before we get our asses kicked, because there's shorts out there. And again, most of the time, if you didn't know, most option trades, they're not for the degenerate gamblers like we are by buying calls and hoping the stock rips higher. A lot of options are made for hedging. People like to sell calls against the stocks that they own or for protection. So when you violate prices and you get through where there's no way to protect or hedge, that's when you start getting crazy. That's why Carvana was my favorite stock 2 years ago, because there were no options to protect the shorts. And you saw what happened there. And that's why this lunar trade, if there's ever been a trade or a setup like a Carvana, it's this stock, because that chart is real. It came out of a SPAC, and it really did go to 136. That's factored in. That's why the easy money definitely has been made. And the easy money was to get to the first ass crack. And we got there, obviously. Right? But that was just now the beginning. That was the $12 one. Then 12, there was nothing in between 12 and where we are to $18.37. 1837 gets you 1969. So today we're in these upper candles. You see this destruction on the way down. Now you have only these two candles. That's it. There's nothing on top. So once we get into through here, you're in this candle. See what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you hear what I'm saying? So once you get over this spot, you're in here. You're talking $25.80. And then what are you talking about? You're talking about 29. And then you're talking about the bottom of this candle, which is the bottom of that candle, which is $32.35. That's the easy target next. Yeah. There. $32.35. I don't care. That stock was $2 2 months ago. because nobody cares about those prices anymore. They care about this consolidation, which is what we cared about, and then this breakout. And now the next realm will hopefully consolidate above 15 and change, and then the next leg will be another 15 to 25 points higher, and then 1,000 points. And when the stock's at $940 and you're thinking, oh, wait a minute, is this the same stock we were in from 11? Yes. Yes. Then you're not selling any more of it. So there's a lot of valuable lessons that we learned from Lunar. And that's why if you stay focused on one or two names and conquer, then you take that education and you can extrapolate that and expand that to any stock. Because there's only a few things a stock could do. Faux show, bro, pull back, dip, rip, or rip and roll. Right? There's only a few things a stock could do. So if you conquer the stock on a daily basis, then you can take it to the next level, weeklies, monthlies, forever. That's why SOUN, right? This stock continues to try to go down, right? You see it almost every day. They really try to crush you, and then it keeps coming back. So you know that keeps happening. So you have to understand that this stock's under accumulation. Okay, bet. You understand now. SOUN's under accumulation. So tomorrow you come in, and when you see them faux showing it, breaking lows and then coming right back, that's the fake out, shakeout, and then it breaks back above the VWAP. Don't hesitate to buy it, even though you feel like you've missed a little bit. You haven't missed anything. Whew, bang. Cash. That's why the VWAP is so important, because it tells you that it's not over, Johnny. Right? Just because you missed a good entry doesn't mean, or like perfect entry, I should say, would be down here, coming off the low and then buying it right here. But 1994, why not buy it at 2060? Because once you see the fake out, shakeout underneath the VWAP, you quite often have another move higher, because that's when the algos kick in and the buyers love the VWAP break. And the shorts who use VWAP as they're out, they're covering there. And that's why it becomes a perfect storm. Over and over again. Same stocks, same trade. You see how fun it is, right? It almost becomes comical. Like, I can't believe it's the same day, right? It's not even 11 o'clock yet. Look at all, you had years worth of moves all in a day. I'm old. Some of you guys are older than me. Some of the guys are younger than me in here. There was a point where you never would see a stock up 10% in a day unless they had some sort of cancer breakthrough. Now you're seeing stocks doubling and tripling in a day all over the place. That's why when you start saying, hey, this stock's $17, you go to 30 today. It's hard to put your brain around that. Wait a minute. You think the stock's going to go up 60% today? Yeah, why not? Yeah, like Rumble. Who the hell knows what this thing's going to do? It keeps getting accumulated every day. It's takeover rumor on it every day. Trump's going to buy it out, blah, blah, blah. I don't think anybody cares that it was $5 the other day. It is what it is now, and it's going higher. Right? Look at it. It went to every price target we put on it. Right? Where do we say it was going to go back to? 1723. Why? Because that's where it was. If it was there once before and it starts getting momentum in that direction, you start to believe, just like Carvana. Nobody thought that stock was going back to 250, especially at $7.50 when I was talking about it. I told you 56 would be easy. 90 would be easy. Breaks 90, goes to 250. That's why anybody talking about Reddit, right? Somebody was talking about, hey, you think it's a good idea to short it? I'm like, are you nuts? The stock just broke 120. It's going to go to 180. Why? Because that's what stocks do. Right? You just consistently do what normally happens. VWAP will confirm or deny the trade, and you just stick with it. And then long-term options, longer term VWAP keeps you in the names. And then you got stocks like PayPal, which just, suck, but it's still in the uptrend. That was since we bought it. You're not getting 40% moves in PayPal. But stock's still in an uptrend, so we hang in there with it. This is what a typical stock does. Takes, it's a pretty freaking big percentage-wise for a big stock like this. But think about what Tesla did, right? Tesla has gone up $1 trillion in market cap in a month and a half. That should put everything in perspective from now on for all of eternity. If a stock like Tesla can move the market cap so immense, don't you think they can move these dog shit like $8 stocks to 50? Market cap's still insignificant compared to a Tesla. But going back to this PayPal, this is what you normally see. You break out of a range and you grind. So this is what, September 67, and now you're at 88. Typical. Pop, consolidate, pop, consolidate, pop, consolidate, pop, consolidate, all the while staying in the uptrend. But this is your typical formation, but then you get stocks like Lunar that they're not going to wait for you to make that decision. They consolidate and they break, but their breaks are 100% moves, which is a little amazing. So what do you think is going to happen next? They're going to consolidate and you're going to rip. And it's going to be fantastic. And then the higher the price goes of the stock, the easier it is to start having 12-point, 15-point days. An $8 stock going up 8 points is insane. But a $24 stock tacking on another 8's not so amazing. I mean, it is amazing, but it's not as incredible. And then a $48 stock going up 8 points is just typical. And the higher they go, the easier it is to go higher. Like rum, right? We were scared buying this stock the other day at $11. Like, oh my God, it was $2 the other day. Yeah. And now it's 16. So, again, for the next 73 hours or 87 hours, we should just continue to review mental stuff, right? The mental aspect of trading is what prevents people from getting involved in some of these names, even though here I am talking about how they're all about to go up another 600%. I'm a bear, right? That's why I know these stocks are going higher, because I know what the other side is doing. They're looking at these stocks as all jokes that are going to go to zero, and they're probably going to be right about 75% of them. But because they keep reloading on the shorts, those stocks can't go down. Because when they pull back and they turn around, the shorts are forced to start to cover. But the dumb shorts that they are, right? Stock goes to another level. They reload at that level, hoping to make the money on the pull on when it does fall. But then if it doesn't pull back, they just blast off to a whole nother realm. It's a fun battle. Remember when the Raiders played Tampa Bay in the Super Bowl? Chucky, right? He used to be the Raiders coach, and then he became Tampa Bay. And it was as if he had the Raiders playbook, and Tampa Bay beat the shit out of the Raiders that year. You know why? Because he did have the playbook from the other team, right? I have the playbook from what shorts are doing right now, because I used to play on that team. And they're losers. Trust me. They're all losers. I'm the biggest loser there is. So that's why I know more now than I ever have because I've been a victim to what we're witnessing, and I will never be a victim again. And one of these days, my bearishness will be confirmed. It ain't today. One of these days, these stocks are all going to gap up like 2 weeks ago. Remember 2 weeks ago? They were all gapped up in the morning. I was like, hey, let's take an opportunity to start selling these. And then they all broke VWAP, and they were amazing shorts. And there's going to be one day where that happens, and they're not going to come back. That day's not today. And that's why you're still long the Qs, right? Nobody's not long the Qs right now, right? Oh, but Kenny, it's taking so long. Is it? Is it taking so long? It's not even 11 o'clock yet. Did you start to factor in that we were going to be red today? You silly. Are you nuts? You don't go down. Not allowed to go down anymore. Market doesn't go down. Hey, but Kenny, the market went down on Wednesday. Did it? Yeah, it kind of did. And what's the first rule of trading? Shorting is short-lived, and you're going to die. Right? So everybody that thought Wednesday was some big event, right? Oh, that was just the thing that that says we're going to see more of that. No, we're not. You just saw generational lows on Wednesday. We might not have a sell-off now that of any magnitude to the month of April of 2025. Believe it. We have one sell-off like that, and then we go up usually for like 4 or 5 months, right? This is just day 3. How about that very now? Anybody in this goofy trade from $2? Remember, I was just throwing it out there the other day. I was like, this is the type of market where they run this worthless piece of shit up 400%. And here we are. It's $2. Right? I remember I used to sit here and go, why is it going up? Who cares? It is. Listen, I appreciate everybody that's sitting in the chat room listening to me rant about all this stuff because, man, this is valuable information. You know who's sick of all this stock talk? My wife, right? But she does say these gems of wisdom because she's had to suffer living with me her whole life, right? So when I used to come out of the room and she'd be like, oh, look at that dumb face you got on. Let me guess, some stock that you thought was going to go up, you bought it, you sold it, and it kept going up without you? Ooh, can you tell me that story again? And I'd be like, yo, shut up. And then she said very something smart to me one day. She's like, so you bought it, you sold it, and it keeps on going up. Do you think it's going to still go up now? Yeah. So why don't you buy it back? But I was just in it at $22. Now it's at $23.50. And do you still think it's going to 30? Yeah. Well, then buy it back. I'm like, damn, that makes a lot of sense. Stock doesn't remember that you just owned it an hour ago. Oh, look, Kenny's back. He's buying a stock 80 cents higher. Now we can't go up anymore. No. Just because you sold Lunar 3 weeks ago at $14, right, Cousin Richie? Doesn't mean it's still not going to 80. Buy it back. Don't sit here bitching and moaning. Yeah, but I just sold it. And? Buy it back, right? Well, what if it goes back down after I buy it back? Sell it, right? Sucks. It'll be a loss. But in this market, you buy it back. Let it beat you the second time and the third time. You got to buy it back. You got to buy it back. And that's a hard thing to do. That's why I'm here yelling at you to buy it back, right? That Lunar, the third move was better than the first two. I bet you're sitting here looking at the sedge, right? You haven't bought it yet, right? What are you waiting for? Setting it up, baby. Setting it up for you. Oh, SOUN. That was dying the other day, right? Oh, man, the trade was over. It went all the way back to 1665 it went to. Oh, boy. Now what happened? Oh, I don't know. Kenny, why come this is going up so much? Because it is. because people want to own it. Because they do that thing that nobody cares about that some people do. You know what this company does? No, nobody does. Nobody knows what they do. Does it matter? I think they do AI drive-thrus. So when you go to McDonald's, instead of talking to some guy that really doesn't want to be working, you'll have an AI guy. May I take your order? Yes. Thank you. Come again. SoundHound. They do drive-through AI voice-activated technology bullshit. I don't even know if that's a real story. I'm just making it up. But I heard that's what they do, right? I don't care. I know the chart looks like the stock's going to $40, so I'm involved, right? Right? The stock has already done everything that we thought it could. It was 93 cents, Kenny. You still like it here at 20? Certainly do. Certainly do like it at $24. You know why? Because every time it pulls back, it goes higher. Certainly like it still. Until it stops getting bought on the pullbacks, then I won't like it anymore. Right? Where's the stock going? 100. You know why? Because stocks that go from 93 cents to $24 that keep getting accumulated on the way up tend to go into the 30s. And if they go to the 30s, they go to 50, goes to 50, goes to 80, goes to 80, goes to 120. And if you just said, Kenny, do you really think the stock's going to 120? Why not? Why not? Haven't we seen enough Eli Lillies and worthless pieces of crap stocks go do that? Why not believe? It all starts with a buy. In the immortal words of somebody in this room one time, buy it and find out, right? I like that saying. Here, like Sedge. Oh, you didn't think it was going to work, did you? Yeah. Yeah, just a 1 minute multi-day VWAP reversal on a stock that I just told you is being accumulated. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's trading so hard. Oh, I better go back to school for this. So the school that you're in right now, if you haven't been aware to the symposium that you stumbled into this morning, I teach you how the market works. It's called market mechanics, how things work, or more importantly, what these companies do. Sorry, what they do is important because that's the sector. How much money they make is what I should say, because none of these companies make any money. They're all hemorrhaging cash. They're all on the verge of bankruptcy, and nobody cares. And I'm telling you, when they care is when you sell. And that was another lesson that I learned from my mentor back in the day. He's like, you don't want your stock to be Pfizer, where you can do the math and say, all right, this is what the stock, here's what they made, divided by the amount of shares out there. This is a fair value based on the industry at 18% multiples, blah, blah, blah. You don't want to be able to calculate your stock like that. You understand? You want it to be built on hype and dreams. Right? Nothing better than hype and dreams, baby. And that's why if these hype stocks and these dream stocks and all these moon stocks and these space rockets, robots trades all go horribly wrong now, we're sitting pretty. Right? Right? You guys are in the sound with me, right? We're way out there on the sound. Come on, we got Januaries, we got Marches, and we've used the profits from these lower price trades to make the money to buy these stocks. And by the way, I still like, obviously, SOUN, but here, look. We bought the March. Sorry, wrong contracts. Oh, I got sugar plum fairies in the head now. And by the way, for stock market trivia, what part did I play in the Nutcracker Suite? That's right. I was in the Nutcracker Suite. That's right. See, I went to school for singing and dancing. Suddenly I'm a VWAP trader stuck in front of a screen for 20 years. You guys remember We got to play a Kenny Glick trivia later. You're supposed to know these questions. What was I in the Nutcracker Suite? Come on, you know it. Anyway, SOUN. See how they made 30. This stock only had $24 calls, and now they have $39 calls. Because I'm sorry, we're in the Aprils. Oh my God, the April 20s are $8 now. What the? Oh my God. Yeah. Wow. It's just so sick where some of these options are now. We bought them. We bought it on the break, just here. Yeah, here you are, 285. We're in these things at 285, 3 1/4, 350, and $4. They're freaking $9 now. What do we do? You know, that's why the call spreads is the devil. I'm telling you, because now I can't even sell a lot of these things because I don't want to take the loss on the upper strikes that I sold. But you know what? If this thing goes to $32, I guess I should be happy. Yeah. Anyway, I'm in all these names. They're the best. Look at all these stocks. All right, you got one last chance to buy the Qs before they go green. You guys are long the Qs, right? You didn't wait to buy the options, right? Come on. You don't want to chase too much. No, I was pipsqueak. I had to wear tights and a diaper. All the girls love me. By the way, nobody gets into show business because they want to. It's always about the girls. Well, for me, it was. They thought I was cute wearing tights. I was like, yeah, I'm cute. Nothing better than hearing your name being screamed when you come on stage. Still the best feeling ever. All right, where the hell are we? I can't find my options now. Where are they? 529s. Come on. I gotta adjust these things right here. 529. 529. 529. These aren't the ones. Oh my God, look at this. We're taking off again. Shit. These rigatoni stocks ain't going away, man. Unbelievable. 529. What the hell's going on? Why I can't find my contract? Oh, here we go. Shit. And by the way, if you're not at least in the Sedge trade, come on. That was like an hour long in the making, that trade. Sedge, SEDG. Holy crap. SOUN just getting out of control now. I mean, that actually kind of caught me off guard. I didn't get to buy any more of it. Qs are now 6 cents away from green. Wow. This next push got to get us over the hump here. 89. Come on, 89. Oh my God. Got to get to 96 bid on the Qs, and we should be good. There's your 90, 92. We need 96. So tough 8 cents. My God. Man, that took a long time to get there. Shit. I mean, we still haven't actually got to the green. We're 6 cents away. So this last 20 cents has been a pain in the ass. I can't believe it's taken this long. I cannot believe we didn't hit 530 yet on the cues.
Like, wow.
All right. Well, I'm actually kind of I can't believe we're 2 cents away from going green. That sucked. What a tough. Oh man, that was insulting. I can't. I mean, wow. After qubits getting stopped out at 850 and having it blast off, but I had an offer out on to sell a couple of hundred Qs at 529.96. It got to 94. Wow. Oh, damn it. Usually get to break even. Oh, there goes another stock, one of ours, MobX, right? Just woke up a couple of days ago. This thing's still working. MobX. Hang on a second. It's not enough shares. But if that QQQ, if we just saw the highs of the day, guess what? Those option trades are going to not be good. That was a little disappointing. But on that note, I'm going to go get some breakfast. I got the Qs, I got the stock, and I got the options, and that's basically all I got left now, other than my swing trades with the lunar and the sound and rigatonis and qubits and all that wonderful stuff. But why is the stock on my menu? I don't know. Is this because the mob was working? What is MobX? Why do I have the stock on my radar? I don't even remember why at this point. I thought this was something else. Hey, by the way, SOUN, we're getting, not only is this a really big comeback, but we're now 40 cents away from all-time highs. I mean, I thought it looked like it might be over when it broke that 1785 the other day. And now 4 days later, nothing is over. Nothing is over until we decide it is. I don't know what I'm a little bit mortified now at this qubits trade. That was my first one of the day. Man, I mean, how am I not doing 50 grand days at this point? Where's Dave? Dave, we can't be messing around here. You can't be taking 12-cent profits on $9 stocks that going up $3. This is just insane. And I'll tell you, at some point this morning, I was like, all right, if we get a couple of VWAP breaks, the multi-days, that'll probably be where we do today. I thought, you'd have a little profit taking at prior day VWAP today, but nope, everything just blew up. Even this one, I mean, I know no one's trading the QMCO anymore, but damn, that's the king of now. They got the Ion Q and QMCO. There's ARQQ, which is interesting. I didn't look at this one enough yet, but it's a new addition to the quantum realm. Oh man, yeah, I don't know, man. It's just doesn't even matter at this point. I mean, all 30 of the stocks that we have come to trade, almost, there's not one red one. So ARQQ, PRZO, Xena, UMAC Mob, Lunar Sound, BBAI, QS, some of the lesser known MAI, MDAI, MYND, IonQ, QBTS, RGTI, QUBT, QMCO, ASTS, SERV, SCRV, RKLB, SIDU, RR, AI, RCAT, Joby, Bullfrog. Not one of our names is read. And if you added ENVX to the list last week, you know what I was saying? Hey, they just got bought on, the stock got bought on what was perceived as bad news. That's a sign where you want to buy. So you got a faux show bro the other day on the ENVX, which is good enough for me to want to buy something. And then it was going up on something that was perceived to be negative that morning, and then it went green. Look, you got 5 days of upside to it now. And this is also a heavily shorted stock, so when it gets going, people get excited. ENVX. Here's another dog shit stock that hasn't really made a comeback yet. NNOX. They tend to go together. All right, I gotta go apologize. I was planning on doing some more live shit on. I got my TikTok channel's kind of taken off now. Had 30,000 views on one of the videos. I don't know why, but made a lot of new friends. Well, the weather outside is frightful and something delightful. Stocks, when they try to go down, they don't ever go down. What have you been singing a song about it? Hey, how about those cues? For a second, I thought we were going to be in trouble there. No, I really did, actually. I thought those cues were going to be a little trouble there. Silly bastard that I am, thinking the cues could actually go down. Anyway, I'm long the stock. I will sell a couple of hundred if it gets to break even this time, but I'm not selling any more of it. But I don't know if you were paying attention to the other guy in the corner who just said you might want to buy the dip on the cues. See what he did there? Look at him. That guy knows what he's talking about. And if you haven't had my list of stocks yet, I'll tell them to you again. Ready? PayPal, Rambus. Those are my two long-term holds. Still like them both. Sedge, right? SEDG, ENVX. If you haven't added that one to the repertoire. You ready for the list? VUZI, I'm not interested in anymore because it's considering the stock's up now 300% for the month. VUZI, SMR. I still kind of like Lyft going into 2025 down here. Obviously, Humana with a 20-point pop from last week. How you doing? We bought some at 347 and at 335, and now the stock's back to 257. I meant to say. Still like my Clove getting bought down right there under $3. This NU stock, I still kind of dig it. Summit still hanging in there. Never broke down under 15. Still kind of like Summit for 2025. SMMT. Obviously, Palantir, we all own it, and don't anybody ever sell it unless it breaks 67.50. I'm going to keep Jumama on the list, JMIA, for next year. Some of those closet IPOs, still like the Viking going to 50, VIK. Some other IPOs. And VTS put up a fight. I'm going to keep it on the list. And then, of course, if you don't have my quantum rockets race space robots trades, ready? I'm going to put them up on the screen. Make sure you write these down right here. This whole list. The top ones are these are QQQ stocks. But quantum space, the list goes down to basically Bullfrog, BFRG, every one of these stocks is in play almost every day. In play means lots of volume, liquid stocks, and they move. Day traders, perfect scenario. And if anybody's in the mob, I sold it when it broke 333 on the way down. Stock's at 420 right now, laughing at me, literally laughing at me. Stock's up close to 30 freaking percent since I sold my last lot. This is the kind of market we're in right now. You make one mistake, you're leaving 50%, 100% on the table on stock. These are not options. These are stocks going up hundreds of percent. So I'm upset that they stopped talking about drones in New Jersey because that's what got me started on these trades. So if you don't know about the mob is an Israeli drone company. So they say. I don't know if it is a drone company or not because I'm not sure if any of these companies really exist. I'm not even joking around about that. But as long as there's enough catalysts to get things going, this stock we got in because it was coming out of the Andy Dufresne. Little Kardashian bottom there at 130. And then we said if it gets over 158, then you got a shot for it to go to 271. 271 gets you back to the Kardashian top, which was the 333. That's right here. But now above 333, there was only one or two candles to be worried about. And that's where you are now. So 333 is getting you here. That's the 475. 475, then all hell's breaking loose. You see what I'm doing there, right? Usually you're like, oh my God, this stock was 14 cents the other day. Now it's at $4. I got to sell it. No, not in this market. You buy more. See, the old way of thinking doesn't work anymore. You take profits on some, but then you got to hold on to the next 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 7 to 1,000%. That's how things are working. Like I say, the first double's the easy part. The second double get people's excited. Then you look for the doubles and the triple after that. So basically you're talking like 8-fold off lows. And that's where most of these stocks are, about 800%, 900%, 1,000% off lows. And they're only getting started. Hey, by the way, there's we have like an 8-step process here. It's an exaggeration. It's like a 3-step process to get access to this chat room. And I wanted to do like a free session tomorrow. I might do it in the old room. You guys all have the link in case they can't figure out how to, instantaneously open the room. You guys have the link to the secret lair, right? Oh, excuse me. Anyway, mob. So yeah, I'm gonna tell you something also. If you haven't been in the stock from $1 or whatever, maybe you bought it the other day at $2, maybe you're in from $3 and now it's at 420. I'm not joking. If it breaks through that one last level, there's nothing to prevent it from going back to all-time highs. And the symmetry on the stock is frightening because 333 was the recent high, 666 was all-time high. That's some crazy, weird symmetry. Plus, it's 666, the sign of the devil. If this stock breaks 666, it's all-time highs. And that's when it really gets going. Because that's when people start seeing it on all-time line lists. Like, hey, what's this stock? Oh, look, they make drones. Oh, Israel. Oh, I like Israel. They know how to blow shit up. They make good drones. Let's buy the stock. And next thing you know, it goes to 750. The stock breaks 750, it goes to 10. Once it goes to 10, that's when new players say, hey, what's this thing? Oh, my God, it was 71 cents. Oh, it doesn't matter now. I'm buying it here at 10. And 10 gets you 12.50, and 12.50 gets you 15, and 15 gets you 17.50. And next thing you know, you're looking at a $90 stock that started at 71 cents because that's the market we're in right now. That's why I keep pointing you in the direction of these dog shit stocks that make comebacks like ENVX. You even know what ENVX does? I'll tell you. They make a battery that nobody wants, but there's a rumor that Tesla might use their technology, and that rumor is three years old now. So every time the stock moves, you got to think, oh, maybe Elon Musk is finally buying the stock. but it is trying to come out of this bottom range. Anyway, there's so many good stocks. They're all the same chart. And there's your cues. There it is. See? It had to give you a little moment of doubt. There you go. And we're green across the board, ladies and gentlemen.
And now you understand. The market never goes down, people. It never goes down. Ever.
All right, that's my time. All right, we got green across the board. That's why we came in. That's why we were here, right? All those other trades were meaningless, right? Compared to buying the diamonds, the SPY, and the Qs. Oh, wait. Were you not buying the market this morning at the open? Assuming it was going to go green with me? Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. All right. Well, you're green across the board. My job here is done. Don't sell. Because you know what's going to happen tomorrow, kids? We're going to go up again. And all the stocks you're looking at today are going to be up another 12%, maybe 50% to 100%. So hang in there with your Lunars and your Sounds and your Rigatonis and your Q-Berts. Give yourself a little bit of room if you want to get stopped out. Don't sell them all. They're all going to be up again tomorrow. And you know what's going to happen on Monday? They're all going to be up on Monday as well. And then Tuesday also. And then next week and the week after that, all the way to end of March, possibly the first week of May. And a lot of these stocks are going to be up another 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to maybe 1,000%. Not joking. One of these stocks is going parabolic. I think it's going to be Lunar. I think we're going to see $100 on the stock. No joke. SOUN, easy $50. Easy. And if you're in stocks like RR, why would you sell it? Right? You sell some. Look at this thing. Right? Where you going? You're going to $4. There's nothing anybody can do about it. Can't do anything about it. Just wait. Right? And then once it breaks 4, what's it going to do? Go to 6. And then it's going to go to 541. Sorry, 541. So why would you sell it? You wouldn't. You would sell some. Because now if it breaks back down and starts to go back down and you get stopped out, at least you made something. And now your calls are rocking on the Qs. Come on. Did you think we were going to lose money on this trade in a bull market in December? Did you? When it broke value, you thought we were going to lose on this trade, didn't you? You bought them way back here at $1. What'd you buy them at? $1.09. Oh, yeah. You thought. You did. Oh, this time Kenny's going to get this one. Oh, we ain't going green today. Oh, market, economic, whatever reason you gave, right? Yeah. My favorite one is geopolitical concerns. Geopolitical concerns. Yeah, that's going to make the market go down. You guys remember that night where Iran and Israel were shooting nuclear warheads at each other? And we barely were even gapped down the next day, and then we wound up rallying. Yeah, nobody gives a shit about geopolitical concerns. Light them up. War. It's fantastic. Q's new highs. So now here's the one trade that for a second you thought this would be the one loss of the day. You couldn't even lose on this trade, right? You see? So 5 months from now, when the market actually goes down again, right? And the UVXY starts to rally for 3 days, and you're like, what the hell is going on here? Why is UVXY up above 30? You just say that. Then the next part of that sentence is, okay, great. Now I got to go call the bank to borrow $310,000 to short 10,000 shares of UVXY because it's going to go back to 18 and the market's never going down, ever. Right? All the way May. So we sold off in August. What did we do? We went up for the rest of August, all of September, all of October, all of November, all of December except for Wednesday, right? So we sold off on Wednesday. So now what are we going to do? We're going to go up all of January, all of February, all of March, and most of most of no, not most of April, but April will have a hard time. But I'll be all right because by April the Qs will probably be 670. I don't think anybody's going to be too concerned when we're selling Lunar at $314 a share. Right? Don't sell any more of these stocks, man. So how do you own these stocks? Yeah, you know what I would do? This is what I'm going to do. I'm in a $15 call on SOUN. It's a lot, right? The 15s. I got 8 points of intrinsic value. That's a lot. So now instead of being exposed to that type of risk, I could sell these, right? SOUN, April 15s. I don't want to sit here with $11 of premium. Go out there and I could buy myself a 25, which are a ripoff. So I don't even like those. Yeah, these are too jacked. I'm gonna let those go. I might as well just go short term then. But you understand what I'm saying? You don't want to. You want to roll into the higher strikes. So when the stock does fall, you're not exposed to that much. You understand what I'm saying? If you have a 12, sell it. You got a 15, sell it. You should be looking at 20s now. That's why with the sound, it's crazy not to have the call spread on. I'll admit this one I got to have a spread on because the options are so jacked. I mean, they're giving me $4.65. You know what? Let's do this trade right now together. I hate call spreads, but this one is so outrageously priced that it does make sense. So if you're buying a $20 call, right? You're going all the way to April. You're paying $9, right? But you're really just paying $5 because you're buying it in the money. So to get the premium back for what you're paying. So if you're buying these 20s at $9, which is it is what it is. It's the least expensive way to own the stock for the next 112 days. 9. But then they're giving you half your money up front. It's too good. It's too good. So you're doing 20, 39 call spreads. Why not? So you're paying 9, right? But really you're only paying 4 because it's 4 points in the money. You're paying 5. So why not just take in the 5 immediately on the 39? Stock goes to $39, which is probably what's going to be, or 100. And this is why the call spreads are not good, right? So let's say you paid 9 for the 20s. So your cost average is $29. You sell these other ones for 4 or 5. Stock goes to 39, right? You own a $20 call at 9. That's now going to be worth what? $19. And you also take in the premium from the $39 call. You should be happy. The only reason you're not going to be happy, the stock could be $169 at that time. And you have to sell at 39. That's why the call spreads, even when they work, they're not usually good. Unless for some reason the stock closes at $39 on September 17th, 2025. And to get it that perfect, nobody can do that. It's impossible. But mathematically, the call spreads they're good because they're limiting your risk. And it's a pretty damn good gain. And Mob's at 440 now. Are you kidding me? Damn. Hey, by the way, let me just show you something else. I look at a lot of stocks each day. I pick 3. What movie? You should know that one. So yeah, check this out. Each day I'm looking at this, right? Bang, bunch of that. I got 2 screens full of watch lists, right? I alter them all the time because I know what stocks to look at. At any given time, I'm looking at a whole world of things. But one thing's for sure, you don't have to. You just got to stay focused on what we've isolated to be stocks under accumulation. Stocks under accumulation quite often see the dips and the rips, and you witnessed it perfectly today. Hey, by the way, it's okay to admit that you thought the market actually might not go up today. It's okay. It's okay. Everybody does. It took me a while to realize the market never goes down, even though my dad has been telling me that since I was in the 5th grade. Market never goes down, ever. It just pauses for sometimes a little bit longer than others. Inevitably, it goes up. And that's why I want to just say this before I go get breakfast. A lot of these stocks that we're trading, we're having a lot of fun with now, half of them are going to be zero. All right. So, for instance, if you're trading PayPal, let's say today, and you buy 300 shares, and you say, all right, I'm going to buy 300 shares of PayPal. I'm going to put my stop on it. All right. If it pulls back to the VWAP, I'm going to sell, which is actually what you should be doing right here, Matt. Just giving an example. You're buying PayPal. You got a stop on it, and then you forget. Let's say you bought 300 shares. You only put a stop on for 2. You come back in the room. You're like, what the fudge? What happened to PayPal? Why is it down $1? This sucks. I guess my stop didn't get executed. And then you're sitting there with 200 shares of PayPal. You want to hold those 200 shares of PayPal overnight that went against you? Chances are you'll be all right, either tomorrow or the next day or the next day. There's going to be a day where you're in these qubits and qberts, right? And you're going to be in the stock and, you're up here and you're buying more, and then it rips down and you get stopped out of some. And next thing you know, you forgot to sell the rest and it's getting worse. Sell it. Because when these stocks roll over and die, I'm thinking half of them go back to zero. Because none of these companies really do anything. Not even SOUN or Lunar. They're all great right now because everybody wants them. But man, when they turn, there's going to be a mass exodus, and they're not going to come back, if not for years, maybe ever. And that's what's so great about a market that perpetually goes up. Like rigatoni was forgotten about. I mean, how did I know about this stock? I'll tell you how I knew. Back here in 2023, right? You don't remember. Maybe you do. Remember this? 2021. Remember SPACs? This was exciting for a moment, and then it crashed. And it had several pump and dumps on its way to zero. So here we are again. It's just a bigger pump this time. Doesn't mean it's not going to roll over and go back to 36 cents. It does feel a little bit different, but you got to keep in the back of your mind that whenever you say this time is different, it's never different. This stock is still a penny stock. It's just masquerading at 1443 right now. Don't have any illusions or delusions or confusions. 9 out of 10 of these stocks are going to be at zero. Right? Don't forget. Don't let them go against you without dumping them. Don't be like, oh, well, I should have sold them yesterday. I'm going to hang on to them. All right, let's see what happens tomorrow. Now, there's no let's seeing what happens when these roll over and they start to get smoked. But right now, the rollovers are getting bought. The pullbacks are being bought, and you're breaking new highs. That basically is an uptrend. So there's your SOUN. Every time it's tried to, here's a 50% move, consolidated, broke out. 50% move, pulled back 20, 30%. Rallies for another hunch. What does it do? Pulls back about 20, 30%. Rallies for another 40%, pulls back 20%. That's what this thing does. So now you rallied from 17 to 24. You pulled back to test that $17 average price, and they like it. So now that the stock's going to break out, where do you think it's going? 25, 27.50, then 30, then 50, then 80, then 120. You just have to adjust your risk when it gets up there. like it is now. And this is where if you had short dated in the money calls, you're rolling them into the higher strikes. For me, I can't really do much because I'm so deep in the money. But I also have the Januaries, which I think everybody's in, right? We went January, what was it, the 17th, 30s? Sorry, 20s. Those are looking pretty good now, huh? Wow. We just bought these. Yeah, we bought these at $3. Look at it. They're already up 100%. So sick. It's like if you're not making 100% right now on every trade you do, it's like you're doing something wrong, which is just ridiculous to even say out loud. So amazing. What a market. It's like if your stock doesn't double, you're a loser. It really is so funny. Hey, my stock's up 80% this year. Loser. And you see how you're not even pulling back? These stocks are making monstrous moves. They're not even pullbacks. They're pauses and consolidations. We're not even pulling back. Like this, like Lunar, right? You call this a pullback? Don't call it a pullback. What's it doing? It's just consolidating at these higher level. Let me see when it's under VWAP. Then it'll be a different story. Above VWAP, all this is consolidation. By the way, Q's new highs. Don't sell because we're going to rally now for the next 4 hours, right to 4 p.m., right to 8 p.m., and the overnight. There is zero reason to sell now unless the Qs are breaking VWAP. So now you're set for the day, right? You take something off the table, you let the 529s run a little bit here, right? If you're in the stock, I just sold the stock. All I got left is the 529s. And now we should be good for the rest of the day, if not the rest of the year, if not the rest of your goddamn life. As we just saw generational lows being put in last Wednesday. And now we're going to rally probably for the next 18 months to 3.5 years from Wednesday. Because every sell-off begets a new bull market. And it's fantastic, right? The market never goes down. People still want to doubt me, right? Yeah. Let me know. Let me know when it goes down and stays down. I'm going to say 2028. We're going to have a sick down year. It's going to be crazy. 2028. When the Qs hit 989, we're going to have an 89-point sell-off, and it's going to be nuts. And then we're going to rally, for the next 5.5 years after that. So it won't really be that big. But, 539, 29, 529, 529, 529 going once, 529 going twice. 529s. Come on, 529, 529. It's not even that good of a trade. I don't know where you guys bought them. I bought them at $1.20. A little bit late, I guess. Yeah. You know what? Want to see them really rip? I'll put a stop on them. Yeah, I'll put a stop at $1.50. I guarantee you that I'll get done at $1.50, and these will be at $15 by the end of the day.
QS, there's another one. Yeah, quantum space. They have space and quantum in the name. Now you're thinking, Jennifer. Now you're thinking. That'll be the name of my new video on TikTok. If you're not following me, I don't even know what my TikTok address is, but hang on a second. If you're not following me on TikTok, it's the best minute you'll spend ever. Hey, if you're taping this, by the way, this stuff's being broadcast on YouTube right now. Record this show. I can't do anything. This should be recorded and played for people to learn how awesome I am. This is it. This is it. This is the shiznit. This is the sweet spot. Everything I said happened today, and you're still along the cues, right? I'll try to keep it short and sweet. Listen, I'm sorry I didn't get on these videos a little bit earlier. What up, TikTok? I thought today might be a little slow and boring. I think tomorrow might be a little slow and boring, but apparently we don't get slow and boring anymore. Today's now, we're crossing into the realm of top 20 days of the year, considering all the names that we're in are rocking. The Sound, the Lunar, the Quantum Stock, same day. Bought the Qs at the open, assuming we're going to go up because the market never goes down. You guys are catching on now? All right, here's what I need you to do. If you haven't emailed me yet, I want you to go Kenny at hitthebid.tv. Kenny at hitthebid.tv. That way, the guys that run my firm, my website will immediately send you a link to get in tomorrow. But if you send something to me directly to Kenny Glick at AOL, I'll try my best to get something to you. I'll try to keep it short. Listen, I'm sorry I didn't get on these videos a little bit earlier. I'll try to keep it short. Listen, I'm sorry I didn't get on these videos a little bit earlier. What up, TikTok? I'll try to keep it short. Listen, I'm sorry I didn't get on these videos a little bit earlier. What up, TikTok? You guys understand now? You get it yet? You know how we're never going down ever again? Yeah, you see how the market, you just give the market. So, all right, if you came in and you had some disbelief today, right? Just let the market prove it to you, right? And how do you let the market prove it to you? VWAP, right? As soon as the Qs broke over VWAP, you had to say, all right, well, I guess that's not happening anymore. I guess we're never going down. And then it ass cracks and VWAP breaks. Look at even Nookie's moving. You did it all for the Nookie. Are you serious? How does this stock keep waking up? You guys know about Nookie? N-U-K-K? I don't get it either. But you know what? Stock keeps rocking. Just bought it $39.50. It's so stupid. All right, I quit. I just mentioned a stock now, and it goes up 20%. Watch it now double. It'll go to $80 now just because I said it out loud. I mean, this is the market we're in. But listen, if you're in some of these stocks with me, right? RR is getting kind of ridiculous, but you're in a Kardashian breakout. You've already held VWAP once, twice. You've faux show broed 3 different times on one stock. Now you just raise your stop to the breakout price at 260. Hang in there.
You're on the website. You're already here. If you're a member, you don't do much. I'm going to be broadcasting here. This was just in case. You mean the secret lair link? This link? Pro Trading Room? Oh no, TikTok. I'm just I'm Hit the Bid Radio. Oh, let me make sure I don't even know what I named my TikTok channel. I just formed it one night. What did I name it? I think I named it after my dog at one point. I don't know. Hold on. Oh, I am Hit the Bid Radio. Yeah, it's a picture of my dog. Hit the Bid Radio. Oh, I almost have 1,000 followers. I had 23 followers the other day. I'm up to 813. Wow. So listen, if you went with the QQQ trade as the only one you took today, congratulations. Now it's working as well, right? That was the only trade that wasn't working. So even if you chased it with me, I'm in the last one in. I bought 120. Should have been buying them at 60. I paid up 100%. Well, 60 you weren't really buying, but should have been buying them at 70, 75. Anyway, just sold a few contracts because I'm not going to not sell because I have to. Got back to the price that they came from, 185. And by the way, this is the same prices as the last time we bought these damn things. Remember we bought the 516s for 90 cents, sold them at 180. It was the worst trade of the year when they went to 570, 820, and then $19 by the end of the day. Oh man, that hurt. Holy shit! What happened? I don't know. Somebody just shorted Lunar. Q's new highs. You see now? You see what you're seeing here? Now you're seeing the transition. Yeah, the transition. So now the Qs, which were being used as the piggy bank or the ATM machine, people are cashing out of the Qs this morning to buy the quantum stocks and the Lunars and the Sounds. Now you're seeing some profit taking in those names, and the money's coming back into the Qs. Because not only does the market never go down, it never goes down. The money just rotates from place to place to place to place. In 2 weeks, they'll be rotating all this money into the banks. And we'll see if they hold their gaps on their blowout earnings reports, because all the banks are going to blow out numbers. All of them. Goldman Sachs is going to report record-breaking everything. JP Morgan as well. They're going to have massive numbers. And then we'll see if they start to sell the stocks off. If they sell the gaps, then we're hitting a little bit of a short-term top. If the gaps hold, we're going to lift off to another 12.5%, 15% rally. And by the way, I bought one share of Nookie just to see if I would lose money on this trade. No, can't lose. Can't lose. Oh my God. Even this dumb stock, I don't want to rule, you don't want to start trading NUKK as your last trade of the day. But if I would have seen it doing this 1 minute multi-day VWAP reversal,
I would have bought it. I just bought it at $39.50 just to see what would happen. Of course, it goes right to $41. Of course, it does. Q's new highs.
All right. So listen, I'm going to have to talk for more than 30 seconds or 60 seconds. All right. I know long form videos is not what TikTok is all about, but I want to do a long form video here. Let me just explain. These things, when I go on TikTok, it's usually after the fact. But a lot of the stocks I'm talking about are the same stocks I've been talking about for the last 2 months. I gave you the names. And I'm hoping that you're saying, oh, here's the guy that told me to buy RR at $1.25. He said it was going to go to 260. Now it's at 280. Hey, there's the guy that told me about this lunar trade at 11. He said it was going to go to 17, and now it's at 20. He told me about this SOUN at 985, and he said it was going to go to $25, and now it's at $25. That's what I want you to be saying to yourself right now. Not saying, oh, I really wish I would have known about these stocks. You did. You knew about all of these stocks. And I've been saying the same shit when I'm sitting on my couch, when I'm doing the video, when I'm sitting at the chair, or whatever I'm doing. What do I keep telling you? Nobody gives a shit about anything. We're in a bull market, a perpetual bull market from hell. Now that we sold off in August and crashed in August, they manufactured a crash, right, in August. And what was it? You even remember? It was the yen carry trade. Nobody even knows what that means. And nobody cared. 3 days later, they spiked the volatility up to a point where they crushed me on some UVXY. Different story for a different day. But also on that day, I said, all right, new bull market just began. See, that's where people make the mistake. They see a market going down, and they look at it as, oh, things are going to get worse. No, the worst is already over. August 5th and 6th and 7th, whatever those days were, they've come and they went. Now that was your chance to buy. Fast forward to last Wednesday, right? We've been in the market. Nobody gives a shit. 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 And remember, nobody really gives a shit about anything. Because if you think about it, the premise when they started raising interest rates, that was, oh no, if they raise interest rates, the market's going to have a lot of trouble. If they raise interest rates, all these companies with their research and development and their tech stocks and all their investments are going to be under more scrutiny. They're going to have to refinance. Oh my God, if they raise interest rates, the whole market's going to crash and tech stocks are going to be doomed forever. Completely wrong. And then they said a recession was going to come, and that was the blah, 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 and the raising of the interest rates. That was going to make it worse than it was going to already be. Oh, my God, the housing crisis. And then the housing crisis and the banking crisis. Remember the banking crisis that was supposed to happen because of Sam Bankman-Fried, or whatever that dude's name was? Remember cryptocurrency was over because of that one guy? Did that some shady shit with his website, FX or whatever? Who fucking cares, right? Because nobody cares. So you fast forward to today, right? Where Wednesday we had a sell-off. Remember Wednesday? Oh, I guess they care today. Yeah, they cared about what? Nothing. Nobody gave a shit. That was algorithmic selling. So the computers don't know, right? But let me put it in perspective. Geopolitical concerns, right? That used to be something I was concerned about. Saber rattling. Uprisings, terrorism. I don't care about that anymore because the market told me not to care about it 3 months ago. Remember when Israel and Iran, that's where World War III is going to start, with Israel and Iran. That's where it's going to start. World War is not going to start with us fighting amongst ourselves in America. It's going to start over there, right? And I was sitting there going, oh, shit. This might be the beginning of World War III. Man, I'm glad I don't own stocks right now. I might have to go short something. And they were lobbing missiles at each other, ballistic this, Iron Dome that, fucking people scattering around in the news. We're all going to fucking die. The market barely opened up red the next day, and we rallied every goddamn day for weeks after that moment. And that was the moment I'm like, well, I guess the market doesn't really give a shit about war. And if you think about it, war is bullish. War is fantastic because we got to build shit. We're going to blow shit up and then rebuild it. The reconstruction rally. Market doesn't care. So right now, what does the market care about? Right, nothing. Because everybody wants in. And every dog shit stock that you could think of is going up. Because every dog shit stock that was forgotten about is now in play. Oh, remember that dog shit stock? Oh my God, it's moving. Let's go buy that one. Oh, look over there. Let's buy that one. Hey, over there. Let's go get this one over there. Oh man, look at that one. Hey, I get that one. Oh, hey, look, that one's moving over there. And that one's moving over there. Hey, but this stock's up 300% in the last 2 weeks. Don't you think it's kind of getting a little bit overdone? No, because everybody wants it. Nobody gives a shit. The stock was 50 cents. Now it's $5. Oh, it's up 1,000%. Maybe I should sell some. Why? It's going up another 1,000 from here. And that's why the market feeds on itself and crushes the doubters. But more importantly, the reason I'm good at what I do now is I used to be the other side. I used to be the shorter looking at these stocks that were 30 cents that are trading at $9. And I'd be thinking, all right, I got to bet against these things. No, not anymore. $9. Oh, the stock's up 3,000% for the month? That's just getting started. Woo! Woo! Irrational exuberance is where you want to be. Irrational exuberance works. Irrational exuberance works. And when you know what you're doing, like me and my crew, and we just trade algorithmically around VWAP and price, when the market actually does sell off, right, you're going to be out of these stocks and crush them on the way down. Send me an email. So if you didn't send me an email yet, you could go kenny@hitthebid.tv. It's the secret double probation email address. That'll go right to the powers that run my website. I'm just the main trader on the website. I have other people run the site for me now. I'm fancy. So kenny@hitthebid.tv goes to them. They'll set you up with the password for tomorrow and Monday and Tuesday. If you don't get it, you can always go kennyglick@AOL.com. I'll figure out a way to get you in. Whatever it is, make sure for 2025, Kenny Glick is part of your life. Because I'm telling you something now. We're having a shit ton of fun with the market never going down and all. When it does go down, this is the face you're going to want to be with. Because I'm going to crush all these fucking Johnny-come-lately motherfuckers. And I'm going to end them. And we're going to end these fucking stocks. Because you're right. These $2 stocks that are masquerading in the 20s, they're probably all going back to fucking zero. But right now, don't get in the way. You guys are still long the queues, right? You motherfucker. I will end you. I'm sorry I didn't get on these videos a little bit early. Hey, what up, TikTok? Oh, Kenny, the queues. Oh, the queues, Kenny. Oh, look, the Dow Jones. Oh, well. I thought you said the market was going to be up today. What did I say? 531.33. Why? Because that's where it broke down from this morning. I'm sorry, 23. We just hit it. Now 88. And now your watch is over. You see that? You see how the market's rigged? That's why I knew we were going back to that certain price. And by the way, if you're in the nookie with more than one share, congratulations. I mean, the stocks are stupid. Let me just remind you one more time. Don't go trading stocks you don't know a little bit about. And I'm not talking about what they do. I'm talking about how they move. You see this nookie? This is not a typical $42 stock.
Typical $42 stocks don't move $3 on 400 shares going in. The stock just ticked up 3 points on basically maybe 11,000 shares trading. That's a thin stock. Also means that if 11,000 shares starts hitting the bid, this thing will drop 7 points and crush you. But once you understand the market mechanics and can take this type of risk in your life, you know that multi-day VWAP breaks when stocks go green is called a 1 minute multi-day VWAP reversal. And this trade continues to work at a just amazing clip. It's phenomenal. And by the way, did I tell you, as soon as I sell my QQQ stock at 529.96, that's when the real move will happen. See what I did for you there? Dave, you understand if you're out there still? I don't need you to be buying stock. I don't need you to be putting 12-cent stops on a $9 stock. I need you to be buying hundreds of contracts. I need you to be buying the 529s with a 100 lot. I need you to be in the Lunar 1750s with a 100 lot. This is a $250,000 day on a day where it's normally kind of boring. We had quadruples, septuples, 20 baggers, 30 baggers, 100 baggers. You got to be playing the options simultaneously if you're trading. So before I go eat some breakfast for a minute, let me give you that options lesson one more time. You, guy in the back, pay attention to what I'm saying. It's not very difficult. Let me say it to you one more time. Unless it's a call spread on a swing trade, you're buying at the money calls with the closest to expiration, because all you're doing is trading the stock in lieu of the stock. You trade the option in lieu of the stock. So you want to trade the option that moves just like the stock. And which one is that? That's the at the money closest to expiration. You understand what I'm saying? Right? So Lunar, right? So if you were buying Lunar stock, you're buying the stock here at 1685, right? So if you're ready to buy the stock at 1685, what are you going to do? You're going to buy the 1650 call, the 17 call, or possibly the 1750. And everything on top of that's kind of like a little bit further away. Those are the lotto plays. But look at this. I have that card. 86 Fleer. 86 Fleer set. That was a good set. That was Conseco rookie card. And you know who else was a rookie that year? Paul O'Neill. And if you could tell me who the two players were on the Paul O'Neill rookie card right now without looking it up, I'll give you a gift card. Name that player. In 1986, Paul O'Neill rookie card. Next to him was very close, but Barry Bonds was a rookie at the same time. Nope. Strawberry was in 1984. McGuire was 85. McGuire was 85 tops and then reissued 87 tops. McGuire's Fleer rookie card was actually 87. Sorry, 88. No, the Paul O'Neill rookie card had a player named Cal Daniels on the team. Yes. They were both really, really good at one point. Well, I love Paul. Paul O'Neill was my favorite baseball player all the time. Cal Daniels is actually pretty damn good. That card was worth, about $15 at one point. And now nobody cares. Ozzie Smith, 78 tops. You can't stump me. Cal Daniels. Yeah. You remember Cal Daniels? Guy was like an all-star for a couple of years. Yes. You name a player, I'll tell you what year the rookie card was. I remember when Ozzie Smith rookie card was one of the top cards in my collection. 82 tops. Cal Ripken, 82 tops. With who else is on that card? That was a three-player card. Sosa, 88 Donruss. By the way, that card's worthless now. There was so many made. Yeah, they crooked it. Ooh, Raleigh Fingers. Oh, wait a second. That's a good one. I got to think for a second. I got to picture it in my head. And then I'll remember because I have it. I think that's wait for it. Either 68 or 69. Hang on. I gotta picture it in my head because I got the Lou Piniella rookie card in my head. Lou Piniella, I believe, was 69. Oh no, Lou Piniella was 70. Raleigh, because they looked similar, the cards. I'm gonna go 69. 69 tops. Al Kaline. Al Kaline. That's Robin Yount, 75 tops, brown and orange card with George Brett. Al Kaline. Oh, that's a good one. I gotta go. Was Kaline 57 tops? I don't know. That one, I think you got me on that one. Wait, hang on. Wait. I just give me a second. It'll come to me. I got to picture it in my head. I've had every card. By the way, these quantum stocks are still going. Jeez Louise. Al Kaline. No, 57 tops. That was 57. If you guys know your baseball card, I love 57. That was the ones that look like the wood plaques. Nolan Ryan, 69. 68, sorry. Speaking of Nolan Ryan, whose rookie card was 1967? The other guy. By the way, Al Kaline rookie card is 54 tops. I got it wrong. All right. Oh, I remember that card. Yeah. I got a really nice Tom Seaver. Ooh, I gave it away. It's Tom Seaver, 1967. No, Nolan Ryan was 68. The brown and white one with Jerry Koosman. 68. Jerry Koosman. Yes. Ralph Branca. Really? I have a Ralph Branca autograph. I hung out with Ralph Branca, Cal Abrams, and it was a really good show. That was the same show I met Phil Rizzuto. Oh, his rookie. Oh, he might have played 66. I'm saying his card. His card was 68. Ooh, Bob Gibson. I have a 69 Bob Gibson, but definitely not his rookie card. Bob Gibson, I'm thinking like 60. That was like 62, 63. It might be a year earlier. Yeah, I hung out with all those guys. They had a Brooklyn Dodger day. I didn't even know who Cal Abrams was. He was a nice guy. Hung out with they had that whole Warren Spahn, I believe, was there. Bob Feller. I met all these guys. My takeaway, of course, was I got to hang out with Phil Rizzuto. I used to work the baseball card shows, so the guy that ran the show, I would be the ticket collector. So you'd hand your little stub to me. I'd give you your 8x11 glossy, and then you go, and then you get your autograph. Within 45 minutes, there really wasn't anybody getting Phil Rizzuto's autograph. So it was just me and Phil just hanging out, talking. The nicest guy. Elliot Maddox was there that day as well. Remember him? Nobody knows who Elliot Maddox is unless you're a Met or Yankee fan. But Phil Rizzuto, I said one day if I ever was to meet him, I want to ask him about the Meatloaf song. And wouldn't you know it, he had a story. Did I ever meet Roger Clemens? You know what? I don't think I've ever met Roger, but it was 1985 Tops and 1984 Tops Traded set. Yes, Phil Rizzuto from the Money Store. Yeah. So he's also, if you didn't know, Paradise by the Dashboard Light. Paradise by the Dashboard Light. In the middle of that song, when he's talking about, getting busy with his girlfriend, the whole premise of the song. Where is it? There he is. I know I met Manny Johnson, but I think his card was, well, I mean, they were great in 94, so I think that's around 88. I think Randy Johnson's 88, around the same time as Randy Johnson and Pedro Martinez. But Phil Rizzuto, the nicest guy, right? So I started asking him about, hey, what was it like working with Meatloaf, in that song, and how they took your commentary and made it very, sexual with sexual overtones. And he said, hang on. Oh, nice. So anyway, long story short, me and Phil are hanging out, and I'm talking about it, and he actually had a really cool backstory. They recorded it, and then once he learned how it was being used, he wanted to pull the rights because he didn't like it. But he said Meatloaf was such a fine young man, and they went out to dinner, and he convinced him to use it. And I was like, thank you for that anecdote. That's amazing. And then me, Phil Rizzuto, and John Franco from the Mets, we hung out. John Franco, another really nice guy. Really nice guy. All right. Enjoy your rally. I'll be back later on. Quantum stocks have trashed everything else today. And if you made money on the Qs, you might as well lock it up soon. All right. Be careful out there. Great day. I'll be back.
What is up, VWAPians? Good. Is it still morning, afternoon? I don't know what kind of time, day, week, year it is. Oh, good afternoon. So, what an amazing couple of days around the holidays. I hope y'all had a nice Christmas. And yeah, I got to have a fantabulous meal with the ones I love. I hope y'all got to do the same. Yum, yummy yums. So, with the cues here, this 530.08, there's two very dynamic levels that you can see how we just pulled back to 530.08. There's a huge gap of VWAP support and resistance above 530.08. And look at where this number is way up here, 535.72. Now that we're in this realm, earlier we had oh damn it, what was the number? The charts have recalculated, but I had these up here earlier. It was 530, 20 something. Where was it? I want to put that line back on my screen. 530.88. That was a very, from the morning session, the market had recalculated up to 530.88. It has now since kind of recalibrated up just slightly higher to 530.95. But on this pullback, 530.22 was going to be the area that from earlier, we're right at 530.22 right now. Earlier, we had an upper dynamic level to get to, and that was going to be 530.88. And then when we got to that, we're expecting a bit of a pullback. And where were we expecting a pullback to was going to be this level of 530.22. And that's where the algos had established their upper dominant high range and then the next pullback zone. That's where we're trading off of right now. So we also just came back into this. Now this 530.08 is interesting because this is a macro level on the daily realm. If we come back here before this big breakdown candle here, right before that, there was a VWAP signature right here on the 1213 candle. So this is the highest VWAP range relative to where, we're trading through around right now. So coming back up like we've been the last couple of days, coming back up, this is just going to be a very significant level to get through. Now, you can see that's where we pinged yesterday, or I'm sorry, not yesterday, but what was it, Tuesday? We pinged right to that dynamic level, right? Let me see if I can zoom in on this right across here. There's a VWAP signature here. Let me do this. Drawings, clear the drawings, bang, bang, badoof. All right. So each one of these candles has a VWAP signature to it, and that represents where the highest density of volume supported price was historically, referencing each of these candles from the past. Now that we're coming back up, now look what we're trying to break through, this level right here, right? And we're kind of chopping around at it at the moment. That's really where we topped out on Tuesday, right at that level. So now that we had our small pullback this morning, and we're coming back and breaking that next upper dominant area of resistance is all the way up here. Now, being that the type of day it is, it's not really out of scope for the Qs to make a 5-point move, considering we've only kind of been chopping around and we're only up like not even a tenth of a percent on the day. So this is kind of sort of abnormal for the Qs not to be, up a percent by now. But it's the type of day it is. It's a holiday day. Nobody's actually here except us psychopaths. But what we're on the lookout here for is understanding what and where we're trading at and why we're really running into this significant resistance right here. And this explains why we're at this level here. So let me remove that. So 530.08, we're into that upper realm now. Now that we're above that, we want to make sure we stay above that going forward to remain committed to the bull side. If not, then this was just a blah blah blah, nothing burger, and now we're going to start pulling back again. But if we do start to catch a bid, we're already into this big red candle here. So we're chopping around at that right now, but we can follow through into this candle now. And our next area of significant market resistance is up here at this level here, which is 530, 571. Right now, along the way, there's a couple of key levels that were asserted by this candle. Last Friday, we put in a new dynamic volume signature on the market. And this is what, based off of this pullback, when we had that big pullback from the Fed news, the market came in and said, no, we're going to support the market. And they came right in and started buying hand over fist as soon as this kind of bottomed out, where we had a little signature here. This was a low volume signature on the market, meaning for a very, very extended period of time, we didn't have a null day where there was a very, very low amount of volume hitting the market. So that sort of tells us, hey, there might be a shift change coming, because we had been on a very significant uptrend for a while. We had that little pullback, and then, hey, something's changing here. And usually you get that follow through when you see that market change, and then you're going to be looking for a pullback. This is when the market went to 539, and then we had the expectation at the time that it was going to come back to 513. And that's really where it pulled back. And then the following day, it gapped down, and then it came right back, and it started our new bull trend. So now what we're doing is we're reclaiming these areas of resistance to the upside. And that's why we're chopping around significantly at this 530.08, because we've already came back. Now, if you look, we got to get through what? We get through that candle, then we're going to be getting into the all-time high candle. But there's no physical resistance until up here. So on a day like today, if we get some sort of catalyst that starts really uptrending the market, then we're going to start getting this follow through. We're going to be in this realm, but this might be where we chop around. If we don't find a catalyst to really significantly break this level, we're going to chop around in here and more than likely renegotiate this slightly lower level here, which is roughly just above where today's current multi-day is, 529. 14. So there's our two macro areas, with this being the big potential to the upside. And then if we don't catch this, or we break below 528.14 today, we have to come back down here to 524.81. So those realms on the intraday are going to be a very, very significant. So you can see that's where we chopped around all morning. And even yesterday, where we had gotten, not yesterday, but Tuesday, where we had gotten up to, and that's where we kind of hung. Then late in the day, we rallied right up to that 530.08 area, and then that's where we really closed at. So that 530.08, really, there was no relevance because of yesterday. There was some or not yesterday, Tuesday. But that's where we kind of topped out going into the end of the day on Christmas Eve. So now all we've done is we've kind of checked the low side. We didn't even break down to the lower support, but we maintained that structural support at 528. We just broke through the 530.08. We're testing it now. And if we come back, start hitting some of these upper levels now, breaking back over this trend. See, we set that new high on the day, and a new algo came in intraday here and set all of our ranges for us. So that 530.08 recalibrated exactly to where this new intraday price, the new intraday price recalibrated to where macro support was as well. So this is going to be very, very significant here going forward. Of course, you have just going red on the day, just below it at 530. So we're in a tight little niche here trying to, I don't know. It feels like it's a bear trap, right? What's any logical reason for the market to sell off right now? None. So just hitting these upper highs here, getting through this macro level, that's why we're seeing chop. And then depending on the time of day, it's almost top of the hour. So we'll get a little more chop here. Now going forward to kind of confirm that this range isn't going to hold, you're going to see a significant breakdown below 529.74. So let's see if this is just a good shakeout with the intentions of, you know, trapping the bears. But if you were long the cues, you absolutely, on a discipline level, that 538 should have been your out. Oh, 536.61. That's hey, I'm with you there, Eric. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hola, hola, hola. So somebody mentioned Bitcoin earlier. I listen. I'm a firm believer that uh, because Bitcoin doesn't technically have the standard, you know, EBITDA metrics that an equity has. The one thing it does have is a volume sentiment indication, and where prices go are going to, you know, create a very relative sentiment indication supported by volume. So I've got, you know, a technical outlook on Bitcoin that's not very favorable with the whole Bitcoin bros world. And oh, you don't know Bitcoin, fuck you. I was like, yeah, I don't. I know Bitcoin. I understand it. I understand the math, the principle, the blockchain. I get all of that, but it's still something that can be acquired and manipulated. So you got companies like SMC, STR, and governments around the world that are going to be staking, they're going to be buying the shit out of this thing. And right now, that coveted 100,000 mark, they're getting it there. And oh, it's about to break 100,000 again. And it just did overnight. And then here we are, 5,000 points down. So all right, so the cues. I'll come back to the Bitcoin discussion, but the cues here, what have they just done? They came back to fair market value on the day, right? Day over day. We break that. There might be some trouble in paradise, but this is where you want to start seeing the cues firm up. They rallied this thing up above a macro level. They took it a little higher. Now they're pulling it back to say, hey, are we good on this day? This day, today, December 26th. What's the fair market value of this day? That's what we just came back to and asked. And for the moment here, we're getting a bounce off of the VWAP. The conversation in your head is, hey, I got it back to fair market value. Are buyers willing to step in at or above fair market value to hold this product together? Whether it's the Qs, XYZ, AMD, Bitcoin, doesn't matter. So right now is, I don't know, what are the options looking like here? Go back to 530. I think, yeah, 530s would still be kind of the in play idea. Because if you don't believe the market's going to crash, you're just getting an opportunity to buy at a lower price on the day. And we still got 4 hours. Well, 3 hours, 3.5 hours. So if they're not going to sell this market off, and we'll know if this legitimately comes down here and tests the multi-day at 528 and rallies back, then we're going to think something's a little off. But even that right here at the multi-day, breaking below 528.14, remember you have these much larger outer bands here. So above 530, we're looking to go to 535. If we break 528.14, we're looking to go to 524. So if you won the day, you're just going to be setting yourself up for some chop right in through here. Well, once the you know once the powers that be, whoever the powers that be are globally, get their hands on something and they start issuing paper versions of it, then that sort of like sets the price of the underlying. They can manipulate it that way because people are chasing that instead of putting real money into the actual asset. And then the actual asset starts, well, the paper world, the industry is starting. And once, Russia, China, US start taking a massive stake in Bitcoin, who owns the float owns the float. All right. So the Qs are sitting here at VWAP. We'll come back and get scared. Something happens here. But let's look at that for a second. Um, you know, on the session, um listen, this goes right back to what I was describing earlier about when new volume comes into a stock, it declares what its next max potential is. It doesn't mean that that's going to be the end of the story. But when you see something that, like with the Bitcoin futures here, I don't really have a way to map this out for Bitcoin, but the Bitcoin futures are, again, uh, they track as far as dynamic ebb and flow. Anyway, so when Bitcoin had this little volume ejection here just at 11 o'clock, it went up to its max potential and made a pivot, right? And then it came back down to where roughly support relative to that injection of volume that showed up right here. Can't really call it an injection of volume, but there was some volume that came into it here. Was it buying, selling? What was it? Well, this helps declare that on the uptrends. And this rallied, it checked the support of that volume, rallied up to its max potential, and then came back and checked the support. And now it's kind of dithering a little bit right in through here. So until, Bitcoin gets back above here, then you can say, all right, bulls on parade. Um, but now if we look at Bitcoin in the macro sense, we go out to a longer term chart. Um, Let me set this to nakedness. Drawings, clear, 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 bang. All right. So back on August 2nd, which is really interesting that Bitcoin had a significant downfall the same time the market did. August 5th, excuse me, was it 5th, 2nd, August. So when the entire equities market was selling off, why did Bitcoin sell off also? Was everybody just afraid to be in anything? Or were people taking profits? What was going on? Were they taking profits out of Bitcoin to potentially buy equities or just take profits for the sake of taking profits? Did the market roll over because Bitcoin was, doing the high end thing? What was the real catalyst at that point? You know, um, so the correlation between the two, it's obviously not, they're not, they're loosely correlated because a lot of corporations, equities have Bitcoin on their balance sheet. So, maybe a lot of companies that were doing the whole, MSTR kind of thing. Hey, we're going to adopt Bitcoin into our strategy. And then Bitcoin started to roll over, and then so did the market at the same time. Who knows? But relative to that pullback, that had a huge influx of volume, Bitcoin established its new roadmap at the same time the equity markets did. And over the last couple of weeks, look where it went up to, right? It got up to this at one point, 94, 140, right? And you chopped around for a couple of days and then you broke and you held, you broke, you held. Then you started rallying up to the next dominant target. But where you're at right now is that max potential line for at least for the Bitcoin futures. So if this doesn't hold this level right here, after trying a couple of times to stay above it, if you really get a breakdown below here, you're going to see some significant pushback. And just like the Qs did a couple of days ago, where it rallied up to its yellow line metric, hit it, broke above it a little bit, and then where did it pull back to? This is where, and it's not about Bitcoin's a bad thing, good thing. And again, this applies to any stock. When you have something that goes up to that max potential, the algorithms planned on getting it there, and that's where they wanted to take it to, right? So I know the algorithmic engine under Bitcoins is different. It's more sentiment driven, but this is where this was intended to go from the big players that were pushing it, accumulating it, and then they got it there. And now everybody else, they just didn't get the message yet. And then you got met with this. So now that it's pulling back and holding this level, if it breaks this threshold, it's going to 84. Yeah, 10,000 points just from an algorithmic standpoint. If the powers that be are accumulating this and then they've got a certain stronghold on it, they can dump it and then reaccumulate it when it pulls back again. So I just wanted to point that out. Somebody asked me about the Bitcoin idea, and that's where I'm seeing it. There's a couple of other key levels from that influx of volume. You have a VWAP signature, which is now right here. And that's always adjusting every day. 75,837. And then the bigger macro picture is taking you down to, where was that supportive number there? Right here. It seems absurd, right? Well, it sounded absurd when the Qs were at 540 and pulled all the way back to 513. So math doesn't lie. VWAP doesn't lie. And the way that algorithms work and the way that institutional trading, I don't care whether you're a Bitcoin bro or what, the herd sentiment, the powers that be are in check. They understand the dynamics of volume weighted average price and the importance of where these dynamic algorithmically priced levels are. And when they hit them, they become reactionary. So that's just like the last couple of days floating around this 94, 98 level. Why did it get there and bounce? You tell me, why did it get here, break above it, pull back and hold and bounce off that level? And then pull back to it and pull back to it and pull back to it. And now here you're threatening it. So, but on the flip side, the next upper threshold for Bitcoin is 114,603. Actually, let's put that up because it's such a high number. Let's make that number exactly right here. 114,581. That's where it wants to go to next if it breaks the highs. That'll be the next upper target before the algorithms start taking profits. All right, so let's go into intraday here for a second. And where are we trading relative to some of those macro levels? Yeah, I think being the way this open gapped up this morning, you broke through your VWAP, you lost sentiment on the day, you lost sentiment on a day over day basis, and you can see where the precipitation really kicked in at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock this morning. This is really where it started to rip down. Why? Because it was breaking day over day sentiment. It had already been, hey, yeah, we're below the VWAP. Oh shit, we're below the hourly. Oh, we're breaking day over day. Now you've been sitting here trying to chop around just over the ongoing last couple of hours. There's an absence of committed buying. And then here with Bitcoin at 11 o'clock, it threw another algo intraday, high volume intraday algo at it, and it's been trying to stay above it, but currently it can't. And then just over the last hour, this thing rallied up to its VWAP structure, got rejected squarely in the face, and then now it's sitting here threatening to break the bottom of this little range. So if this bottom of this little range falls, you're looking for this thing to go down to 94,000 a day, 94.2. Just unless this starts trending back above, we'll give it this range break right here. Let's put a line right there. BTC is back, baby. We'll put that line on there. We'll do this. We'll make this green. There's your power level range that something's going to be coming back. So now Bitcoin, like right now, this thing is chopping around. It just had a low volume signature on this little rally, no rally downtrend. So they're finding an absence of buyers. So if it breaks this little range, this thing's going to immediately get really scary down to at least 94.6. But if it breaks above this little, you're just in such an interesting range right here, because you came below it of your support right here. You rallied back, nobody was home. You just rallied higher, nobody was home. Now you're threatening support again. And each of these candles now, any candle that breaks going forward below right here, 95,677, doom and gloom after high noon. So let me see if I can get these levels on here for you. I know some of y'all are following it. Let's see here. Let's look at this on a macro. Micro, micro, macro. And what is that? 961.43. Well, that's intraday, but yeah, you can see those levels. Take a screenshot, copy, close, /BTC, macro levels, Victor, and then your intraday, where you're trading around right now in the heat of battle, is, yeah, there you go. /BTC intra session, Victor, bang. All right. And the cues. Well, look, for you home gamers that are just getting acquainted with VWAP, the other key element is the prior day's close, which is, always recognized in the algorithms. So when you have something that's interacting with the prior day's close, you need to be really aware that, hey, this is where some algos are postured to become reactionary, whether they're short-lived or long-lived or whatever. But look what it's doing here. It wants to go green. It wants to go green. It wants to go green on the cues here. But at the same time, eh, it was engineered to this, price, whatever this price is. What is cues? 529.96, right? Well, look how tight that closing price was with yesterday's dominant level where it chopped around, but also that historical level, 530.08. So you just broke down through the current algorithm support. You got right to intraday support, and now you're looking to break back into it. So once this thing breaks back above 530.15 currently, and if we chop around for another 3 or 4 minutes, the VWAP from this high of the day is going to be 530.08. And the algorithms are going to suck that up like crazy. So if you break above that, your shorts are going to panic. They're going to cover, and your bulls are going to start licking their lips, and they're going to start buying because they're going to see it breaking over or they're going to start to see the algorithms warming up. So you're in a chop fest at the moment. You're 100% binary. You're between your VWAP and the high of the day VWAP, and you're unchanged. So there's like a little perfect storm here. And again, I go back to what I was saying earlier. We're looking for a catalyst to really encourage the buyers to step in. But it's because it's such a muted day and everybody's on vacation, the algos are in charge. They have to keep a bid, maintain a bid, create price action. And that's what really chop is. When there's an absence of committed buyers or sellers, the algos just have to kind of float each other within a given spectrum. They'll just chop in and out of that spectrum. And that's why you observe chop, because there's an absence of committed buyers willing to take the stock to the next dominant sets of ranges. And that's what you're seeing right here. You know, the day might be over. It might legitimately be over. We might just chop sideways the rest of the day in this, 1 point range. I mean, I can hear it across the nation. All right, honey. Yeah, I'm just. Listen. I know. We got to go do shit with grandma and the kids and Auntie June and all of that shit. But listen, just give me till noon. Right? All right. And noon shows up, and then, oh, okay. Hey, I'm at the highs of the day, and I got to go play with the kids. All right, fuck it, get me out. And now nobody else is sitting here doing anything. But it is a good opportunity to spend some time. If you've already won the day, if you've already won on your trades, then it's a good opportunity. If you are going to stick around and you don't have to go play with the kids, start, I don't want to say experimenting, but start practicing your trading. If you don't want to really be involved in anything, sit here and start to recognize, you know, how price action becomes reactive to VWAP, and learn to identify what normally transpires when price action is interacts with a VWAP signature or the prior day's close or a very dominant range. Here's the high of the day. So what's it going to do when it hits the high of the day initially, right? Everybody who has been, they were, oh God, I buy it, I buy it, and then they top ticket, then it rolls over on them. They're like, we're going higher. I'm just going to hold the pullback. Oh God, oh God, oh God. Now I don't want to rip the band-aid off. Oh, thank God, it's coming back. Very cool. All right. Oh, all right. It's coming back. Just pull it back. Oh God, no, no. And then wham, then they're really trapped. And then they're going, oh God, get me out, get me out, get me out. And then it comes back in their face. So when you can start to not let these pullbacks, you know, let the anxiety of these pullbacks overcome you and know, hey, if this pulls back, all right, it's probably going to go back and check for support. And then if I'm, long and I need to get out of it, all right, well, I'm going to have a chance to get out of it hopefully it'll break some of these upper thresholds. It will start maintaining a bid, and then maybe I will come back and get whole again. But now you've kind of got a definitive setup on the market right now, specifically to the Qs. If you break VWAP again, it's going to get a lot worse. But seeing how that it came down here and held and rallied, held a higher low and a higher low, and just currently a slightly higher low, but it ran into what? What did the Qs run into? The VWAP signature from the highs. Where did it get a reactionary pullback off of that? Why? Because the algos know it's there. They were like, all right, let's just run this up. We'll see if anybody's willing to buy up here. At the moment, there's no buyers. So they're going to pull it back to the last area that it bounced off of and find out if the buyers are there. If nobody's there, then they'll pull it back to here. And then if nobody's there, they're going to pull it back to VWAP. And if nobody's there, they're going to go, all right, I guess we got to ask the people from yesterday if they're still committed. It's a learning adventure. Hora, the Explorer, on the Ass Crack Kardashian bottom VWAP break seminar extravaganza. So, to somebody else's question from earlier about, hey, I got a friend who wants to come see what you guys do. This is probably your one and only opportunity going forward. Get that link that Kenny was talking about earlier for the secret layer chat room. It's a link to our secret layer, and everyone's welcome to come and hang out. And I think he said he was going to use it for the next couple of days, just to give everybody an opportunity to see what we do here. It's his way of giving back. But sometime before the end of the day, figure out what that link is to the special secret layer. The password is going to be schmooze, capital S.
Well, so far we're gonna stay here.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, it's just a backup, just in case. Because I just started doing these TikTok videos. I got a bunch of emails, and then instead of having to have them send new emails, if Spencer can't figure out how to just get a link that lets you in, because like right now it's a 3-step process. You got to get the username, password. You got to sign up. Blah blah blah. I just want to open the room. It's a little bit more difficult than it should be, but if it's too much trouble, we'll just use the old room.
Well, they ought to consider doing that for all of the rooms too. You should run. Everybody should run an extravaganza once in a while. Here, free access today only. The password is your mom's VWAP. Bang.
We're the only one. They don't have rooms. We're the only ones that do this crazy shit every day.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
We're special.
Yeah, they just launch when they do like a special or something. There's no live services other than ours.
Well, Spencer could assign his distribution signal from the pro trading room, just like he captures YouTube and projects that to people. He could capture pro trading room and project that to people. That would solve all of his problems. But what do I know?
Yeah, I'm gonna actually wind up doing them both simultaneously, probably just in case.
Or tell your friend to sign up. There's a 14-day free trial. And then, in 14 days, hopefully we can make your friends some money, and then they'll just commit and then be here like the rest of us degenerates. That's really the best option. You're going to want to be here anyway. So you're here. You got faith. You signed up. So if your friends are on the fence, tell them to sign up, be on the 14-day. And if you don't like it after 14 days, then we're all going to part as friends. No harm, no foul. But at least you'll already be in the loop.
And by the way, I got the gift card for everybody, the $500 gift card. If you can make your decision in the next 3 days, which these last 5 days should make your decision a lot easier, especially if you today was your first day here. Welcome. What a party, right? Not always this awesome, but it's close to it this year.
What are you talking about? It's awesome every day.
Yeah. Well,
Don't
today
sell
was
yourself
something.
short.
Today was just unbelievable. I mean, I thought we'd have I thought we'd get some VWAP to VWAP and then maybe kind of just chill out, but dang. By the way, this RR trade, now I'm pissed off. I mean, I sold this thing at what I thought was a great price the other day. When it hit 165, I was so excited. Then it went back down to $1.10. And now it's at $3. This is crazy, actually, the percentage move on this one. But you know what? Now that it's above 259, there's really no reason it can't go to 415.
It's going to 519. What are you talking
Yeah, it's wild. All right. By the way, anybody notice QMCO is just a modest 20 points today? This is just getting crazy. And you know what? I misspoke. I called it quantum space. It's called quantum scape. But quantum space is so much better. QS. I was like, how are we not buying this stock? The name of this company is Quantum Space because I can't see. It's actually Quantum Scape, which is kind of a cool name too. QS. This was kind of the one that was really wasn't doing much, and then it popped, and then it dropped. Looked like it was done. This thing has a little bit more. You get over 625, you're back into that prior candle, which gets you to 7. This thing could be off to the races to 875, like it looked like it went to in July. So, I mean, crazy. I mean, just to put it in perspective, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No.
We're buying stocks because we're buying stocks because of the names of the companies now. That's it. I mean, and it's working. So irrational exuberance is the name of the game right now. You put a robot, a space, quantum. I mean, look where, like here, for instance, Serve. It went dormant for about a month or two, and then they wake up and they just rip. This was $1 stock that went to $24, and then it was dead for August, September, October. It had a little one pop, but once it got over that, once it made that turn above $10 again, next thing you know, 70%. Anyway, the list is great. And speaking of that list, ASTS is now like the forgotten stock. And that's when it usually comes back and says, hey, remember me? So SOUN just ridiculous, all-time highs. Obviously, Lunar, phenomenal. But man. And then you got, the drones and the space and the flying contraption names like the Joby, Archer. Oh, wait, I think I have one that's not up today. Where's UAVS? I took it off my main watch list. It's probably up today. UAVS. Oh yeah, of course. So anyway, also a lot of these stocks are still on the high shorted list. This is why a lot of these are still going to be good because they're adding to the shorts and they're going to get crushed even more. The shorts are going to get crushed. I mean, inevitably, I think, like I said, a lot of these stocks are going to roll over and die, but right now it's all about momentum. I'll be back. Good job, everybody. Good job, Solid. Good job, everybody.
Good
Pat yourself
job.
on the back.
I want my crayons. Yeah, Sound has got a macro target of 25.30 today, and it keeps recalculating to that range. So that's like where it wants to go. Now you had a couple of little tests of support here, and you're going to hit this little high range again. But if Sound breaks the Sound barrier here, right here, going to 25.30, 29 or 25.30, 25.50, and then beyond, Sound is looking for that next upper threshold. But what I will say about sound is relative to all of that pump that came into it back at the beginning of December, you might be just getting ready to take a little bit of a break up here at 20, 25, 30. So if we get that today, you're a winner, and you're going to be expecting a little bit of a pullback off that level just temporarily. So if you've been in sound for a considerable amount of time, this can go to 30 and beyond. But algorithmically disciplined trading, you're getting your work is done according to the last algorithm when we get to 2530, 2550 right here. That looks like it could go there in the next 8 minutes. It really could. So be apprised of the prize. Don't get denied your profits. So saith the prophet. The prophet vivat. Sound. All right, what are you guys looking at? Give me a chart. Give me a pick. Let's analyze that fukakkery and make sense out of it. See, the Qs are still flirting with that 530.08 level. They're waiting. They're waiting on something. What time is it? It's 1:30. Probably waiting on commodities markets to shut down because everybody's chasing bonds and yield and all this other shiznick. Real, is that a stock? Real, for reals? Real. Oh, it is a stock. The real. The real thing. That reminds me of the Faith No More song. I like it already. Oh, I've looked at this in the past. I don't use those dash lines anymore, but all right. So the real, after it broke out these bottom trend here over the last couple of days here, starting on the 9th of December, you had a huge influx of volume that chopped around. And now today you're just breaking out of that newly minted consolidation. So where you just got to on the day to day right here, 1040, 1043, that's a lucky Kenny number there. If this follows through, your next level is 1206, and then you've got 1370 up here. And then back into reality, your highest support, or your highest support below where it's trading at is down here at 946. And then you're back in trouble if this breaks 929. So let's see what this thing's programmed to do on the day here. You see how this 1043 was important this morning? It got to that macro level and you had a little pullback, but it held support. The buyers are intact. And now you're just trying to break out again. But if you notice, it's not really forecasting too much of a upper higher range. The algo that came into this only really set the max potential now up to this 1050 area. It's off by a penny. See that? The algo said, hey, we're going to 1058, and smart money sells short of those prime targets. But now if this holds the 1043 and comes back and breaks this, you'll get another recalculation. So like this might not be poised to go too much higher on the day because it has that bigger range to fill between 1043 and 1206. But considering what it's already done on the day, you might just not have enough steam to get that follow through. But this is one of those things too that you keep an eye on this. If we do have that catalyst event coming in around 2 o'clock with the money, slooshing through the sloshes, coming out of commodities and not following into bonds, because at 2 o'clock you're going to see either money going into equities directly or into bonds. And if they're going to go into bonds, you might not see too much more follow through on something like this. But this is breaking that range. It had a small pullback and now it's trying to set those highs again. You put 2055, 58 on the bid, that might just be the catalyst it needs to just catch everybody off guard. And then the next thing you know, this thing is going up in, 50-cent increments and then it gets halted. So keep an eye on the real. But that's where your next set of expectations are. Here, I'll give you the macro levels here. See if I can get them on here. There. Micro, micro, macro. So this is real macro. And then in your near-term chop, let's put that next upper target on there. See if we can get it to show. Yeah, I think once we break 1058, you're going to see another huge influx of volume on the session here. So let's set an alert. If this breaks above that, then you'll know. Well, it's going to do it now. I can't even get the alert on the screen. Oh. Is that what this place is? The real? The real deal? Might as well watch this for a second because I want y'all to see the recalibration when it hits this dynamic level. The algorithm's going to be like, oh shit, we're taking it far beyond where we were supposed to. I guess we're going to have to, I don't know, create more shares or something. You should see a big volume influx here. And we just triggered our little alert. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, there's the volume. See it? That volume spiking right here. We're only 17 seconds into this. The real thing. Now, if this thing is pumping like this, you're looking for, some big sizes start showing up over here. $64, 79. They want to take it to 79, which is about right here. The real thing. See how many big orders are going through. Oh, I know what I wanted to show y'all. Why I'm here. When you're looking at stuff like this, we talk about big size on the box. That's on your level 2 down here. You see big order blocks setting up over here. On your time and sales too, there's a little trend window over here that shows you the tape. You can set this thing to say, hey, just show me all lots above 1,000. Now, depending on the size of the stock, 1,000 shares of a $10 stocks. I don't want to say that's not huge for most, but you see a lot of big orders going off, big block sizes over here. You can start to make sense of where the money's, is it selling pressure? Is it buying pressure? Or what is it? By the, big blocks. That's your institutional monies. It's probably not too many people are buying 1,000, plus shares of anything if you're just a piker trader like us. But that's something to keep an eye on too. So let's set, let's see. Yeah, big volume. We need the big volume. So remind me to look at the reel. The other thing I wanted to show you guys was what you can do with your options too. When you have, let's say you're stocking a contract, right? And you're trying to just keep an eye on that contract while you're looking at the stock itself. What you can do is when you bring up an option trade, from your strike chain over here, if you can not allocate, but direct that contract to a certain link, for example, or if you could just find what the link of that contract or the ticker symbol for that contract, right? Once you get that ticker symbol for that contract, see, I'm like, for example, I'm looking at the 530 calls, right? So I have the 530 calls. I can do a couple of things. I can put a level 2 over here so I can watch those calls. I can watch the level 2 of those calls here, and while I'm watching the stock itself over here. Something else you can do is you can take that call strike ID, right? It's a really weird number, and then you can overlay that on top of your stock. So you can come up here and go to studies, all studies, and then compare with, and then go to custom symbol, and you can plug in that oddball strike price uh, chart ID or ticker ID for that strike price. I don't know if my screen will show it to you. It might. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know why it won't allow us to show these little sub menus from Thinkorswim. But anyway, so when you do that, you put that in. Now watch, there's going to be a purple squiggly line that shows up on the chart. You see this purple squiggly line? Over here on the left now, we have that overlaid contract price action on top of our underlying stock. And we can move this up or down or around just to be able to make it visible. And then you've got your stock and all your levels for the intra-session here, right? But what you can do with this is you can see how well the stock, when the stock's moving, how those contract prices are moving relative to the stock itself, right? Now, obviously, they're going to kind of trend with the stock. But what you'll be able to do is be able to see from your chart, hey, yeah, I'm getting a little rally here. What's the price of my contract? And you'll be able to see the price of that contract over here on the left. So for example, with the QQQ, and this is the QQQ 2024 December 26 call, 530 call, you can see the price of it right here as you're watching your stock. Or if you want to get real fancy, you can bring up that contract on your charts and be able to see what the underlying support and resistance mechanisms are relative to that contract. So, for example, now this is some kind of crazy comparison line. Um, why do I got all of that on there? Well, let's take those comparison line out there. There we go. Oh, and this is implied volatility or something, or theoretical price. So with that contract, there was just a huge element of volume that came into the 530 contract. Is obviously the underlying is relative to 530 at the moment. So that contract just got an influx of volume. So now you can see, are there buyers coming into that contract or are they disposing of it? So right here, right now, that 530 contract, all this new volume that just came into it, we're going to be able to see whether it's maintaining a bullish bid or it's bearish. And that can help your decision making on whether you want to stay involved in something. And then you can also look and say, hey, if I'm in from 80 cents or 85 cents, where do I really need to think about punching out of this thing now? And currently it's telling you, hey, if this thing breaks, below 61, you're probably going to want to, dump out of it, because it just asserted, hey, this is where we tried to rally it. We threw a bid under it. We found some support. Now, if it breaks that again, it's going to 35 cents. So you don't want to, stay the course with an option contract that's breaking a near-term area of support, because it will decay very, very quickly on you. As with any pot that's being watched to boil, I'm going to come back here and look at your reel for a second. All right, so this just pulled back to the VWAP from earlier. It's holding. Now, if you break the top of this range again, then you got something going. But with the real 1047 and 1043 are your areas of concern going forward. Tesla, wow, this thing went to 470 something this morning. Yeah, 474.5 was that macro dynamic level, and you didn't hold the 61. Now you're chopping around the 51.80, which was yesterday's. Remember, early in the morning, somebody, hey, where's it going? Well, I don't know, 451.80, and then that's where it got and chopped around all day, and then it broke out of that range. Then it decided to go higher. This is a good example of, stocks that are chopping around at a very um, resistive range, but don't want to die. And then a catalyst comes into the market, and then boom, you're right up to that next macro level. So the real could be setting up for that. But where are we at right now? Let's see. Where did we pull back to? We came right back to 451.80, had a couple of blips under it, but it came right back and held. New volume came in, creating the support mechanism relative to 451.80. It got triggered, and now it held support, and it's bouncing back. With Tesla right now, this needs to stay above ultimately your multi-day, but this is going to looks like it's going to test right here real quick. 452.66. So if it holds that and then comes back and breaks back above the multi-day here, you're going to be good going forward for the rest of the day. But if you fail this You're chopping around down here. We have other issues with the market that's holding Tesla back from doing what it ultimately wants to do, which is, go to 1,000. Yeah, like Kenny's just saying, if we don't get that, if it's today's just a chop sideways kind of day, that's really giving you the impression that they're just accumulating this before the next big break. So don't get chopped up, but understand 530, you know, give or take 80 cents today is going to be your ranges of concern. All right, let's see what Tesla does here. Come on, pull all the way back. Get it out of the way. Rip that band-aid off. 452.66. Let's see a bounce right here. But it's breaking the multi-day. It's freaking Tesla. They build robots and spaceships and shit. Their CEO's a bona fide autistic genius. CTM. All right, so on this sell-off here on Tesla, I don't call it sell-off, but this drawback on Tesla, it just got met with a decision-making factor. On this pullback, there was all of a sudden an absence of volume. And now we're waiting to see what the next algo is that they're going to throw at it. So you're going to significantly break above 453.46. That'll give you the idea that this is going to start working at the upside because the volume is going to start coming into it, or you are going to break 452.66 and you're going to retest these lower sub levels. And when I say break something, I mean, you want to see candles close above these levels. So you got that and that right there. So you're in a chop zone, and Tesla's going to pick from here what its new intentions are. You're going to start closing candles above this and take it higher, or you're going to give it up and you're going to put in lows of the day. Are those lows of the day or just that upper pullback? No, that's lows of the day. Boy, don't the Qs look scary. And it's 1:45, so we should start seeing the market kind of pick a new direction here shortly. Speaking of which, Vici. Speaking of which, all right, we got the spies trying to go green right here. The diamonds are still green, trying to break above the hourly as we speak. The Qs just went green again momentarily, still flirting with that 530.08. It's got to break that. More specifically, the 530.22 area has got to break for a little more confirmation to the upside from here. UVXY still 22 cents off of going red, but showing a bit of negative sentiment at the moment. We have a slight uptrend in the tick. So we'll see if that starts to manifest and kind of break this choppy trend. The banks are just put in a double top, so they're not looking too healthy. The dollar is actually trending down as this market's chopping around. And gold is still basically just a couple of points off the highs of the day. So it had a really nice pullback to VWAP and then bounced off of it. And now you're flirting with gold being back up at the highs of the day. But it is the holiday season, silver and gold is the way. Palantir was having a great morning and then sort of flubbed. Your A Lab's up a whopping $4.60 today. PayPal kind of doing what PayPal does this time of day, but you'd like to see this thing continue trending above 88.30 here, staying green and making its move above the 88.30 on the intraday. Let's see what else we got here. Nvidia is chopping around about 20 cents under unchanged. So again, I think we're just waiting for that catalyst. So oil down under 70. Money, they're still buying safe haven. But you got AMD trying to come back. The SOX looks like it's trying to come back right here. Tesla just made its bounce off that 452.65. And now let's see if it can break over this near-term resistance and say, ha, we suckered you into another short. And that level is right here, 454.11. Yeah, the A-Lab is... It just, I mean, unless they pull the rug on the market, A-Lab, it doesn't want to die. It keeps trying to rally here. But just like we were looking at there, it just tried to break over high of the day VWAP here. So this has got a few more moments of price check on aisle 12, which is going to take us into 2 o'clock. So I would just have to say, let's find a lotto. You just got to expect the keys are going to go higher. Where's our upper target here? 533s, 535s are just too far out. 532s. let's watch and wait, sit on our hands, get the cues here to pull back to VWAP again. And that'll be going into 2 o'clock. And then at 2 o'clock is where we might be able to look for a decent lotto. So it would probably be the 530s again. Because if you do break 530 after another test of VWAP, and then later in the day we start to come back, go green, and then break out, and everybody starts chasing it because they thought, oh, market's going to roll over, and it doesn't. And then it just grinds up to 535 into the end of the day. Would that be spectacular? So they told me 530 Q calls at 50 cents. Let's see where those will be. Yeah, 59, 55. Have to say 55 cents. So unless they don't go down to 55 cents, I wouldn't be looking at any kind of anything right now. What you got there? XELB. XELB. There's your money shot right there, and right there. And that's getting a pullback because you just hit that multi-day threshold. And this thing's recalculating on the day out of nowhere now. So you have to think this thing's going to $1.45 until it just starts throwing more screaming volume at it, which it's about to do right now. All right, let's go to test 57 and bounce. 57, 58. And if it bounces off 58, it starts to break back above 68 and you're going higher. Kit. Knight Rider. Oh shit, look at that chart. Oh yeah. Yeah, kitty, 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 kitty. Uh-oh, there goes your real breaking 10 again. Break that 1065. You ain't got nowhere to go but to $12. Seems absurd, don't it? And it's 2 o'clock. Suckers buying the UVXY right here. UVXY. Oh, this market looks like it's gonna roll over. I'm gonna buy fear and protection. There goes the real. Let's see if they start chasing it now. Now keep in mind, you just broke the high of this range here. Consolidated right at that little area. And now you broke the high. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles starting to make a trend here. It's your big next number, 11, whole number, 1150, then 1206. Well, why is real going up and the UVXY is rallying? I don't understand. Because it's about to be the buy the dip time for the Qs. I hope you're already in it. You're not just buying it now. Never buy something when it's just breaking the highs. Wait for a pullback and then look to re-enter it. Because a lot of times, oh, it's breaking highs, let me get involved, and then it rips right back down to 1058 in your face. Now, if it rips back down to 1058 in your face, then you think about buying it. And then you're using the next area as your stop. All right, I need some crack juice. I'll be right back. the real. And UVXY just did the little, oh, I'm getting back to VWAP and then rolling over, and the 530 calls are back to 50 cents. And we're through that couple of minutes after the 2 o'clock effing. No significant directional move in the market. So we'll give it another 2 minutes. Commodities will be shaken out. Let's see what the dollar's doing here. All right, the dollar's on a bit of a rise. So let's see here. Real, baby. Hey, if you did just buy that breakout, you're up a dime. Does this thing have options? Oh, it does, but they suck. Let's see. Our next target's 12 bucks. What would the options be? They don't have 12. They got 12.50s. Trying to screw you, so you got to buy them in the money. Buy the 10s. And the 10s, if the stock gets to 12 bucks, they're going to be, which is such a stupid gamble here, but they're going to be $2.17. So from $1.30 to $2. That would be a lotto hold. But that does look like this is, yeah, it just broke out of this consolidation. That's really where it wants to go next, right? What was our 1063? That was an intraday benchmark. All right, another quick look here at the market. The SPY looks like it's poised to drop back down to 658 cents. The diamonds are 16 cents from going red. The Qs are above VWAP by 38 cents and kind of holding the chop zone. UVXY just about 5 cents under the VWAP here. You know what? I don't think this market's going to crash today. You know why? Space is green. It's up 30 cents on the day. Space, and it's above VWAP, and it's above the multi-day. There's an absence of fear in buying bullshit today. So we're looking for that catalyst to materialize here. Now the banks are looking a little heavy up here, like they're about to go red. So that might be where this market's starting to feel a little unsafe, but A-Lab's on the verge of having a pullback. NVIDIA too, it's just can't get out of its own way. Bitcoin is about to go to 95,000, drop another 475 points right here. So yeah. And it's our last 2 minutes here. All right. New highs on the real. You're up a quarter. Well, no, you're up a dime officially right here if you bought that range break. The real deal. RR. Yeah. Rah, rah. Rah, rah, rah. Well, you got the 310. See where it hit 310 a little while ago? That was a macro level. You had a pullback off of it, and then you had an influx of volume come in. And now since that new volume came in, it's trying to decide whether this is going to be supportive volume or taking profits volume. It needs to right now get back above 308. Now you've got a very clearly defined stop at 299, 308 your money maker to go higher. 299 breaks, you're going back down here to 280-ish. And then yeah, there's all your key levels. Here's your upper target. If this volume influx is intact for bullishness, this is going to 321. But when you break, I'm sorry, 371. But this 310 level, when you look out at your macro zone here, where this thing had come from, you're just hitting this next area of resistance and you're taking profits at it. That's why you got the jiggle right here. Now, if it gets back above 310, you got 345 to contend with. And then if that breaks, you're back in this downfall candle. Let me see if I can put some more time on this chart. There we go. Not much. You can see where 433 was kind of the bottom of this range here. So there's a gap between 345 and 430. So if you break that 345, you might have a little bit of trouble completing the mission back to 430, but this thing looks staged to do it. But this is why it's chopping out right here, because it knows once it breaks here, you're going to get another push to 345, and that might be all you get out of the day. But right now, this is just recalibrating. It hit this upper macro level. It's taking some profits, but it's being held together momentarily. But again, if it breaks this 3, it's going to have to come down here to 290. Then really do a price check on aisle 12 at 282. Well, there's about, I know it's a little noisy in here, but your macro levels are the ones with the numbers on the levels out here. Then these big, your dominant levels, your VWAP and your multi-day. But RR, break 310 again, you're good. Otherwise, 275 is where this is going to resolve itself to. And let me know if it breaks 310 again, and we'll start navigating it to the upside. What is this RR? A sound hound. Almost there. It's going to go for it on this range break. It's going to go straight up to 25.30. Right, Eric? It's going to tack on 70 cents. That's right. But if you look at the macro world, you got a level slightly above that. So between now and 2513, we'll get a new calibration slightly higher. Actually, I was off by a penny. Fuck you, solid. You and your damn pennies. There we go, 2530. That's easy to remember. 2513, 2530, 220, 221, whatever it takes. Rah, 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 rah. Whoops, too many R's. Fa rah, 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 rah. Dum, bum, bada ba bum, ba bada bum, bada ba bum, 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 bum. Wow, the quantum list is just incredible today. Got a little profit taking on rum coming in. Rigatoni might be setting up to be taking some profits right here. IONQ already kind of did a little bit. QBTS, yeah, it already kind of sold off a little bit. QUBT, RR just did the thing. BBAI about to do the thing to the downside. ASTS fighting right here, but and rum tummy tum tum rum 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 rum. So if these quantum stocks start pulling back, your QQQ names will probably start rallying because of the transfer into, oh yeah, that's right, we need to buy real stocks before the end of the year. That's why I think the Qs are about to lift off here. And by the way, those 530s are 50 cents. And they're breaking over that 50, whatever this level was here, 529.60. 52. Got a little ass crack forming right here on this pullback. Consolidation, making higher lows, not even pulling back to VWAP. Come on, bull market.
Hey, I bought 614,000 shares of Lyft on that pullback. So let's go. Just a small position. Let me just throw my 2 cents on the RR trade. If you're just getting into this stock, you're about 400 to 420% late. So you better have some tight stops on it. You're buying a stock at $3 that some of us are in from like 71 cents. So at any second, this thing pulls back and goes to zero. Don't be surprised. Some of these stocks are going to inevitably, I'm going to keep warning you, right? Some of these names won't even be around a year from now. They'll be demoted to the penny stock world, and you'll never hear from them ever again. They're going to the pink sheets. RR, this is a surprise hit from the discount rack in the back. You know, again, if you listen to me when I did this Yahoo Finance thing, this was one of the stocks that I was just buying because the word robotics is in the name. So now I'm switching gears. My new favorite stock is Nauticus Robotics, KITT.
Get David Hasselhoff on the line and let's start going and making kit noises. Wom, wom. Right? Didn't Kit make a noise or some shit?
David Hasselhoff bottom. Yeah.
KITT is now the new RRR. Look, this one just made the turn. It's only up 100%. That's where you want to go. This is the next one. So you got to be onto the. I mean, RR could still go to $4.50, $4, $5, and $6, right? But you want to get. You don't want to be the 948th person into this trade. You know, it's beyond where we thought it was ever going to be. So all this stuff now. I mean, now that you got Kardashian bottoms and liftoffs and Hasselhoffs and Andy Dufresne's and Dolly Parton triple leverage condor inverted ass crack pattern, it still looks like it wants to go to where it broke down from, which is basically November 30th, 2023. Sorry. See where the tick, if you look at where it came from on the 30th of November, 2023, and where it broke that level on 126.24, that's where it looks like it wants to go, $4.10. But you're a maniac if you're not selling into this move. But Kit, this is fresh, exciting. It's only up 100%. See? And you think, only up 100%? Yeah. In this market, the 100% is what gets them started. So tomorrow, you got to look for this thing to go to 3 and then 100 on, Tuesday. So now we got a new name. That's what I'm basically Googling stocks with the word space in it. Google stocks with the word robotics in it. And I keep finding new ones. I forgot about MDAI. Remember this one? Mind AI. What a great stock. MDAI. Almost like MDMA.
Spectral AI.
Spectral AI. Come on, man. You're tripping.
You're on the spectrum.
Yeah, you're on the spectrum if you don't buy the stock. I mean, seriously. And by the way, SOUN is now all-time highs again. Yeah, please don't sell the stock. And don't do call spreads. Stop doing call spreads. All right. This thing might be $30 tomorrow. Anyway, but I did buy a shit ton of Lyft. I don't know what that spike was all about, but I heard Solid saying you don't want to buy something when it breaks a new high, wait for the pullback, then buy it. That's exactly what I did. You see how it spiked out of nowhere on, I don't know if that was a news-driven spike, but they spiked it to 14. Oh, no coincidence. Half numbers and whole numbers always come into play. And then it gave it all back, not just to the VWAP, but the prior day, and then it broke over the VWAP. So right there at 11, again, it's no hero trade. I'm up a nickel. But, there at 1381, if I'm, happen to be sitting here, saw it, at 1381, I could buy it, and I'm risking 3 cents. So in theory, I'm basically bought the stock, 1381, risking 3 cents to see if they retrace it back to 14. And that's
Lyft is suing San Francisco.
What is?
Lyft is suing San Francisco, questioning their $100 million tax bill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sue them. Sue San Francisco, that dirtbag town.
He'll probably win.
Everybody should sue San Francisco. But that's how trading is made. That's how winning is done, right? Risk reward in your favor. That's why these RR stocks, inevitably, risk reward is so not in our favor, and we're going to lose money on these trades. And we're going to be asking ourselves, what were we thinking? So that's why I want to remind you, everybody, a lot of these stocks that we're trading were 35 cents, right? Lunar was I forgot which one was 30. Oh, Rigatoni, whichever it was. One of these was 35 cents, and it's now $30. A lot of these were 18 cents, $2. Most of these stocks are up 500% minimum. So when they give way, they're going to fall 50%, and it's going to be awesome.
ARQQ's up 32.5% today.
Yeah, there's another one. Great name. But I think I like the QS now because the symbol is just Qs. We love the Qs. And we love Ramaswamy. We love the Qs. Anything with Q, the letter Q's involved, and the word quantum. How could you go wrong? Right. Seriously, how can you go wrong right now? That's what this market's all about right now. Keyword algorithms. Do you believe it now?
These stocks are moving because of the names of their company, of the name of the company. That's why they're going. That's why if you think Kit ain't about to rip, what a great name. Nauticus Robotics. I don't even know what that means, but I'm excited. Nauticus. It's like, I don't know. I can't think of anything. But I don't know, seafaring robotics. Who knows?
You can't buy Kit on your platform. What is it, Robinhood or something? It's a NASDAQ stock, and I don't think it's on the verge of being delisted yet.
And let me tell you something about your real trade, right? Whoever was talking about the real trade, now you're talking. There you talk. Now you're talking. Now you're scraping the bottom of the. And this has now already had a beautiful move already. This is an Andy Dufresne trade, but now it's from the Andy Dufresne, which was 476 and then 640. You're now, yeah, you're right where you want to be. $11 and is it 1140 bet yet? About 1115. It looks like it's going to 1115. That's what I'm talking about. Now you're speaking my language. You want to go looking for stocks like the real. Like if there was a stock called mystocksucks.com right now, I'd be buying. That's why I'm telling you, we're about 2 weeks away from somebody saying, "Can you believe Blockbuster's moving?" It's in the sub pink sheets. I think it still trades down there. We're gonna be doing. Oh, it's so sick. It's great, but it's crazy. Like that Rigatoni call spread on that I have on. I have a, I had a 5.7, which I was really upset about, but then the stock actually went back to like 5, whatever it was. Oh no, sorry, qubits. I'm saying the wrong thing. Some of these call spreads, it's just so heartbreaking. Rigatoni was the 7.10 one. Anyway, it's just don't cap your gains is what I'm trying to say on this SOUN or the lunar. The math feels good. I like being able to only risk $1.80 to make 12 points. And you think you're going to be happy when you make those 12 points until the stock goes up 50 more points. So stop capping those gains. But yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt again. But yeah, some of these call spreads, like I said, the math, it feels so good. It feels so right. But now SOUN is $1 away from me not being able to make any more money on my original call spread. When I put a 12.24 call spread on SOUN, had the same conversation. Oh man, I'm only risking like $1.20 to make 8 points. This is awesome. And here it is. I'm making 8 points. I don't really feel awesome because this thing's going higher. And I'm probably getting called out. And speaking of lunar, right? The original call spread was kind of why cousin Richie and I had a falling out that day, because he's in the call spread. We couldn't sell the stock until the options opened up, and at 9:30 the stock dropped 3.5 points at the open. We couldn't even get out of it. So even when they work, they somehow screw you. Right now, it's all about directional and just being in these stocks right now. It's just the market's just on fire, except for the Qs today. And that will be my last comment. The Qs not rallying 4 or 5 today. That's good, friends. It's just 4 or 5 for tomorrow or Monday or Tuesday. It's not like they're not going to go up. Today's just like a nice pause. We went from solids high call from 539 to solids low call, basically 5. We both nailed that one too. You said 513. I said if it breaks 513, we're going to 506. We got to the 506. Covered, went long on Monday, so that was Friday, and here we are. So it's been a pretty awesome bounce. This is only 2 days later, right? And we're not even a week away from whatever the hell that Fed reaction was, right? So that's what I'm telling you guys. You should root for vol. You would love to see UVXY at $40 or $50 again in 2025 at some point. One, because that means there's added volatility where we know how to make money. 2, you'll be able to short UVXY at a higher level. 3, that means the stock market must have pulled back, giving up more opportunity for us to make money. All right. I'm building. By the way, I think Spencer figured it out. We got a link that's going to directly bring you into the room.
So now's your chance. Bring your cousins and your friends, even your cousin that you don't really like. And then get on TikTok, spread my gospel. Make sure everybody signs up and gets a session with Solid. And we all live happily ever after. And if you're not officially a yearly member, now's the time. You're getting a $500 discount. Make sure you get your gift card from me. I got a $500 gift card. All right. You in the back.
Side-eye.
You all right? Side-eye. All right. And I'm not joking about this kit. All right. It's only up 100%. I hope that's just the beginning. And I'm not kidding. I mean, that's how all of these names. I wasn't the first one in. Oh, well, Rigatoni, I was the first one in because no one ever heard of it except for me. Now it's the hottest one. Yeah, they're saying Rigatoni is the only legitimate quantum stock. Can you believe it? Who knows? I'm just reading some news story about the quantum stocks. Still not even sure if Lunar's a real company. I don't know. We'll know one of these days. But yeah. The way to stay in these names, my friends, without taking huge amounts of risk, is do what I'm doing. You start with a day trade, you make some money, you take some of that, put on an option. Suddenly the option's up big, you sell the lower priced strike and just buy higher strikes. So when they roll over and die, we're not exposed to tremendous amount of risks. That's why it's like SOUN, the options are so pricey, I can't even unwind. I feel like I own the stock right now. So if it falls 8 points, I'm exposed to all 8 points. Oh, good thing we don't have to worry about that, right? Now I just need Lyft to go up 14 cents, and that would be awesome. Every nickel counts.
Just 14?
Just give me 14 cents, and you could have your stock back. I want to see if this works perfectly. I was like, all right, I could buy 5,000 shares. I bought 6,350 shares. 63, but basically 6,300. And I just kept buying it until the guy moved out of the way. I was like, oh, great, I'm going to be getting crushed on this trade. And then it broke VWAP. And this is just a dumb trade. This is dumb shit. But when you could take a trade where you're only risking 3 cents, might as well put it on. I mean, I'm glad it's up the nickel. I mean, like I said, I bought it 1381. The bottom of the candle was 1378 when I held prior day VWAP. So I figured, all right, if it breaks 1378, I'll take my $300 loss on my would have been 3 cents on 6,000 shares. I had $180. If it goes back to 14,
1389 breaks. This algo's going to run this higher.
Yeah, that's what I need. I need 1389. That'd be nice. So with every trade, this is every trade. That's why it's starting to get a little scary with the RRs up hundreds of percent, and the sounds up 300%, and the Luna's up 200%. Because when they do give way, there ain't going to be no bid.
Come the cues.
I still got 2 contracts also. Actually, you know what? I might buy some lotto tickets into the end of the day here. Because usually what you want to do is when you have that moment of doubt, man, it looks like the Qs aren't going to rally into the close. That's when you double up. Right there. As soon as you say that to yourself, that's when you double up. So let's see. Well, what are the 531s going for now? Let's cash out. Let's go stupid. Let's do something dumb.
30 cents.
Let's sell what we got left on the 529s.
They're 18.
529s, as long as they're above what we paid for them. 520, they're flat right now. I paid 120. At least they sold some for basically 180. How come I wasn't selling up there at 250? You bastard.
The only ones that are worth it are the 530s. Well,
Yeah,
if you have the 509s, those are going to really start to work here in a minute. But
the 530s for 50 cents. Yeah, that's kind of pricey.
yeah, I know. That's
If we wander around a little bit longer, let's say 315, these 530s get down to like 1520, then maybe like we did last week with the into the close. By the way, how sick was that close, right? We kind of thought we were losing on the close on Tuesday, and we rallied 2 points right into the close. It was awesome. Probably could get the same kind of nonsense.
I forgot which ones they were. They went from 8 cents to 40 cents aftermarket.
Yeah.
All right, you ready? Here comes the rally. You ready for this? Watch this. It's simultaneously $1.30. Let's see if they sell. If they buy them from me, we know we're going higher because I am the Matrix.
There you go, 130s.
530 sold. 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 They're gonna rip now. Watch. Watch. They just bought them from me at 130. Now they're 136 already. I am the Matrix. See that? I just created a new bull market that'll last now for the rest of eternity by me selling my last 2 contracts. I control the whole goddamn freaking stock market. All right. Well, I'm not. So now I'm out of the queues. I have 0 QQQ on. So my plan is if we do chop around for a little bit longer after 3 o'clock, these really start to disintegrate. And at 3:15, if we're still meandering around, these will drop probably 30, 25, 30%. Then we could gamble on some 530s into the close. That's my plan. And will somebody buy 240,000 shares of Lyft into the close? Because I'd like to make money on that trade too. All right, see ya. Where am I going? I ain't going anywhere. I'm just hanging out. But yeah, I'll see you. I'll be sitting there twisting my dastardly mustache. Did you guys see that? I sold the options and he immediately spiked up. You know that was me, right? See? Sick.
1399 is building some size. $13.96. Big blocks are going to creep in here any second. Well, if Lyft is doing something, what's Uber doing? It's the taxi cab unions. Oh, 530.22. Rah rah. Tried to shake everybody out. This needs to start. If this closes above 301, you're going to have another run to 310. Not close on the day, but get these next set of candles to start closing up here. Support, checked it, higher, wants to break this right here. Oh, look at that size coming in on 301s. Big blocks. Oh, sound to the sound of VWAP. Come on. 40 cents to go. It's going to go the whole way there. 25. What was our last number? 25.13 before the reset. So that'll be there any second. If we break 25.13, this will push to 25.30. Then you're going to chop around just because you've really accomplished what it wanted to try for the day. And then the next bigger level is shit, $30.80. Just don't have enough time of the day for that to happen. I know, right? Well, yeah. Well, 3 o'clock, we also have the bond market closing. So we didn't really crumble at 2 o'clock. Money sort of left, commodities went into bonds and the dollar. And now that's a little bit done for the day. The only place left to put your money is in equities. Oh, got the 530s at 47 cents. You savage. Well, they're 72 cents now. What are you going to do about it? Oh, you sold them at 77. Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't see that other part there. 47 to 77, 30 cents on just 20 contracts bought you $100 bill and some ice cream money. See, the NQ futures are about to go green again. So when we had this last move, right when the Qs hit this level right here is right when the NQ futures were just trying to go green for the session. And then we got the pullback because of it. Now this is they tried one more time. The NQ was trying to go green right here again. And the Qs responded by not, breaking through it. Right now, we're trying to go green again on the NQ futures. That's why you're getting this little wiggle jiggle right here. But if the Q or the NQ decides to go ahead and make that push, the NQ is running to 22,098, and that'll push us right back beyond the highs here, significantly. Let's see, QQQ times 41.6, I believe it is. Yeah. So what is that price? Yeah, it's right around here. That'll bring NQ futures go green. They want NQ wants to get it right back up here to 22.98. So right in here, that's where it wants to go. By the way, kids, what I just did is I put if you take the NQ futures price, divide it by the Q price, you come up with a ratio here of 41.6. If you take the QQQ and multiply it times 41.6, it gives you what the NQ futures look like. And if you can map out what the NQ futures are doing on top of what the Qs are poised to do, and vice versa, then you sort of have a tandem look at what the broader market's doing, because then you have the NASDAQ, you got the NASDAQ futures, then you have the Qs, and then maybe you have the TQQ under that. So when you look at them from top down, you can sort of see, what the futures are broadcasting and see what that relationship is to the QQQ and map those levels out. Then, you can see, yeah, okay, that's where if the futures start to break out, this is where the Qs are going to break out from as well. So fun with math. Luna in your tuna hole. All right, you need 1895 to break. And then lunar. Wow, you got basically a whole afternoon of consolidation here. So we're almost there. We got about 8 minutes, and then we'll start looking at where that catalyst is going to come from to put this market in, pick a direction. But it's like Kenny said, if we have this just, choppy sideways day, that's good because all we're doing is consolidating at these upper levels. And then tomorrow, when the money comes back in, it goes, well, we didn't die. It must be a buy. And then institutions and mom and pop and Uncle Ned. So at this point, all we got to do worry about is Kenny's uncle calling him. He'll call the top of the market like he's done for the last 15, 20 years, and then we can short the Qs finally. But until then, another thing too, just going back to your basic premise about VWAP, if you look at the Qs today, look at the orientation of your VWAP signatures. Here's your multi-day, here's your VWAP, and here's unchanged. Although you pulled back to intraday, all you did is price check on aisle 12. And then you did it on aisle 6. And now it's like, yeah, we're going back to the olive oil aisle. Going to get greasy. And we're going to go and we're going to buy the special olives, the Kalamatas in spicy Cabernet sauce. Those are yummified, by the way. The Kalamata olives and the Cabernet herb brine. Oh, dude. Don't waste that juice. Mix it with some olive oil and then put it over a salad. Mm, 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 mm. Kit Kat. Here's your $1.60 break. You want $1.72? Huh? Huh? You know you want that $1.72, don't you? Yeah. Well, not lit. That'd be a cool ticker symbol. Lit, Litt, KITT. What? It's just 10 cents. $5 million shares traded on a $1.60 stock. And there's only 6 million shares outstanding. Only 6 million shares outstanding. So 6, you're almost trading. You got 1 million more shares to go, and then there won't be any. And then this is one that will start ripping to $5. All right, 166 is a profit-taking target. I'd like to get that follow through to the big picture, but Let's see if this closes above 166 here in the near short future. Put 66 on the bid. Then they'll be chasing it briefly. That big size at 165 on the bid. Let's see if they. I'm gonna fill that fucker and dump it. There he was. 48,000 shares. That have volume coming in right there. Oh,
You in the kit with me? By the way, how about you like them Qs, right? How you like that Q trade, right? As soon as I saw the last two contracts, we haven't had a downtick. See what I'm saying? And by the way, tomorrow, when I start talking about kit more seriously, make sure you're in this thing tonight. Because when it's at 450 tomorrow, I don't want to see you guys buying it at 450. Say, what is it going to do? I just got in at 450. No, you should be in from 143. Even before that. As soon as I mentioned it. Anyway, 90 bid on the freaking lift here. Let's go. Every penny counts. I sold some at 89 because Solid told me to. I'm not selling any kit until it goes to 250 or zero. Listen, by the way, I've been trying to bid into the stock, meaning I'm actually lifting the stock. So they go 150, I go 151, 152 jumps in front of me. I go 153, somebody goes 154. I went 154, somebody jumped in front of me 155. I went 156, somebody jumped in front of me 157. They don't want me to buy anymore. Look, they did it again. That was me, 163. Somebody goes 164. It's so funny. They know I'm trying to accumulate. They're on to me. Goodbye.
those 530s are now 87 cents. And the NQ futures are just trying to go green again. So from 50 to 80, there's another 30 cents. You get 90 out of it. UVXY down near this low threshold again. $530.95 is where we want the Qs to go. Yes. And yeah. All right. So that's why this is getting that little pullback. Those 530s just hit the VWAP right here. So that correlated with where we just hit that upper level on the Qs right here. So now we definitely want these to hold 530.35 and then once this breaks 530.62, then it'll be range break rippage. Oh, the RR. Ugh. Either gonna lotto that bitch and buy all you can at 275 or forget about it. Rah rah. Sound, man, just 30 cents. Why do you gotta pivot here? No. But I guess the bullshit names, the money's going into your Nvidias and your Microsoft and your socks. And yeah, what time is it? Yeah, it's just after 3. So where's the dollar doing? Dollar bills, y'all. All right, sold off into its closing session. Officially now closed. Commodities are still on a bit of a downtrend. Your oil's on a downtrend. Gold triple topping at the highs of the session. Your banks fought back from going red on the day. The airlines are flat going up. Palantir just had a nice little sharp bounce. PayPal breaking that 88.30 area. And we just need Nvidia to go green. Why? Let's see. Ooh, look at Apple right here. Somebody knows something about Apple. Apple better not turn over right here. 259.30 on Apple will rescue the market. SOXL's coming back. Tesla's coming back. And just wait till Tesla or X or Elon or whatever comes out with a new phone. He said he doesn't want to fuck with phones, but he's going to end up selling the service. He's already doing a beta run with T-Mobile here in the United States this year, and I think AT&T over in Europe this year. And being able to use your phone, and instead of using your network provider, just dial right into Starlink. And the Qs, baby, 89 cents on those 530s. And if we do just end up chopping around into the end of the day, we're probably looking at this 531 area. So if you're taking bets, I bet. We'll make it just fat. 531.15. Ooh, 172. You got paid, my friend. What a day trader, man. We need a post review. Let's see if they're going to give it up here. It's just rallied up to the profit taking target, and now it's going to see if it's going to hold the VWAP. What is that? 166. 1081's a fair stop on real. Because, yeah, this market's going higher and it's going to be all ships rise. There goes the Qs again. They're about to rip to that 531.15 area. Ooh. Sound, baby. Come on, break 25. What was that other one? Lunar. Qubits back above 955 is going to panic the bears again. QBTS. Mob rules. 443 on the mob. MOB. Macro, baby. Macro. 491's your next upper on the mob. Mobius.
Hey, wait till my Instagram hit. By the way, if you guys are on Instagram, I just launched an Instagram channel. Kenny effin Glick. Easy to remember. Kenny Fing Glick. I gotta start doing some live trading. Show these pissants who the hell the king is. Enough of these island boy freaking transgender freaks trying to tell me about trading. Yeah, I want to take advice from a guy who doesn't even know who he is or it is. They are. Anyway, I don't really care about any of that stuff. What I really care about are the pissant newbies trying to tell me what's up. I invented this game. It's time to take Instagram over. So yeah, follow me. Help me build up my following. Hit the Bid Radio. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Hit the Bid Radio on the TikTok. I'm Kenny effin Glick on the Instagram. And wait till I start broadcasting how much I love this kit stock to the rest of the world. See, it's already, I mean, percentage-wise, I started chirping about this on the TikTok while it was ripping before at 139. Now, and it went to 180. That's a pretty sick move, you know, when you don't live in a delusional world where every stock goes up 100% every day. You know, by the way, that's not how the market works, right? I know it's just me and Solid talking right now, but no, I'm just saying, you guys understand this is not how the market works, right? Stocks are not supposed to double, triple, quadruple every other day, right? This is something extraordinary going on right now. You know, another stock I haven't mentioned, I know somebody else was in, EOSC. Remember when that started? Remember when it started at 81 cents and the kids were talking about it on the Instagram and the TikTok? And I was like, oh, look at that. That looks like a decent little setup. If it breaks $1.50, it can go to $2.50. Look where it is now. $5. I don't even know what this one is. But if you don't understand, right? When did I tell you to buy Veri?
Oh, my.
Like last week. Remember VERI? We were scraping the bottom of the barrel, and I was like, here's one. This stock tends to rip 100 or 200% when all these nonsense stocks start ripping higher. And look what this thing's done so far. You're almost to the price where I said, hey, 356 was the 1-year VWAP. This is the best time ever to be a trader. I think tomorrow we should try to bang our heads on the keyboard, press the buy button, see if it works out. But the real trade, I freaking love you, man. Who got this real trade going on? Yeah. There's your 11. Oh, now he can't stop it. You know what? This one's just absolutely insane. Where was this stock all my life? I haven't traded this since when I thought it was catching a bid at like 12 or 50 2 years ago. The real, right? This is the real where I could sell my wife's handbags, supposedly. Yeah, 465. Nice. And this is a retail stock doing this. That's wild, man. It's everything. Yeah, the real, right? The fake. The nobody. What? I'm gonna stop talking. Anyway, I still got this lift trade on. I sold most of it because I'm bored. I love your real trade. I like that. Who's got the mob? Anybody still in the mob? Nice trade. What a market.
IONQ.
Man, that real trade. That's a monster break. Speaking of the real, our pal Stitch Fix kind of held that area on the pullback again. This one doesn't look good when they finally do roll it over, but that's 3 days now. It's held the little tiny pullback area. So keep an eye on Stitch Fix in case it comes back to life. Kind of like the lift down here. This is where I started buying it. Obviously the last time it tried to come out of the Andy Dufresne was an epic fail. I mean, it worked, but, wound up losing on the $20 calls. But back here is where we started this whole trade, way back in, beginning of October, price-wise. NVTS also, new highs. Summit, don't forget about Summit. And when PRZO breaks 250, hello, right? Yeah, don't forget about our old pal PRZO from 188, right? And here's another one, friends. Seriously, take a moment, sticky pad it, journal it, do whatever you got to do. PRZO over 415, stop what you're doing and buy it because it'll be an all-time high, bizarro breakout. And I'll go on the limb and say I've never seen a stock break all-time highs at 415 that hasn't got the $5. So you got to like this stock. And I like the fact that it got bought on the last 2 or 3 pullbacks. It's a very bizarre looking chart, but hey, that mob was just as weird and Lunar's just as weird. These weird charts are working. Everything's working right now. And it's a great time to be a trader. I mean, PRZO is no joke. Look at this thing. It is so ready. It's ready to kill the shorts because they just loaded up on it 4 different times. The first time when we bought, remember we chased it about 175. It pulled back to the 130, looking like we were going to take the loss, and it held the 130, and then it held the 130, and then it held the 130. I'm like, oh, look, I think we got our winner here. If it keeps pulling back to 188, holds it, that's the new base to lift off from. Yeah. This and much, much more. Make sure you're here tomorrow and Monday and Tuesday and the rest of your life. All right, bye-bye. I'll be back before the close.
$25.30 on the sound. $25.30 on SoundHound. Come on. Hey, Saucy, you got it. You figured out day trading. Just find out whatever letter's popular today and just buy all you can. Let's see here. Which ones are rickety rocking? Q's,
I'm
A's,
sorry, I just heard that, but you're onto it now. Yeah.
yeah.
Tomorrow's trades will be stocks that rhyme with quantum. I don't know what rhymes with quantum, but find out because those will be the hot stocks tomorrow. Flantum stocks?
It's eggnog season. We should all be buying rum. Quantum, rum, 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 rum. Rum to 1904 tomorrow. Oh, Tesla's going to make a break for the VWAP here into the close. What time is it? Oh, it's almost that time. Get a lot of these stocks that have kind of been beat up on the day. Just looking for the short covering rally because they're thinking the market's going to roll over and it's not. And everybody's going to cover their shorts going into the end of the day. Palantir would probably be a good, well, it already just did it. Never mind that one. J&J. Ooh. Johnson and Johnson in his Johnson. About to have some short covering. Oh, look, it's already happening. NQ futures going green again. That means the Qs are going to pick back up. Those 530 calls are still 75 cents. They haven't really deteriorated. And now let's see if we get the real move. And speaking of the real move, real baby, where's this going next? Well, 11:13 on this next little break. Look how pretty that just broke to there. It held that level perfectly. Now, if we break that, you go there, chop around in here, and if you get over 11:20, it's going to be a race to 11:52. Well, not a bad sell on your lift. Oh yeah, by the way, the side aspect of the Bitcoin is this MSTR. They're going to ruin people's lives with this stock. I want to be wrong because I don't want to see anybody get hammered. But everybody that wants to own Bitcoin is piling into this thing, and this ebb and flow chop that you're seeing on the MSTR chart, the dynamics of this, where you had this new high push just 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, and then it's been chopping around ever since. It's declared where fair market value recovery is, and it broke through it once, twice, got rejected, and then broke the bottom of the range. When it broke the bottom of this range, it came back and tried to get back into this range. It got rejected on Friday, got rejected or Monday and Tuesday. It didn't get through there, and now today it's trending down. If MSTR starts pricing in, let me give you that level. This is going to turn into a bloodbath. 323, which that could just rip out of nowhere. So on the immediate chop, 337.06 fails. You got one glimmer of hope at 323. If not, this thing's going back to 280. Then after that, it's going back to 197, which is the bottom of this range down here. And if you look, this 337.06, look where this price went to this morning in the pre-market. 337.06. So they're either going to buy the hell out of it right there, or they're going to let the floodgates open up. To me, that was smart money getting out, and then they stopped the bleed right there. So if this thing trickles down here to 337 and breaks, it's going to get fugly. Hey, I bet. Same stock, different shit show. Absolutely. A bat. Why not? Going forward with your A bat, if you're just looking at this or you're in it, 296 is your fail safe. And then you've definitely got to get out of this thing at 247. But yeah, this is poised all the way up to that long-term multi-day. Around 732, 759 is where this wants to go. That'll get this rally going. You've already cleared all of this chop. You're involved in a gap between this range break and the bottom of this consolidation at 399. So if you get through 399, and then you're going to be trying to work your way up here to the 631. But this 349 to 399, that little gap range you're in right now, that should have no problem filling up to $4. And then rethink what it wants to do after that. Here comes the big money push. It's 330. Everybody was waiting for, oh, we're going to break out today. Oh, yeah, we are. 531.14. Come on, Q's. Where's that target? Yeah, 531.14. It'd be amazing if we caught that bigger move today, but hey, what's up, Snoopy? Yeah, he's gonna double broadcast. unless they can find another golden ticket VIP press pass for this room. Oh, oof. You know, if you can catch these 5:30 calls, catch them at 90 cents, be sure to take some off there. And then maybe you're not going to sell the whole thing, but you're going to want to, if you can get these to rally up to 90 cents, you're going to want to sell some at 90 cents and then hold the rest to see if we get any more follow through. And your top line on those is going to be about $1.65 if you're lucky. But we're going to see if we can make that push now. Because on those calls, you're just breaking over the VWAP here and you're hitting kind of the max, VWAP shuffle thing here again at 90 cents. So either that or when they break 90 cents, hold. But if they pull back after they hit 90 cents, have a proportionate stop for 83 cents. So let's see if we get it to follow through. If we do, let it rally and then raise your stop up tighter on the majority of what you have left to 83 cents and 68. It's last half hour recalculation, shuffle and shuck and jive. All right, let's see who's coming back to life here at the end of the day. Coin. All right, MSTR is going to have a little rally here. So it's kind of started coming off of its double bottom of the day and breaking the hourly. So you might get a nice little run off of that up to 344. Let's see. Palantir can't go to zero, can it? Yep. Oh, it already moved. What did Apple end up doing? It's always Apple's got to go fuck things up. When are they not going to be the thing anymore? The most advanced technology in the market, Apple products. Oh, wait. The most marketed sucker project in the world. It's a phone that has a camera in it. Because having 17,000 pixel clarity is so important on your Instagram feed. Oh, you just don't understand the ecosystem of what Apple has to offer. My $99 phone from Walmart makes killer pictures. Matter of fact, I just took pictures at my son's wedding. My girl broke her phone out long ago, so we just got her a quick replacement until we could pick something nice out. That thing had the best picture quality out of everybody who took pictures at our son's wedding. Ours came out the best from a $99 phone. Let's see. Where's Rigatoni on the volume list? Where is it? Oh, must be at the top. Rigatoni, $15. Make you holla. Well, you're looking for 1529 if this trend continues right here. And the here goes your lift going green. You're looking for 1395 and one. I'm sorry. Yeah, 1395 and 14. If you get this little, I don't want to call it short covering rally, but usually stocks that go green late in the day, that means there's buyers into the close. So you might catch yourself another 10 cents out of this. What was the other? Well, there's your hit of 11 bucks on the reel. Comes the last 25 cents on sound. Let's do it this time. Quit dicking around. Look at the UVXY trying to rally here, and it's about to collapse. Before we get too enamored with the end of the day here, BTC. Yeah, 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 yeah. See where BTC is? Tried to come back, and nobody was there. Oh, we're closing the day out near the lows of the session. But my Bitcoin, it's $5,000 underwater right now. What do I do? And MSTR, you did get a little bounce off of it. Here, yeah, it's going to 340.407, and that's all you're going to get. ARQQ, what's that thing all about? Here's your 41. Let's see, 40. Well, the ARQQ holds 4140 here. Where did it go? Oh, this little dip rip can. If this, I was going to say, if this comes right back and holds this level, there's a good chance of this breaking 41 to the upside. Now you know you have to get punched out at $40.20. This is nuts. This is there's a 40-cent spread on this thing. So if you're not in from like $2 or something, you're going to get fucking crushed on this thing. Because it's leaving without you. It's going to 43.60, probably right now. Oh, if you're worried the market's not going to rally into the close, you could lock up those 530s here for 75 cents. Be happy with your 25 cent. and then to go, damn, I should have held. I only made 25 cents, but I could have made $4. I'm such a bitch. But what did I say earlier? 68 cents, 62 cents, I think, on those 5:30 calls you had to punch out just because of discipline. Here it is, 62 cents on the bid. So, yeah. ARQQ. They're not really throwing size around. This must be an organic. Yeah, it doesn't even have any details. But yeah, here. 43.66 coming right up. Right when no one's looking. Where's 43.66? 43. Well, 43.52 is lined up big time. Ah. 42.50. Dollar away. Cooler. KULR. KULR. I think it's done for the day. 495 is what you were going to get out of it relative to this dip earlier. So if you're in it, I'd be taking profits on this. But if you're swing trading this because it's one of these, one of those stocks. What do you mean those stocks? What do you mean you stocks? Over a 5-year, this is what's the max on this thing? Where's this been? All right, this has got some, yeah, you just hit the lifetime high of $5. Stocks that break the IPO highs, even though this IPO'd in 2018. What day was that? Don't tell me. July 1st, 2018. This is going to 620. Then it's going to 760, and then it's going to 895, and then 300. But the reason that's pausing right here is the algorithm is programmed for 484. As long as you close above 484 today, you're poised to have this thing gap and make a run to 618 tomorrow. Where's the next pullback? Right there, 416. KULR levels. You're welcome. Beady, 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 beady. Whiskey.
Yo.
Yo.
So yeah, how you doing? That little QQQ trick we played with, it worked. So what are you guys doing? Here's what you're doing. Let me tell you what I'm doing, and here's what you should be doing. Don't sell anything. Seriously, the only thing I'm probably selling here with 15 minutes left of the day is the rest of this lift. I'm going home with my new friend Kit. Obviously, sound. Bought more Lunar. I wish I would have bought more sound, but I didn't. And tomorrow is Friday, so we have options expiration. And if you guys are drunk later, maybe even I'm going to launch the old room. If I happen to be around tonight, I don't know what the story is yet, but definitely going to be here tomorrow. I'm going to launch both rooms just in case. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, there's another room in another dimension. Here it is.
Secret layer.
This is our old chat room, which will be the new chat room eventually. We're just trying to work out the details with the company that built it for us. But the easy answer is we're doing everything in here today, where we are. If there seems to be lack of activity in here, well, I don't know about tonight. I've been talking all day, kind of tired now. But we're definitely going all day tomorrow. And I'm going to do we'll do a review of all the trades from the last 10 days. Because that's really all you need. These last 10 days have been exceptional. We'll talk about all the quantums and the AIs and the swing trades, the call spreads, understanding which option to trade, all that stuff. You know, what to expect for next year and all that stuff. But, you know, that conversation doesn't really mean a lot to me. And I just got blown out of the lift anyway. Good night. Well, there's your answer. 11. There you go. 1388 sold to you. That's funny. I was going to say I'm holding it into the close unless I get stopped out. And there it went. All right, I'm not in it anymore now. But hey, look, some of these other names keep coming back. Yeah, Whiskey, I heard you just mention. Whiskey, OCC keeps coming back. And these are where you want. This is how you find new winners, like NVTS. It was left for dead. It broke 3. Thought this thing was about to just go back into the trash heap. And hello, PRZO, 188 to 250, back to 188. You're thinking this thing's done. Look who's back at 250. So, I was just talking to the wizard with momentum stocks because, the wizard sold out of most of the stocks that we've been talking about. And, the wizard says, so when do we buy these things? I was like, when they start to pull back, it's really not the best time because a lot of times the pump and dump is on the way to being dumped and it just keeps selling off. You'd rather buy them when they're going up. I'd rather chase them a little bit and buy them on breaks. For instance, PRZO. If you miss the 188 or the 2 or the 225 today, tomorrow at 277, it's even better because if it breaks the recent high tomorrow at 277, then momentum's kicking in and you're going to rock. And if it goes past 277 tomorrow, you're probably getting 3 and, for all we know, this thing will be at 415 tomorrow because that's, stocks are just doubling and tripling every other day. You understand? You see what I'm saying? It's like it's hard to want to buy these stocks on pullbacks because you don't know which one of these pullbacks is the crash. You'd rather buy them like
2 days ago after Rigatoni and Qubits and Qbert and QMCO proved to us that that wasn't a crash. But that I don't know what day that was, like 2 Monday mornings ago when they all gapped up and rolled over. I thought that might have been it for a lot of these stocks. And now they broke out and obviously then some. So momentum is just, that's what it's all about. You're buying prior high breaks. That's the name of the game right now. Momentum is your best friend. VWAP into the momentum trade. That's why the dip and the rip is so awesome. Dip it, rip it over VWAP. The buyers are here and you're getting a better price. So like Lunar, Lunar was negative today. SOUN dipped first, right? Two dips on SOUN. So all that chopping and dipping convinces people to sell and shorts to get encouraged. And next thing you know, they're running for their lives like QMCO. Holy crap. I mean, seriously. Remember the start? It was only up $2. Do you remember this morning when it was only up $2? Hey, it's breaking multi-day VWAP. Maybe we give it a shot at 45.85. Okay. Yeah. I'm selling 47 and a quarter, thinking I'm a hero. Seriously, if I had the patience that I just had on this lift trade, I just sat with 6,000 shares for basically an hour to get paid just a smidgen. If I had the same patience in any one of these names this morning, I'd be up at 40 grand, 50 grand a day. So,
ARQQ just hit
Yeah.
43.60 to the penny.
Yep, ARQQ is another monster. That's why tomorrow, now tonight, all the message boards start talking about Nauticus Robotics. I start talking about it more tomorrow because I have a huge following on Instagram now. I got 6 followers. Come on, changing lives. But that's how how it feeds on itself. The people that we know now, we know Nauticus Robotics, right? We're in. We bought 143, 150. So now we're in. We're holding it. Tomorrow, all those websites that claim they say they know, they start sending their emails out. Hey, this Nauticus Robotics looks good. So they start putting buy recommendations on it at 180. 180 gets you 250. Next thing you know, that attracts a whole new breed of people. The people who don't trade stocks under 250. Then it breaks 250. Next thing you know, oh shit, what's this? 250 gets you 5. And next thing you know, it's a $5 stock, and we're sitting here from $1.43. And that's how it happens. And then every once in a while, they become, Qbert. I mean, this thing was $1.80 when we started trading. Rigatoni was 92 cents. I mean, look where these stocks are. It's amazing. And look at that sell and lift, right? So that's what sometimes that's all you're going to get. You're going to get 9 cents out of a trade, and that's it. Also, ASTS, by the way. Don't forget about ASTS. All right. Kind of woke up here at the end of the day. Late day buying is institutional buying. Stock's been kind of like sitting around for 2 or 3 days. This is when it has that 7-point day out of nowhere. So tomorrow, $25 calls on ASTS are in play, as well as all the other names. All right. Hope you guys made something on that QQQ trade because you really had to trade out of it to make any money. But I think it's a good day today. A little, by the way, the new down is up 50 cents on the Qs. It's not like they were down. I was talking about buying them this morning. I bought the stock. I just didn't want to have to be worried about options. My first trade was buying the Qs. Anyway, but this pause, if you want to call it a pause, there's plenty of buying today. But if you want to call it a pause, is good for tomorrow. And if you don't have that list, get that list, man. These stocks are just absolutely on fire. Kit, Mob, UAVS, PRZO, Xena, UMAC, right? They're your drone stocks. And you got your crazy quantums. QMCO obviously now has become the king. Ion Q, Qbits, Rigatoni, Qbert. Some lesser known AI stocks woke up, so I'm counting on Bullfrog tomorrow. Bullfrog is usually the last of the last Mohegans. BFRG. So I got a little buying today from 2. But BFAI today. Oh, it's not BFAI. BBAI.
You guys know that one. MDAI. And I really like QS. And see how it's closing near highs? It's very super bullish. As long as they're buying them into the close, usually that bodes well for the next day. And QS, by the way, I believe this is the Chinese QS. This is a Chinese stock. And my new feature, and if Jen was still here, she'd say I'm still in, I'm sure. ENVX, right? When they're buying stocks on, again, something with the CEO and he left, they had to replace him, something, they were doing something else. And it seemed like it was negative news that morning. And then the stock got bought. That was on the 16th of December. Something. They announced that they had left the company, announced bada boo, bada bing, bada bang, and the guys, investor relations. Everybody was a little upset that morning. And then the stock closed strong. And I was like, uh-oh, I think we got a winner here. And that was around 8.25, now 11.38. And by the way, this is also a definition of how to decide whether or not you want. It's a lot easier to swing something if it's ripping into the close, right? The opposite of what Lyft just did. Not that I was thinking about holding Lyft overnight, but if it was trading at $13.99, breaking 14 into the close, yeah, then maybe I hang in there. Look what the rest of these names are doing. Look where, Kit only 8 cents off the high. Quantum stocks are ripping right into the close. That bodes well for a gap. And I think a repeat of what we saw today. If they do gap higher, you'll get the selling at the first minute or two of the market. Some of the sells will become reversals, but most of them will become dips and rips. And a lot of these stocks are going to be up another 20, 30% tomorrow. Sounds probably looking at $30 tomorrow. Bite me. So you got the list, you got the plan, you got the playbook. And listen, the Q trade wasn't bad. It's just we've been used to them going green and tacking on 3 easy. Today you only tacked on $1, but that was kind of the goal today, was to get back to pre-market highs. We nailed it. If you're buying from ass crack and VWAP break, the original entry was 528.30. I chased a little bit with the options, but I bought the stock at 529. Yeah, LE. I never traded the LEES. I don't know which sector that's even in. Freaking lasers. Which one is that? But here's what you want to see. You want to see action like Kit going into the close, right? They bring it back, they bring it down, they bring it down. Next thing you know, it closes at the highs of the day. Yeah, 250 is big number on PRZO. And here's another thing. The more active these stocks trade and they stay above 250, they'll start putting options on these. So then we don't have to worry about PRZO going to zero. We'll be able to buy like a $3 call on it. Stuff like that. Like UMAC, I think, has options now finally. Oh, no, they didn't make options on this one yet. I thought they did. Plus, that stabilizes the stock when they put options on the name. That's why SOUN, Lunar, I like those better because I can at least hedge them and be in them without having to worry about a full-blown collapse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, I just fomented a bunch of shit on Twitter. I put that watch list out there. Everybody's going to start. Oh, really? Okay.
So if my theory's right, and I'm probably going to be right, the first 100% is just the starting point. That's why when I saw the stock lift, I'm like, all right, classic. We're up. We missed an 80% move already. That can only mean it's about to triple because that's been the trend. Because remember, the first 100%
is just short covering. The buyers haven't started yet. The buying started today at around 150. Goes from 82 cents to 130 was still the shorts going out. I don't know. I got to cover this thing. Oh, wait. Now it's breaking 130. Shit. I got to start covering this thing. And now you just made back all the way to September. You're at September levels. You tell me this thing's not tacking on another 40 cents tomorrow? Of course it is. Let's go. And if you get through 230, I'm calling for this kit to get to 265, the low print from way back in the summer. This stock was 2 and change this summer. So the bottom of the candle where it pivoted off, which then became resistance, is where this thing's probably going to go. That's 260.
Which one?
I like it. Kit.
Oh, yeah. It's just...
And if you could name the Busta Rhymes song that samples Knight Rider, I'll give you $1.
I know
Go.
that song. Damn.
Right? Isn't there a song? Give me some more. No, that's not it. No. Don't Google it. This is going back to the old days of me bootlegging music from Napster. It's one of the first songs I ever downloaded. What was the name of that song? Turn It Up? No. Yeah? Buster! Oh, yeah. I never would have known. We're all going to be jamming to this song tomorrow when Kit's trading at $17.
Check it out, yo. I'll be the street kid. The brother get my secret. We got people on the know how to keep a secret. When I get money, you know I like to keep it. How I get money, others are trying to beat it. Flip mode, we winners you want to form a team with. The big money figures, the ones that pop the scheme with. The brothers that...
All right, let me just say this one more time. If today was your first day here, welcome to the party. We've been rocking it like this now, basically since August 7th, and pretty much the last 23 years. But these last 4 or 5 months, I have never seen trading like this before in my life. These last 6 days have been phenomenal. And why? Because you added to the volatility of the market. When you subtract volatility, you get boring, gross, choppy, grindy, nada days. You want volatility to come back. You want the shorts to be scared. You want the longs to be scared. You want everybody to be scared because we know fear does not exist in this dojo. Does it? So I'll be here. So yeah, check back. I'm just gonna let the room run. I don't know if I decide to come back. I usually play some Grateful Dead around 5 or 6 o'clock. I put a 3-hour show on. The show ends. Depends on what's going on. I might be going out to dinner with the family tonight because nobody wants to cook after all that last 2 days. Exactly. Welcome to the party, pal. And, we have definitely morphed into a lot more than day trading. And I think we'll be going back to predominantly day trading soon once earnings season gets going. But man, oh man, these swing trades are absolutely lighting it up. Call spreads are working. I mean, everything's rocking right now. It's just phenomenal. All right, I'm going to go rest my voice. It's been a long day. Pleasure serving. Appreciate everybody who's been showing up. Tell 10 friends. No, tell 40 friends. And if you are a member, remember you're entitled to my charts, and then get familiar with my friend here, Solid Jello. Do a session with him, and you will be set for all the VWAP goodness that you need to succeed. All right, I'll see you in the morning, or maybe tonight, or maybe both. Farewell, my friends. See you, solid. You're the man.
Utaman.
Latris on the Menjay. Later. Pete, Vipe. By the way, Tom finally reached out. He's alive. Tom's alive.
Tom.
Later, J
Friend me
Rock.
on MySpace.
Yeah. See ya.
Oh shit! Did the bell ring? I guess it did, didn't it? KITT. Here's some macro levels. The Night Tracker. Trade. Oh, sound tried so hard. Didn't quite get there. See our volume players here today. Amazing. The cool kids list. Sound was at the top of it with 128 million shares traded on it today. It even beat out Nvidia and Tesla and Palantir and Quantum Computing, QUBT, which didn't really finish too bad. All right, where's a piece of shit at? It's always at the bottom of the list. What are you talking about? You know what I'm talking about. MSTR. Selling down near the lows of the day. This is poised to go to 337. And I don't know what the hell that spike was on the Bitcoin futures / BTC. What was that all about? That was a sharp little ding to the downside right at the end of equities closing. It went right to those low prints from earlier. So I still think this is going to migrate down to 94,000, 94.2, and then we'll see. And if you guys caught, let me see if I still have it on here. Some crazy shit called tiptoe through the tulips. Yeah, I must have deleted that chart. Oh, wait. Maybe this is it. Oh, yeah, no, here it is. Bitcoin futures tiptoeing through the tulips. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Yeah. Copy. let's see. Where'd we end up here? 95,325, 94.2. I'm going to pull that level. That one's important, but not as important as that one right there. See if I can get that to pop on there. No, because we're right there. But we'll make that yellow. 94, what's that number? 94,201. Whoops. 94. I popped in here last night at around your mom's VWAP. Yeah, that's what we're going to call that. We're going to put it on the right. We're going to make it fat, and we're going to make it yellow. Yeah. And then we're going to say, once this fails, this is where it's going to, just to harass the Bitcoin bros. Can I get that bottom? Oh, the oh shit level. Yeah. Somebody PM'd me. It was like, you really think Bitcoin's going to 53,000? I'm like, yeah. You're stupid. Okay. I know I'm stupid. I know I am an idiot, but I feel like if I go long and buy the dip, I will lose more than I already shorted this market. You're not hearing me. It's not a Ponzi scheme. It's a buy the dip scheme. You feel me? Tiptoe through the tulips. Tiptoe through the tulips. Don't trip. Oh. Comex Latte. OMEX. OMEX. Did the bell ring? Stay over. That don't look too horrifying. I mean, you know what's nice about some of these ideas? That they're so cheap. And we don't, honest to God, over the last 20 years of creeping around, hit the bid, we rarely talk about stocks under $1. But in this weird market environment we're in, these things, you know, these we'll talk about like penny stocks when penny gangster comes on, but you got stocks that have the potential to go to negative 30 cents, negative 82 cents, negative $3. You're going, what the fuck? I know it's a joke, but the way the way these levels calculate, they still calculate the potential. So, hey, maybe you're going to lose 38 cents if you get involved in this piece of shit. Look at it that way. Oh, but yeah, these things, they're so stupid and cheap, but they trade differently than they used to. Penny stocks used to just, okay, you buy one, it's 50 cents, and it takes you a month of Sundays for it to just go up 4 or 5, 6 cents. Now you're finding a 50-cent stock that's ripping in 20 and 30, 50-cent increments. It's crazy. So once they get going, then they just start going. But you know, this Omex, I have no idea what it is. What is it? Odyssey Marine Exploratory Consortium Quantum Fish Market? There you go. There's your stop, 7 cents. Let's go. We'll go with the 185 for right now. There you go. Omex. That's where it wants to go. If this really starts a breakout, there's your price targets. If you're lucky enough to get this thing to go from 75 cents to $1, then you're looking for 50 cents and another 85 on top of that. Why not? Why not $200? OMEX. All right, I got just enough crack juice that, and if none of y'all have lives like I don't, um, let's sit here and play around with a scanner, see if we can locate some of these beat up names. I already kind of started on one. Let me see where it's at here. Algo. It was something Algo yearly. Algo. Maybe it was Y. Yearly VWAP. Is that it? Was it that stupid simple of a title? Yearly VWAP. Um, 5-year charts. No, it's not that. Oh, rah, 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 rah. It was something that had a year. It wasn't that one. Your mama's wooden leg. How about that for a name of a scanner? I want to say it was maybe something up here. Something. Algo month. Maybe that was it. Oh, I think it was. Yeah. Here. We'll come back and look through some of these, like on the longer term chart. Yeah, this is the one. I'll be right back. If y'all want to hang out and talk. Scanners for these dog shit names that are doing the Andy Dufresne. I'll be right back. All right. Let's see what we got here. Anybody in there hanging out? I'm just going to sit here and chill for a few. See how this scanner is finding ideas. All right, so there's two of them. They both look good so far. Oh, that one looks pretty good. Oh, there's another one. Look, a whole watch list scanner full of those funky ass beat up names. And they're all starting to come back. Oh, there's one. IRWD. All right, there's one that just kind of just broke out. OCC. Oh, we were talking about that one the other day. OCC. Yeah, look what that did. Just in the last 2 days, 3 days. Relly. Relly Nelly. Now, the metrics for this are looking for stocks that are just recently coming off of a 5-year low. And I think the price point was greater than $2. Now, we could keep this one and change it and maybe make it something, I don't know, stocks. What do we want to go less than $1? 50 cents. Then you get into the weeds of some real crap. And then you got to sort through and find out which ones really have a little something, something to them, comparing the volume to what they're actually capable of. Now, this list running here, I got it sorted by volume. So we're starting to get to some very thin volume names. But like this Max N here, this isn't looking too bad because recently it's starting to get $1 ATR to it on an $8 stock. So let's look at this one close up and see what it's been doing here. See, that looks pretty promising right there. It had a bottom, already tried to rally once. It tested the bottom, is now just breaking over $9 right here. EVAX. 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 Yeah, see this one to me, it looks cool. It's got massive volume came into it, but it hasn't really broken a buyers are back scenario. You feel me on that? EVA. I typed that. It broke $2. What, just now? Oh, okay. I see. Well, then I guess we have to contend with these names, don't we? I think what's kind of nice about this list is that the majority of these names are all so beat up that if they get any inkling of being forced to short cover, these would be a pretty good list to exhibit that on, because the way that they're set up. They're all showing like today's a little strength, but on the long term, they're still relatively underwater on those longer term time frames. Jesus, this thing's so beat up you can't even pull the chart up right. AAP was another one from the other day. Why that thing's so hammered. And that's a real stock too. Matter of fact, looking at these in terms of ATR values is probably the best way to sort through this shit. How about SZKMY? Can you think of a even more difficult ticker symbol to pronounce? SZKMY. Suzuki Motor Corporation. What do you know about that? Just did some kind of split 4-1. Have a good night there, Mr. Reaper. Prefix. What is this? Pain Reform Limited. PFRX. Was $3 the other day. And then it went to 15, 17. Now it's back to 0. All right. 5. Oh, that's right. Algo month. And then I did the inverse of it for stocks that are topped out. Let's see. I don't know if I finished working on it or not. Let's see if we get a list here. Stocks that are insanely up, but potentially poised to roll over. What's this thing? FICO, $200 stock that moves in 50-point increments. Oh, it's a $2,000 stock. No wonder. Let's IESE. I guess this list could be considered stocks that are waiting for the bull market to turn back on. Will the real bull market please stand up? Please stand up. Please stand up. Oh, this list is nuts. Let's change these parameters to stocks that are closed greater than 2 and the close is less than 500. Because we're not looking at, well, I guess most of those are going to be in that category. Close greater than 20 and less than 500. Let's see if that gives us a better list. I mean, these are all good names, but not fucking 3,000 names on the list. That shit's got to go. PCG. Knight Rider. You get your 203 before the bell, before the morning. 195 right here. Mister, I got it from 147.
Hey, just remember, y'all, the same rules apply. 180 gets you 250, right? Same stuff, right? 120 get you 150. 150 get you 180. 180 get you 250. And look where you are already. 250 right now on the bid on kit. I told you. I told you once I unleashed the beast. Holy shit. You see how the market's rigged now? You're supposed to be buying 82,000. Wow, 275 now. It's going to go right to $5. Now you got some clue. You got some clue now. You got maybe a little bit of a clue. I got you guys into the kit, right? I tried to get you in as soon as possible. Where did we get in? 143, 150. Because on every scale, on any time frame, the same parameters. It's called market mechanics. The same market mechanics that worked in the 1920s, the 1950s, the 1980s, as well as algorithmic trading right now, the same principles of price apply. We just know more about it now and how rigged it is. So when you see a stock that was 80 cents, usually they're just, they're down at 80 cents because they're worthless, right? Stocks don't trade at 80 cents for, because they're awesome, but they're awesome, right? When they get going. So if this was an $80 stock breaking 80, I would say their stock was going to go to. You got some clue? Whoa. You got some clue now? Sorry, I was doing it too long. I keep talking shit. 275, unbelievable. Wow. All right. See, now it's not even a good trade because I was counting on buying more tomorrow if it broke 180. I was hoping this move would be tomorrow. I didn't want to have to hold the whole thing. But once it goes into the aftermarket, that's when you start getting crazy. And again, the stock's basically to the price we said. I said 266. And now it's going to go to 385 apparently because, that's how it works now.
Evidently, the owner is buying back the stock, or the director. What's his title? Flores William, or William Flores. Our handy dandy members just posted this. Here they come to buy it again. Hey, Corey, the best way to do that is send an email to Kenny, let him know what you want to do, and have him forward whatever you guys are going to work out to, I believe it's Mary. Don't hold me to that name. but send Kenny an email with what you want to do and then have him facilitate the transfer or whatever. Matter of fact, right now, actually get with Kenny because he's got a $500 off promo right now. Yeah, thanks, Mush. Yeah, that would be the email, but don't make a move until you find out from Kenny how the $500 off thing works, because that combined with your, maybe they'll credit you some of your monthly whatever. Save $1. Um, I don't know. I would have to say there's a possibility of a schmooze, maybe. I think if Kit breaks back over 3, there'll probably definitely be a schmooze. We'll leave it up to the fate of Kit Kat here. Nauticus Robotics. Yeah, well, I don't know if you caught it earlier. Yeah, he's doing a $500 off annual subscription special rate, New Year's, Christmas present, thank you, gift card, whatever. So if you're going to join, take advantage of this new seasonal promotion. See, now that's the way to do it. You come in here, you make a couple of bucks off of some of these trades, and then you can afford to pay for your subscription. Easy peasy, right, Corey? Oh, what time is it? All right. I'm going to go fetch me some victuals. But yeah, this kit is phenomenal. I think I need to add that to the watch list over here at KITT. Yeah. Oh, it keeps jumping. Why does it keep jumping? All right, I'm out of here. I can't leave the day without reminding you all to go out into the world and find something beautiful. Place it in your heart and share it with someone you care about. Take a moment to share it with someone you don't care about, because every time you change somebody's disposition for the better, you're doing something great for the universe. And while we're here talking about the universe, don't forget to thank the universe for all of our good fortunes, and then go squeeze someone you love, because that's the fun part about being human. Later. Um, on your kit sell targets, what is the high price? Um, well, obviously it's got to get there, but I think for now, just the way this is managed or set up on the long-term chart, and the way this just like went from today being down here at, $1.30 at one point this morning, well, even lower than that, $1.15. Now this thing's already trading at $3. If this does continue to run, you're going to run into some headwinds in here, and right about here, about 450, 489. But I think if this decides to start going, you're looking at this top line here of about $6. If you look back over here at all of these prior high ranges, you know, where you kind of broke out here, you got 270, then you got to the 299. That's, you just filled that little gap from this range break up to there. And now you're sitting here flirting around, checking the bottom of this consolidation range you just broke out of. So you broke out of here, you filled that gap between right here and here, and you just got up to the next target and you're taking profits off that. If this comes back and breaks $3, you go into 362, which is a nominal range. Then you've got another gap fill zone that you'll be getting into above 362 up to 4.25. And then above that, there's another range that's gap all the way up here to 613. So manage the ranges around what you're trading. But it was very convenient for this thing to come back to that 235, dip a little bit, and now it's right back. So if this thing starts getting back above 260 anytime soon, I know it's getting late in the day in the session, but these things are going to stay up until 8 o'clock. You never know what's going to happen. But tomorrow, the outlook is going to be these ranges here. Or it goes back to zero. You never know. But somebody did just post, if you scroll up a little bit, I posted something somebody else posted. It was an S4, which is one of the directors was accumulating. So I never know what that might entail. Well, if you've owned this since before the close, I wouldn't be trying to buy it now, because this thing could rally throughout the night and open up at $6 tomorrow. But more than likely, all of this rallying is going to present some profit taking in the morning. So you're going to want to see this thing hold up around 192 tomorrow if it does get a pullback, and then maybe have another opportunity to buy it on the dip. So if there is real accumulation, now this has already made the wire, so to speak. It's not just what I mean, Kenny kind of triggered this, but he saw it coming. And then there's a lot of other people out there in the ether that have noticed this stock too. They've been waiting on it to start working, and now it is. So if this gets some serious traction, if you don't already own it, you could buy it here at 235. But you're going to be risking $1 on it. But being 235, it might as well be an option contract. So, buy 500 shares and only be worried about, risking $500. You're not going to let it go back below 135, and really, you really don't want to let it go back below 190. But if you buy it now, then that means you've got to sit here at your computer until fucking 8 o'clock and then worry about the morning. So your best bet is to let this settle out. Even if this does rally some, you'll have an opportunity to buy it back for the potential that if this really starts going, I think the longer term VWAP on this is around 489. So at least, if this is going to rally, it's going to hit around this 489 range and then have a pullback. And then maybe you pick it up at 360 and then look for the run to $3 million. Or you buy it here at 235 and you put a stop at 175 and hope you don't get stopped out. That's about all you can ask for on this thing. But yeah, this is crazy. Like I said, I don't know if he's going to do a smooze tonight or not, but he said something about putting some music on and then deciding. So if he does do it, I can guarantee you if this breaks $3 again, there'll be a schmooze tonight. All right, you guys have fun. I'll talk to you later.